How to do. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I have a feeling today's going to be a chill day because it's Dairy Thursday and we're doing something special. We're not actually doing feedback today. We are going to be going over how to write a song for people who have never written a song before. Today is supposed to be a 0 to 100 stream. I've written up this little document I have right here. It's a big old fucking thing. And this is going to be basically what we're going to be covering today. We're going to be talking about everything that someone would need to become a musician. I'm going to be glossing over a lot of stuff. I'm going to be going kind of fast through certain things. So I definitely recommend, even if you follow along with the video live, watch the VOD. Don't be afraid to pause the VOD, rewind it, slow it down, speed it up, jump through all the stuff that you do know, focus on the stuff that you don't know, find time to do what I'm doing along with me as you're watching. And even if you've made music before, hopefully this will be a beneficial kind of lesson, I guess. I guess that's the best way to describe this. This is like a lesson or a tutorial or something. But even if not, if you have any friends who've thought about getting into music, maybe they are interested in dance music, maybe they're interested in pop music, maybe they want to make country music or whatever. Maybe they're a DJ, or maybe they got interested in music through DJing, or maybe they know how to play guitar or something, but they want to learn how to make their own beats, or they want to learn how to make their own songs. That's sort of the goal for today. I've blocked off most of today for it, as you can see kind of right here. We're probably not doing feedback today. So if you are usually here on these streams, you're expecting feedback, we might do some at the end, but we'll see how long this takes, because this is a lot of information. And when I say 0 to 100, I mean literally. Even if you've never heard of making music before and you've never thought about it, this is going to get you just off the ground running. Like, you're just gonna go. So this is my lesson plan basically. So I'm going to kind of go through this. You'll notice me kind of referencing this document a bunch. And if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I have the chat here on my phone. Even if I can't necessarily see you all the time on screen, because I have a one monitor setup, you can kind of see it right here. I'll still be keeping an eye on the chat, but most of the questions I'm going to focus on answering right here during the Q&A at the end. This is going to be for very specific stuff, but if you have questions about what I'm talking about at that moment, feel free to just drop it in the chat. Yeah, I can't think of much else to say, so I am going to, I guess, switch over to my desktop. Boop. So I guess I don't need to necessarily be there. So I think we'll stick here for a minute and we'll just talk about sort of the introductory stuff. So I can go ahead actually on my end and set this. Now we're on the music production tutorial section. All right. So I guess before we even get into all the stuff I wanted to talk about, it might be helpful to talk about what is music production. What does it mean to make music in this day and age? Because there's a lot of factors involved in making music. And I'm going to go into sort of the process of like how a song is made a little bit later. But just in general, you can think about it like this. One person or a group of people comes together and they basically decide on all of the different parts of a song that they want to play. They pick all the notes, they pick the order that the notes go in, they write the words, or they write out kind of the sounds, or they design the sounds for whatever song they're going to be doing. They have a production process where they take this song idea and record it or produce it using synthesizers and drum machines to create essentially a skeletal structure for this song where everything is kind of in its same place. And then they have someone come in, or they do it themselves, where they go in and make all of those sounds interesting. And then they have another person who comes and makes the sounds work together, and then someone else makes it sound like it's supposed to be playable on the radio or on Spotify or on YouTube or whatever. And then the song is released. I mean, it's a bit of this is ideally a demystifying process. I'm hoping that if you've never thought about what it takes to make a song, hopefully this can dispel a lot of illusions. I hope it doesn't ruin any mystery or any magic for anyone, but I think it'll still be a good process. So what we can really start with now is what you need to make music. Like, you really only need like 2 or 3 things, I would say. One, you need what's called a digital audio workstation. You can have like songs that are produced without one, but generally nowadays, to collect all the music and to make sure that all the music is playable on the internet, like through, again, a streaming platform like Spotify or YouTube or SoundCloud, you want to have the audio available in a digital format. And so you want what's called a digital audio workstation, or a DAW, a DAW. And there's a lot of different ones that exist. You can even get them on your phone. There's plenty of free or cheap music making software programs or apps that you can get for like iOS and Android, and a lot of them can actually be super fully featured. Like, you can make full songs without even thinking about it, like without having to worry about like, well, am I doing this the right way? Just by using like apps on your phone. So it's really accessible now. It's just a matter of learning how all the skills that you're going to learn today, that you'll learn over your career as a musician, whether you're doing it professionally or as a hobby, and just something to use the workstation on. So like a laptop or a desktop computer, your phone or a tablet, just something that can carry the software. And then the only other things you need, I would say, are a trained ear, which isn't to be confused with like musical training or musical theory or an instrumental background or anything like that. You don't have to necessarily be a trained musician in the sense of like Jimi Hendrix or like Lil Uzi Vert. Like, you don't have, or not even Lil Uzi Vert, because like Lil Uzi Vert, like, well, yeah, no, I can call that. But you don't have to be like someone who has a background in singing or playing guitar, playing piano, or playing drums. It helps, and if you have that background, it's really, really good. And if you can develop that background later on in life, you will also have a really, really good place to kind of advance your skills later on in life as a musician. But what you need more importantly, in my opinion, is a trained ear. And there's a few ways that you can kind of train your ear as a non-musician or as a new musician, someone who doesn't necessarily come to music from a background of performance. What I'm going to comment on with this are 2 kind of methods of thinking about listening, so that you can always know where you want to go, because your ears will be guiding you. And yeah, thank you for that comment right here. A trained ear is above everything. That's what I always say as well. Absolutely, Liquid. Like, being able to hear things using these 2 techniques that I'm about to talk about. One is called active listening. The other is called spatial listening. And they both force you to confront the musical experience in a way that most people are not used to. Most people think about music and listening to music as almost like a secondary activity. A lot of people tend to listen to music while they're reading a book, while they're working on homework, while they're driving in the car, while they're talking with friends. Music is sort of like this bed because it creates stimulation, and it's something that we can hold on to. It's good when we're dancing. It's usually something that we have as a what I would call a spectatorial experience. Sometimes a participatory experience, which is where we are viewing it without actually being a part of it, or whether we are taking some sort of active role in the music making process. Whether that be through making the music or through something like dancing or writing, like, or doing something that's connected with the music physically. But beyond that, you can use this technique or these techniques to sort of take your whole body, in a sense, and invest it into the music. Active listening is about disregarding other stimulus when it comes to the music that you are absorbing. So if you're listening to a song, don't follow any urges to be like looking at Twitter or checking your phone or typing with friends on like Discord or Skype or cooking food or doing anything. Like, find a way to sit down in a chair and just listen to the music. Do as much focus as you can on only listening to what the music is doing. And a good way to help with that is to actually close your eyes, because when we close our eyes, we are depriving ourselves of stimulatory information and for things that will cause our brain to go, what is that? And it forces our ears to become kind of the primary aspect of absorbing our surroundings. So closing your eyes and just sort of like sitting like in a chair or on the floor or on your bed, and just sort of like allowing the music to be the only thing in your world for however long the song lasts is the first step towards this journey of analytical listening. This other process, which I call spatial listening, that's not an official name. Don't take it as like a real thing. This is just the way that I conceptualize it. And it takes this idea of active listening and puts the rest of your body into it. So I'm going to give a little bit of an exercise. This is something I do frequently, not as often lately as I normally do, but I want to start picking it up back again. And this is an exercise where you pick two songs. One is a song that you liked a ton when you were younger. For example, I'm 30. So anything from like the time I was like under the age of 18, anytime I was under the age of 20, all of that music in my life, if I had a really deep personal attachment to that song, if there's something about that song that stuck with me over the years and it's still one of my favorite songs, that's a great old song to do this exercise with. And then if there's a song in the past 2 or 3 years that has really started to catch your ear, that has really started to spark the same sort of feeling in you, even if it's not as strong, even if it's in a different way, that's a good example of a new song that you can do this exercise with. So you're getting something that's really, really old comparatively to like something that's released in the past year, 2 or 3 years. And then something really current that you really love. Two songs that are really good in your estimation. And then you're going to do a kind of a 3-step process. First, you're going to listen to the old song. No, I'll thank you for that. I'm actually gonna get to there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. I appreciate your heads up, but we'll get there. We'll get there. But if we look at like this old song, the first step would be to like sit there, close your eyes, and then just put on the old song. Use your best listening environment. If you have a really good speaker setup that's really hi-fi, if you have really good headphones, if you have a really banging car speaker system, excuse me, if you don't have any of these environments, maybe find a friend who has one of these, but see if you can get an environment that is the most conducive to listening to the song in its best possible form. For example, I have these headphones right here. I love these headphones. I know and trust these headphones. They're kind of expensive, but I've been using them forever. So these would be kind of the first round that I would, or the first thing that I would use for this experience. And I would be putting this on. I would sit in my chair. I would make sure that I'm not like near anything that I can knock over. And then I would close my eyes and listen to the old song. While I'm listening to that track, I would be listening for where different sounds are placed in the physical space around me. So if you're wearing headphones, it might feel like centered is kind of like right here between your head, like kind of like right here. And then things will sort of like feel kind of like floating around your head. And then if you have speakers, it'll sort of feel like you have stuff in front of you and to the left and right. But either way, the analogy can work. So you're going to kind of reach out and try and grab where these sounds are existing, again, with your eyes closed, while you're listening to this old song that you really, really love, something from your childhood that really stuck with you. And, you know, sometimes things are going to be very specifically placed, like maybe the hi-hat's right there, maybe there's a crash cymbal right up here, maybe the vocalist is right here in front of us, maybe the toms kind of like one's right here, one's right here, one's right here. And some things might have ranges that they exist in. Like maybe there's a piano from over here and it's only in this range. Maybe there is a synthesizer that goes from here to here and it's sort of sweeping back and forth. All of these things are going to start to pop out at you because your eyes are closed. So your brain is working overtime to try and connect all of these ideas into a physical space. So listen to the song start to finish. Make sure you're listening very intently. You're trying to listen into the track, but not get caught up in all the stuff that you remember from that chat. From that song. Sorry, I'm seeing some messages on the Twitch chat. I'm going to answer some of these questions as soon as I finish up with this little thing on spatial listening. So I'll get to the chat in just a second. Once you've listened to the whole song, think about all the stuff you've noticed that you might not have noticed when you listened to this track before. And there's a good chance just from sitting there, closing your eyes and trying to find where in the space all the sounds are, you're going to notice things in the track that even if you've listened to this track 100 times, there's one thing that like, oh my God, I never heard that before. It sounds like he starts to go into a huge cavern just for this one word. And it just shows up like, woof. And maybe you didn't notice that when you were just listening to the song passively. The next step is going to be to listen to the new song and do the same exact process. Get your best listening environment, sit down, close your eyes, and feel around for where all the sounds are in the space. And contemporary music will feel very differently in the same sort of like spatial sense, but you'll notice a lot of commonalities. And you can start to create some sort of comparisons between the older song and the newer song in your head. I was just, this older song, you had a lot of things that were like in just one space and everything was like very panned. Everything was very moved around in the stereo field, in this imaginary space that we're creating in our heads when we're closing our eyes and listening to these songs. But maybe modern music has a bit more motion to it. Maybe things move left and right. Maybe things go up and down. Maybe you feel like things are pushing back and then moving closer to you. And these will all start to kind of develop ideas in your head about what you like. And then I want you to listen to both songs each time, or both songs 3 times in a row. Old song once, new song once. Old song second time, new song second time. Old song third time, new song third time. And this is why I'm saying make sure these are songs that you really, really, really like. Because if it's a song that you're just trying to learn, listening to it 4 times in a row is going to be really, really boring, and you probably are going to get annoyed with a song. So if it's something you really love, you'll just be finding more and more details that you can pick apart and compare and contrast between these 2 songs, this old and this new. And you can actually kind of write down things that you notice, like get a piece of paper or get a notepad and try and like write down what they both have in common, what they both have different from each other. Things that you liked that they have, things that you didn't like that they had, things that you wished they had that you now notice are not there. Just get yourself a nice kind of generic list of just things that you can say. As you get better at music and you do this more often, you'll have more things to say, obviously. But just focus on getting this into your head of, I want to listen to a song intently so that I can figure out where in the stereo field it is placed, or I can figure out where the song exists, what the atmosphere is, what the landscape is for this song. Are the players on a stage? Are they in a huge stadium? Are they floating out in space? Are they in the Grand Canyon? Where is this song existing? And how does the song separate out when I listen to all the individual parts? This exercise will really help develop that skill. But before we move on to what the last thing I think you need for music is, I'm going to answer some of these questions real quick. So the update in Discord, post the feedback. I know that's not sure we got the time. Yeah, Zen, I'm going to try, hopefully, depending upon how long this takes, to do a couple tunes of feedback. But I'm not going to guarantee it. But anyone who submits today will get put in the queue for tomorrow, so don't worry about that. Yeah, the Audio-Technica M40Xs are great. I really like the M40Xs. I have them. I have no idea where I put them. I might have lost them, but I know they're somewhere. I used to have them. I just need to, I think actually, no, they're right there. Pardon me. I know where they are now. They're with my old speaker stand, or my old mic stand. But yeah, the Audio-Technica ATH M50Xs, these are really affordable. The M40Xs are also really good. So I would definitely check that out if you don't want to spend a lot of money on headphones. No worries, Nori. I hope you feel better. Make sure you're not near anything you can knock over. Yeah, I mentioned that. HD650s, yeah, I love open ear headphones, and like the difference between open ear and closed ear is as you can see, on these headphones, there's like this solid, firm kind of like plating, and this is what most headphones are like because they're isolating sound. These, if you notice, there's a bunch of mesh here instead of a solid plate. And what this means is these speaker cones inside the headphones can also let air out, and this creates a different sensation when you're listening to music that I personally prefer. But clearly, there's a lot of benefits to using the closed ear ones. How's it going, Joey? Let's see, M20Xs. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Nori. How's it going, Raymond Batista? What's going on? I'm doing great. We're just doing a 0 to 100 stream, teaching people how to make music from scratch. Okay, so what you need to make music, a DAW, a trained ear, which we went over, and the last one is the most important thing, in my opinion. Have a love for music and enough patience to keep that love going, even when making music starts to feel like a chore. Oh, this water bottle right here, the Sip by Swell, totally. But one thing that I have learned about making music, especially if you want to make music as a career, as your job, there's a lot of times when you cannot abide by passion. You cannot abide by inspiration. These things will become crutches. They will become plagues on your ability to write music. So being able to remember that at the end of it, I love making music. I love doing this. And even if I don't have a career at it, I would want to do this, is a really important skill to develop, because you want to have the persistence and the patience to push through stuff that's really, really fucking boring. So it's something to be aware of. But let's actually move on to now what you don't need to make music. What you don't need is a musical keyboard, something like this. This is nice, I like this, but it's not necessary. I can make everything using my computer mouse and my computer keyboard. I do not need this piano keyboard. You do not need a microphone. A microphone is really, really cool because a microphone allows you to start moving into creating your own sounds and using your environment as a source of inspiration. And in certain DAWs, you can use your computer keyboard as a musical keyboard. And we'll go over that once I start showing stuff within DAWs. But again, you don't need a microphone. You can make it all inside the computer. You don't need what's called an audio interface or an external audio card. They're incredibly helpful because they have what are called digital to analog converters or analog to digital converters, which takes the ones and zeros in your computer, converts them to electrical impulses that are then sent out to speakers or headphones. And then analog to digital is the other way around, where it's taking information from like this microphone, converting that electrical signal into ones and zeros, and then putting it into my computer. Audio interfaces are designed to have better converters in that way than your onboard sound card. But again, you do not need it. It's not necessary. It's just helpful. And to that end, you don't need good headphones like this. You don't need good speakers. As long as you have something to listen on and you have the ability to do reference, which we'll get into later, you have most of what you need to get like 75% of the way there. And then just investing some money in like a decent pair of headphones is like the easiest next step, because a good pair of headphones like these M50Xs, these can just plug into my computer's headphone port. And then I can just use these, and I'm already one step above having to use dingy laptop speakers or like, $20 computer speakers that put out no sound. But again, you don't need them. You don't need expensive third-party software. You might be familiar with people talking about programs such as Isotope, or talking about Serum or Sylenth or Omnisphere, these things from companies such as Native Instruments or FabFilter. I use a fair bit of these products myself, but they are not necessary. As far as I'm aware, almost every single DAW on the market is capable of making professional quality music without any external plugins, without any external programs. You can just use what's built in, what's called stock for that program. And most importantly, you don't need a background or education in music. You do not need to have a formalized education in engineering, in music theory, in music performance, in songwriting, in any of that stuff. It's not necessary. It helps, I, for example, went to school to get a degree in film composing and scoring and composition, but I didn't need that. I used that as a resource to learn things that would have otherwise taken more time. But at the end of it, what it mostly has done is given me the ability to teach the information concisely, which is why I do streams like this. But again, you don't need all that stuff. As long as you have a digital audio workstation, your ears, and your love of music, you're good to go. So let's move on to, again, what is a DAW? What is a digital audio workstation? This is a program that you run on your computer, on your laptop, on your iPad or your tablet, on your phone, and they allow you to record and program sounds in an order from start to finish to create a song, essentially. Oh, for sure. FL's latest update has a beta of a new VST called Flex, like a Nexus Omnisphere, like a Rompler, which we'll get into. For anyone who doesn't know what a Rompler is, let's not get into that. But again, these programs right here, Nexus Omnisphere, again, these are third-party programs that they're nice, but you don't need them. So I would say there's 3 tiers of DAWs, and that's mostly based on their cost, not necessarily their functionality. Free DAWs are programs like Audacity, LMMS, programs like GarageBand or Ohm Studio. And I'm actually going to pop over finally to our desktop so we can kind of look at where you can find these programs. So first, as I said, we have Audacity. And this is kind of Babby's first audio editing program. I remember using Audacity like 8 or 9 years ago to try and do audio work and stuff before I even got into music production. It's actually really good. It's a really, really well-featured program. It's free. It's open source. It's not that great for electronic music production, but it does a really good job for like podcasting and for audio recording and for a lot of other purposes. I find this to be really, really useful. I actually really like Audacity. The other program I mentioned was called LMMS. This is something I just got turned on to. This is again, an open source free DAW. This is similar to one of the more professional DAWs called FL Studio. I installed it a little bit ago, and it looks kind of like this, where it has a lot of different sections. It has this, this stuff, which is called kind of like your playlist. You have sort of like a pattern editor. You have an effect mixer, and anyone who has ever seen or used the program Fruity Loops or FL Studio might recognize this interface. It looks very much like a simplified FL Studio, but we'll get to what FL is later. But this is free. So if you have no experience with making music and you don't want to invest any money to start, LMMS is a really good starting point. Open source means that their code is open and you can look at what everything does, kind of. Yeah. Open source refers to the source code. And so you can literally take the source code for LMMS and build your own derivative DAW off of that if you really wanted to, or edit it to create your own variation on LMMS. The other ones I looked at were Ohm Studio, which is from this company that creates some really good plugins that I've always thought about getting. Again, this is, I believe, cheap or free. I think it's free to use. Free to use, $40 to like record and get extra plugins, and then $100 to get like the full version. Oops, sorry about that. But again, you don't need to pay for it. But again, if you're looking for something you can upgrade to, this is probably a decent starting point. And then, of course, there's GarageBand on Mac, which is free for anyone who owns a Macintosh computer. And this is surprisingly very well put together. I've always been impressed with how GarageBand seems to work. And I've heard some really good things come out of it. You can't do too much, but it's a good starting point. I don't know if it'll be able to do everything that I talk about today. Oh, no, never mind. Looks like you can. You can do stuff like equalize and stuff. So looks like you can do everything I'm going to talk about. So I take that back. And then even if you are not super interested in that, there's also this thing called Amp Studio, which is an online browser-based DAW. So if you don't even want to pay for it or download something, you can actually just go to this website and try it out. It's going to be very skeletal. It's not going to have nearly as much features as the other DAWs. This will be the most limited because they expect you to pay for a premium subscription. But again, if you don't want to install stuff, if you don't want to necessarily go in on like trying one of these new programs, you can play around in something like Amp Studio and do it in your browser. So let's see, come back here. Okay, so then we got, well, Amp Studio, I guess it would be the first and what I have in my cheap one. So if we go back here, let's look at some cheaper ones. Like you just have Amp Studio, which I just showed you. You have this thing called Reaper, which is a very, very cheap DAW. It's only $16 for a discounted license. And if you're just getting started, this is a great free one. It's very, very, it's kind of like if Microsoft Excel was made into a DAW. So if you don't mind a lot of menus, if you don't mind something that feels very clinical, doesn't feel much like a music making program, but still works perfectly fine as one. This is a totally valid professional quality DAW. There's nothing wrong with this. And you can use this, and you can also download it and try it out for free. So it's worth looking at. And then there are light versions or introductory level versions of these pro level DAWs that I'm about to go into, at least for some of them. So a pro DAW is basically what I'm calling something that costs a fair bit of money to use, but generally you get your money's worth. The one that I use is called Ableton Live. It's by this company, Ableton. And Ableton Live is this thing right here. It's a very full-featured DAW. It can do everything that I spoke about and more. It has a really full-featured library of effects. It has a lot of sounds to start off with, a lot of presets. It has a very unique approach to writing music where you have not only that linear way of producing that I showed you here, where if I look at the studio here, we can kind of look at this as like, this is the start of the song, and then this is later on in time in the song. In Ableton, they have a way to arrange that in sort of a vertical, non-linear fashion, where you can kind of jump back and forth between different sections and sort of create a more improvisational song structure. But I don't want to get too deep into this because this isn't common amongst most DAWs, and this is also very common for live performance. So if you're interested in taking a song and making it work as a live show, this is a good thing to look into. But live is fairly expensive. It costs about $750 for the full completed purchase, the full completed version, the suite version of Ableton Live. But there are upgrade paths available. They often do discounts and sales. So you can often find it for lower than that. And if you have if you go to school for music, they do have educational discounts as well. So even if not, they also have like the standard edition, which is affordable, reasonable, still has plenty of good stuff. You're missing certain features, but you can still make plenty of sounds with it. And then there's also this $100 intro version, which is a great way to start if you want to upgrade later. But you don't know if you can drop that much money, because this will also keep you from getting too overwhelmed with stuff, because this has sort of some intrinsic issues, some limitations, which tends to be a good thing. Let's see. If you're in college, you can get a student discount. Absolutely. Upgrade to Live 10. Totally. I'm not going to say that, Joey. All DAWs are good. It still urges me that other programs have free upgrades and Ableton doesn't. Yeah, I get that. That's usually a problem. I have a problem with that too. But I like Ableton. That's the one that's been best for me. There's also other ones, like there's Logic Pro, which is the Apple one. I like Logic Pro. I use this a lot for my film composing stuff. This is also nice if you start off with GarageBand and you find yourself really liking the way GarageBand works. Upgrading to Logic Pro allows you to use the same exact workflow in a much more in-depth way and in a much more creative way. And it has a lot of additional features that makes the songwriting process a bit easier. But, if you are thinking about, again, if you're thinking about which DAW to choose, focus on the free ones and then see which ones you could upgrade to. But if you are a Mac user, I definitely am not going to say you should avoid this. This is a really good one. There's also FL Studio. If I go to ImageLine, and this has a bunch of different versions that you can also buy. This is the one that, like, if you want to make trap beats, this is often the most commonly found one for that. There's these different versions, like that. These are the ones that most people are going to want to get for pro level support. And then Producer Edition and Fruity Edition are decent starting points, again, if you want something cheaper. But FL Studio is huge. FL Studio can do everything and more. And depending upon who you are, that can be either a benefit or a drawback. For me, at least, FL Studio is a bit overwhelming. Where everything is placed, it makes me feel like there's too much going on, which is one of the reasons why I find myself drawn to, drawn to FL Studio, or no, not drawn to FL Studio, drawn to Ableton Live over FL Studio. But even if you don't use one of those three, there's other options. There's this DAW called Cubase, which is very, very popular, extremely popular among composers and audio engineers. Cubase is amazing. It's a really good product, but I do not believe they have light versions. I believe they just have the full version of Cubase. And I believe it costs, they have smaller ones, it looks like. But like Cubase Pro is probably going to be like about 400 version. Yeah. Oh, never mind. About 280. Not too bad. Cubase is often when I see a lot of people using that, they're really good. Reason by Propellerhead is another very commonly found DAW. A lot of people like Reason. This one is going to be probably the most intimidating if you have never made music before, because it thinks about things kind of like old school audio engineering, where if you imagine like those old music studios where they have all these things on the wall and they're like all these cables being routed everywhere, that is exactly how Reason functions. And like as you can see, it has a lot of stuff going on, and then it's it's $400 for for the DAW, but it's worth it. I think it's a good DAW. It has a lot of really good instruments and it has a lot of good functionality. So I would say if you're interested in like an analog feeling workflow, maybe check out Reason. There's also Bitwig, which is a new upcoming professional quality DAW. They just released the beta for their 3rd edition of their program. This was made by the same people, or some of the same people who made Ableton Live. So it has a lot of similar functionality, but it goes in a new direction in a lot of ways that a lot of people like. It costs decently priced. It's about $400. But if you're looking for something that's a bit newer, something that has a bit more modern of an aesthetic, maybe check Bitwig out. And then the last one I want to talk about is one of the things that looks like Joey just mentioned, which is Pro Tools from Avid. I use this for all of my post-production sound audio engineering work. If I'm working on films, if I'm working on animations, if I'm doing dialogue recording, if I'm doing Foley or sound effects, I use Pro Tools. Pro Tools is the industry standard for recording studios. Pro Tools is the industry standard for, again, film audio post-production. And it's now available. It's only available on kind of like a subscription plan. And there's also, I forgot, there's also a free version of Pro Tools. There's also a thing called Pro Tools First. I forgot about that, which just came out. So if you want to get started with using Pro Tools and you don't want to spend money, you actually can get a free version of Pro Tools to use, and then you can upgrade to either the regular version of Pro Tools Ultimate, which is what I use. I think I just use normal Pro Tools. Never mind, I haven't upgraded to Ultimate yet, but I might. I think I just use the normal one. And they also have student discounts. But this is a really great DAW. I definitely recommend this if you're looking to get into post-production sound in some way. I did talk about Logic. Logic was one of the earlier. Logic was like the second or third one I talked about Zen. But there is also, thank you for reminding me about this one, Studio One, which is a cheap, not like cheap in quality, but it's a bit more affordable, I believe, than other DAWs. Like if I go buy now. Oh, never mind. So it looks like you have a basic version for free, introduction one for 100, then full version for 400. So this is another good DAW. There's a whole bunch of different options. I think that's my point. Is you have a whole bunch of options. So I would look for things you can test for free, things that have demos, and then research the other ones and see which ones you might want to try. Because for your first year, the DAW doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what matters is what will make you write music the best and the fastest. For me, that seems to be Ableton, but for other people, it'll be something else. So clearly the cost can vary wildly. The features can vary not so wildly, but somewhat. And then the interfaces can sort of vary quite a bit, but generally have the same functionality. So let's go check in on these questions a little bit. Sorry about that. Some DAWs do things, making you track music and do live recordings. There's one the best one, absolutely. Along with video, have you got to work? Yes. It depends on the video. And since I updated to 10.1, I've noticed that I generally only get crashes with weird file types, but .movs and .mp4s for me tend to work consistently inside of Ableton Live. But Ableton's video processing is really buggy. That's why I tend to use Logic for my videos, or for my video composing. Let's see, Logic always the pictures. You can, I know, but you can also change those sounds or change those pictures. by FL. You get lifetime updates, totally. Wait, the highest version is in 280. There you go. Draw cables, approach second best DAW. I mean, I love Pro Tools. This is kind of what I tend to do, but it's not always a thing. Let's see, blanked out. The descriptions now. Yes, monthly subscriptions for Pro Tools. Definitely. 24 a month, I believe. Logic Studio is pretty much the same looking when it comes to UI. Might be easy transition between. That's true. Yeah, if you were looking for something that has a bit of a different workflow in Logic, maybe Studio won't be thing. Do they support MP4 in previous versions? I think so, but I think MP4 was really buggy, extra buggy in the previous versions. Okay. So let's say you figured out your DAW. You're like, okay, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to pay any money right now. So I'm going to use that LMMS thing that Musar showed because I thought that looked kind of cool. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open up LMS and we're going to take a look at it, kind of the blank DAW. First thing we're going to do is we're going to click this help button. We're going to go to online help and we're going to look for the manual. Now we're going to go through tutorials and manual items. I would suggest going through all of these. And I would suggest going through all of these. And I'm not saying you need to read them intently. I'm saying skim over them. I'm saying look at what these, like, so how do these work? Okay, so these are all the things I can do. There's an edit menu. There's a tools menu. Okay, cool. Let's see what's in the song editor. Okay, so there's all these things. And if there's something that seems confusing to you, like Beats baseline track, what's that? So let me go look at this and let me read this more closely. But this is just giving you a familiarity with how your workstation functions, how your workstation works. You will often find, like, that's the thing I like about this is there's often a lot of details in terms of what I am going to talk about today. All of these different steps on how to use the different aspects of their DAW. So it's something to consider. Like, and I've noticed that almost every DAW has some form of, like, do this, then do this, then do this. This is what this does. If you do this, then you also have this. And it'll sort of teach you a lot of the things that you might learn in audio engineering school or in songwriting classes just from reading the manual. So, like, just click around, find stuff. Like, be like, well, what does this all do? What does this all do? Okay, cool. This is all interesting. Oh, this shows all the different drum beats. This shows different drum patterns and stuff. Oh, this is really cool. That's actually really kind of neat. Thank you, Kiefer Green. Thank you so much. Let's see. Something to consider when buying a DAW is what comes with the box. Stock plugins and VST. From my experience, FL is pretty hard to compete with stock for their stock VSTs. That's true, but you got to pay $900 for all of them. But you know, I agree with what you're saying, Zen. But yeah, like clicking around the manual, seeing all the stuff that you can find, like just trying to read it cover to cover just by kind of skimming through it. And then you know that if you're getting stuck, you'll at least have it in your mind, well, oh, I know that there's something in here that I might be able to find for answering a question that I have later on. So familiarizing yourself with the manual is, in my opinion, essential. And then what I want you to do is touch every single thing in your DAW once. Like, what happens if I click this? Oh, that's a new project. What does this one do? Oh, this is something interesting. So what is this? New project from a template. What is acoustic drum set? Oh, hold on. What happens if we do this? Hey, there we go. We're making music. And we didn't even have to choose anything. We did it for us. Or it did it for us. That's really cool. Let's see what this button does. This opens from our library. This saves the project. This exports. This is what's this. I don't know what's this is, but it looks like it's, oh, there we go. So you click it and you click on something and it gives you information. So this actually teaches you about your DAW if it works on certain things. Like it doesn't seem to work on everything, but you know, there's always some sort of help feature. This opens and closes the song editor. This opens and closes the beat and bassline editor. Oh, this opens and closes the piano roll. Opens and closes automation pattern editor. The mixer. A project notes. Oh, cool. And this already gives you stuff based on the template. This is a basic acoustic drum set which you can use for creating non-techno music. Cool. I can write in here and I can have words pop up. So I can use this to keep track of information in my session. So, like, you have all of these different things that you can mess with in this controller rack thing. So, like, what happens if I click this? Ooh! A bunch of plugins. Look at all this stuff that it comes with when you start. That's really cool. What is this one? Oh, these are projects. So these are like demo projects which you can open and examine and learn from. We have samples. Ooh. Okay, those don't really work. Oh, cool. So this has sounds that we can use to start our projects with. That's really cool. It has presets. Ooh, that's cool. Bunch of different sound effects, synth sounds. What is this? This is my home. So this looks like this is my computer directory. So it can show like a bunch of different files and stuff that I have. And this is volume. So this is like my hard drive, my sample library if I wanted to add in any of my own samples. Put this up. Ooh. So there's all my samples that I have. So there's a lot of things you can do in here. Like let's click all these buttons, see what these do. Oh, that adds new things. This adds new audio, automation track. Cool, cool. So this does a whole bunch of cool stuff. And I can find myself like getting a little bit lost in here, but the more you mess with it, the more you'll start to get familiar with what's going on. And then every time, like go through these menu options, see like, well, what does the plugin browser do? Oh, cool. This has all the different plugins. What is here? Edit and redo, all these options. Cool, cool. And then if you see a hotkey, Command N is new project. So what happens if I do Command key and N key? Oh, that starts a new song. Let's do Command O, open project. So every time you see a hotkey, see if you can learn to press the hotkey on your computer keyboard rather than right-clicking or using your mouse, because the more you end up using your computer keyboard, the faster you end up working. So keep an eye out for all of these different commands, like Command Z and Command Y, Command N, Command S, Command Shift S, and I'm sure in the manual there is actually a whole thing on like key mappings. So this shows you all the different things. Like F6 shows you the beat and bassline editor. F11 shows you controller rack. Control E exports the project as an audio file. So there's all these different hotkeys that you can use so that you don't have to drag around with your mouse. And yeah, so what I would recommend next after you've gone through all of that is to start like playing around with adding random things. Like what if I added in some sort of like sound here? Like maybe let's add like a automation clip or something. I don't know how to do it in this DAW. So I'm actually gonna switch over to Ableton because I think this shows you sort of the basics of kind of getting started in this DAW. But what you would want to do is then I would want you to start looking for samples, sounds that they have. Like maybe they have like this sound, which is a bit heavy. How's it going, Nemin? How you doing? So we have this sound. What happens if we put random things? Let's see what happens if we put this on here. Oh, move it around. Oh, okay. What happens if we put this on here? Ooh. Okay. Okay. And then just sort of go through all of these different things. See what happens when you mess with these parameters. See how it changes the sound. And do that for a bunch of different types of sounds. Search for like drum loops. And be like, well, what happens if we put different effects on these? Oh, that's cool. What happens if I put this on here? Oh, cool. You can find a lot of weird things. You can do stuff to vocals and just try and, like, let's see what I have here. Like, just try and see how different effects sound on different things and try and use every single thing at least once. Try and see what every single thing sounds like on every single type of sound. And don't try and make a song the first time you open your DAW. Nemin, what I'm doing is this is a 0 to 100 stream where I'm kind of going from no knowledge of making music at all the way to finishing your first song, writing it, producing it, mixing it, and mastering it, doing that whole process. That's what we're doing today. So, like, if you go in to your first time working with the DAW with the intention of, I'm going to write a song, you're going to fail. You're never going to be able to make it. And maybe you will, but most people, I'd say 90% of people are not going to be able to do that. So what's better is to just see if you can start to make things, see if you can start to make individual things, and see if you can start to like search through samples and see if you can process them and just get familiar with the software. I think that actually is about it as far as like the initial steps. Like spend a couple of days messing with the sounds, messing with the DAW, reading the manual, asking yourself questions, and trying to compare what you're messing with what you've heard in other songs. So now we're going to go on to how a song is made. I'm going to pop into chat real quick to see if I missed any questions. No, I think we're good. So let's pop back here for a second. And we'll talk a little bit about all the different steps for how a song gets made. I personally look at a song in, it looks like we got 5 different steps. So the first step is the songwriting phase. That's where, you know, I sit down at the keyboard and I play around with stuff, and I'm like, I'm deciding what notes are being played and when they're being played. I'm deciding the chords, I'm deciding the bass line, I'm sort of writing any lyrics. I'm creating the music for the song, if that makes sense. Then there is the arranging process where I take all of these notes that I just wrote and I give them to all the different players in my song, whether it's different synthesizers, whether it's different musicians in a band, whether it's a whole orchestra. I am arranging the order of the notes and putting these notes and these rhythms into some sort of structured, formalized order so that people can recognize it as a song, as something that has a story or has a start, a middle, and an end. And from there, we get into the production process, which involves 2 things. It involves production and it involves sound design. Production is where you record all of the instruments, you record additional versions of these instruments, you add effects to these instruments, You sort of design your own sounds. You add all these little details to the song that take it from something that's just a bunch of chords and a bunch of notes on top of the chords into something that most people would listen to and go, oh, that's a song. I know what that is. From there, once the song is produced, once you've designed all the sounds and you've produced the record, it would go to a mixing session where an audio engineer, would take all of those sounds that the producer put together and shaves them all down so that they mix together. That's why it's called a mix. And it sounds essentially like one cohesive product, rather than a bunch of different sounds fighting for attention. They mix into one. And from there, it's taken to a mastering engineer whose job is to take that final product and tries to make it sound as consistent and as good as possible across as many different listening environments as possible. So that no matter who is listening to that track, no matter where they're listening to it, it sounds as good as it possibly can on those environments, across as many environments as they possibly can manage to compare it to. So those are a bunch of different roles that combine to take, Taylor Swift and take her playing on a guitar, singing a melody, and producing that into a full song with a full band and a whole bunch of effects. And it sounds like something that's worth playing on the radio. So in that way, when you are doing it all yourself, you have sort of two ways of working. One is where you wear all of those different hats at the same exact time. You just have one mega hat. And so while you're working, you are writing the song, you're arranging the song, you're producing the song, you're designing the sounds, you're mixing the sounds, and then you're mastering the song. You're doing all of this stuff kind of at the same time as you go, making sure that it all sounds good together. And it saves you a lot of time kind of in the end, but it also is incredibly difficult. It's incredibly tedious and time consuming in the moment. And it can be very draining because of that, because instead of getting the idea out when you're feeling it, you're spending a lot of time working the idea to get it to sound good and instead to get it to sound correct for the final mix. And that can be difficult, especially if you're just getting started with music production. If you are not as engaged with that idea, you can think about it as you're wearing one hat, and then when you're done with that hat, you take it off and you put on another hat. Take that off, you put on another hat. So first, you write the music. Then once you're done writing the music, you go back, you arrange the music. Then you produce the music, you get all the sound design working. Take that hat off, you put on the mixing hat, you do the mix down, take the mixing hat off, put the mastering hat on, and then you do the mastering. And this is easier. It is less mentally draining, but it is also more time consuming in the time once you've gotten past all of the energy that makes you inspired to write the track. So it is arguably more difficult to perfect and more difficult to finish compared with doing stuff while you're working. However, it is a lot more accessible. Most people, I would recommend taking this many hats approach at first. And then as you get more comfortable with music production, you can start combining steps together. You can kind of get the production, you can kind of get the songwriting and the arranging and the production for different sections kind of done as they go. And you'll know where things are supposed to sound. And then when it comes down to do the final mix and the master, you've gotten everything pretty much where it should be. And you can only focus on making it perfect rather than trying to make it good and then going back and making it perfect. So those are two, again, ways of thinking about it. Yeah, I personally couldn't do that. I always need the basic mix along the way. Otherwise, I think it sounds like hot trash. Totally. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I tend to personally do a little bit of both. I tend to work as I go while I am writing the song. And then afterwards, I'll actually do another session where I'm doing some of the last minute processes, like the mix down and the mastering, a second time, just to see if I can compare them. But I'll get more into that once we get down to mastering, which is like probably like 3 hours away from now. So we got a ways to go. We've only just crossed past the first page. We have officially finished the first page of this lesson. We can move on. So now let's talk about things that you might need to know before you start writing your first song. So let's say you've gotten used to working inside your DAW, you've gotten used to messing with sounds, you've gotten kind of comfortable touching everything and clicking everything and using hotkeys, and you can kind of work around your DAW and you don't feel like you're struggling, or at least you don't feel like you're lost. What I'm going to suggest you do is this thing called Step 1. And Step 1 is a command I have in my chat. I'm going to pop over here, and if I do Step 1 or Step 1, either one of these ways of doing it, I'm just going to do it with all letters. This is going to link us to a YouTube video. And we're going to watch this YouTube video really quickly. It's not by me, but I'm going to do my own version of this later. And we're not even going to have to listen to this because I'm going to talk over this because it's really short. So what you're going to do is you're going to take one of those songs that you really, really liked. Like, you know, those songs that I talked about in the very beginning with this analytical listening exercise where you listen to your old favorite song and your new favorite song. You're going to do this for both of them. You're going to figure out what the tempo is of that song. And if you don't know what tempo is, I'm going to explain it more later. But for now, you can just search song name BPM. And like, let's say I am analyzing Clarity by Zed, one of my favorite songs. Why are you my clarity? Bum, 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 bum. I can't sing it or play it, but you know, it's a good song. So let's look for Zed Clarity BPM. So song BPM is Zed Clarity, 128 BPM. So if I go and I pull in Clarity, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go in, create a new set. This will be like a blank DAW session. I'll go in, I'll look for Zed Clarity because I have it on my computer still. I thought I had it, but we'll just use this for now. I guess not. Well, let's see. Let me look for another song then. So we'll find a song real quick, and I'll show you how this works. I thought I had Clarity, but I guess I didn't. Let's do Blow How You Love Me. Sure. So let's say this is the song that we're going to mix, or song we're going to analyze, song we're going to do for step 1. What we're going to do is we're going to make sure that this starts right on the downbeat. We're going to set our BPM. I believe this is going to be 128 as well. Let's do Blow How You Love Me BPM. So this song is also 128. So if I set this session BPM, this one up here, which hopefully you know where it is on your DAW, you can see that this perfectly matches pretty much. Like this stops right there. And if we turn on this metronome, it feels very much in time. What you're going to do next is you're going to take the song and put in markers. If your DAW has the ability to put in what are called arrangement markers or session markers or locators, you can start to structure out where the different parts of the song are. And you can use kind of arbitrary names for this. I'm going to get more into song form and song names later, but you'll see that like kind of like every 8 bars or every 16 bars, there is some big change of stuff. And it sort of happens, sometimes it happens every 4 bars, but you'll notice this consistency where it's like 4, 8, 2, and these are all doubled. So this would be 8, this would be 16, this would be 4, this would be 8. And you can start adding in all these different things. Like this would be probably like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is probably where the build is. And then this is probably the drop at 8. So 16 and 8. And you can do this throughout the whole song to mark off what the structure is. And this will give you an idea of what we're going to go into later with song form. And you can actually use these later on for your own projects. But then the next step is what they're talking about here, where you're going to listen to the track. You're going to add in what's called an empty MIDI clip or an empty pattern clip if you're using a DAW that uses patterns rather than audio or MIDI files. And then you would label that something like kick. You would maybe have one like bass. You would have one that's called like, sorry about that, vocals. And then you would go in, and every time you saw or heard a kick, you would go in, you would add in a blank clip. You can see that there's no information in here. This is empty. All this is doing is this is marking off where the sounds happen. Excuse me. So you would just do this every time you saw a kick drum. So we go all the way to here and then stop because there's no more kick. And then you would have this go until the kicks come back in. And then you would go in and you would add the kicks. And then once you add in the kicks throughout the whole song, you would go down and be like, well, what's the next sound I hear? I hear some sort of noisy thing. So that thing's probably going to be right on top. And then it'll probably sound the same, but there's probably going to be a point where it diverges. Like here, you hear there's not this same sort of noisy thing that we have at the start. And we can use that and start to structure out how things move throughout the song. And like we can see these differentiations between, well, these things are connected. These things happen at the same exact time, but now this thing drops away. Maybe you notice the vocals. Maybe you notice when the synthesizers start to come in. And you will probably not notice everything, but you want to try and get as far as you can. You want to try and get as many sounds mapped out in this way as possible, because this goes back to the analytical listening that I mentioned before, where what you're doing is you're listening intently into the song and separating it out into all the different component parts. And that way, when you play back the final song, it looks as if the song is playing back in your DAW, but there's not actually anything there. So this gives you sort of this huge backlog, the more you do it, of reference material, songs that you know, songs that you can decide, well, this sounds good. This maybe doesn't sound as good as I want, so maybe I wouldn't want to use it later. And it'll teach you how to immediately understand what is going on in other people's music, because you'll be able to listen through the song and pick out all these different things. Let me make sure I'm on here, right? Yes. Okay. And then the last thing you get is what I would call the music analysis cheat code. So if I go here to my, I don't have it here, but if I go over here to my music projects, go here to 2019, go here to remakes, here to be remade. Let's open up this one right here, Diplodocus by Kill the Noise. And this is one of the first songs that I broke down. And I need to actually find the original. Boop. Go. Put it back in the song. And so if you notice, this looks very similar to what we just looked at. I'm actually going to close the overview too. And if I play through this, you'll notice and you can go as in depth as you want. As you can see, my kick patterns and my snare patterns are on kind of exactly where the kicks and snares are, but my basses are a bit more broad. But if you notice, it looks almost as if it's playing back in my session, isn't it? So it feels more active, and I can start to do stuff like, well, what if I want to write a session that has these same drum placements, and I just delete all this. Now I can go in, I can add in a kick sample, I can add in a snare sample. Sorry, my phone just locked. I have to be able to see the chat. I can add in all of these different loops and all these different sounds. And then I have a new structure for a song that the drums will sound similar, but they're not going to be the same exact one. And everything else underneath it is going to be brand new. Maybe I can go in and I can grab some sounds from another project. I'm going to go over here to my music projects folder, open up 2019 projects. Oop. And then go down to remakes, to be remade. And then like I can do stuff like, well, maybe I want to add the lead sounds from another project. Maybe I want to add in the basses from another project. And then the vocals from another project. And I can sort of create this hybrid of a song structure out of all these empty clips. And then I just fill them all in. I follow the structure that I have laid out up here, up at the top, and then I just have a song. Or I could even delete all of that stuff and just fill in stuff based on these arrangement markers up at the top. I even have these old templates that I had that were just sort of like, where is it? Like, let's see the structure for this tune. I open this up, it has the original song, which we don't even really need. But this, if I play through this, like you can see, this has all of the directions for how I would write a song. But it's all very vague. It's all sort of like, go back into a build, do a filter sweep down here, have a riser. Like, none of this is specific to the song that I referenced. This could be 1,000 different songs. And so I could reuse this over and over again and just create new things. I could combine this with other production templates and see how this can influence my workflow. So even if you're feeling stuck, there's always options available for you. The other thing I want to mention before you get started writing your own song is this idea of pre-made sounds versus personal sounds. Pre-made sounds would be things in here. Like, I never made these. These were all made by the Ableton team. Whoops, did Ableton just crash? Ableton just crashed. That's a first for me. But let's load that back up. That's surprising. But it is a beta, so I shouldn't be too surprised. But there's also these things called loops, which are sort of like pre-made audio kind of ideas. Ignore. I'm going to go here to sample libraries, go to packs, purchased organization or new organization, house music. And then you can see there's all these different packs that if I open this up, you can see there's things called loops, which if I play this, bring it back, take control, bring it back, take control, bring it back, take control, bring it. I didn't make that. If I go here to Cashmere Volume 2, I go to like drum loops. I didn't make these, but I can use them. And in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in doing that. And there's also like these different kind of effects. Like you can find things like risers that sort of like build up and sort of cause tension, or like this, or like this, or like this. Like these are sounds that you can find in a lot of sample packs, and they make your song sound really interesting. But I would say effect sounds like this, things that are called effects, and things that are loops. Like if you can look for a loop, like these things. They're great for starting off, but these are the things that I suggest you strive to replace first. Start with these loops when you're lost, when you're stuck, when you're feeling like you don't know what to do. But then when you feel more comfortable, see how you can go back and start to modify those and recreate those in your own way. And then using things what are called one-shots, so things that sort of sound kind of like this, or like that, like drum hits are usually one-shots, things like this, or like this. These are one-shots, they just play once. Those are totally fine to work with. Using preset sounds, totally acceptable as well. And don't be afraid to dedicate whole production sessions, whole sessions inside of your DAW to seeing how you can recreate or reverse engineer any of these sounds. Like maybe I want to see how they made this. So I'll go look at this. So we have some samples here, and we have this thing called operator. So I can go ahead, open up a new channel, add in an operator, and I can start to remake these. I can start to see what happens if I try to click on all these and see what all the different sounds are being affected by, and seeing what these different parameters do, and learning how the synthesizer works, or learning how the effect works, so that I can have the knowledge to create that myself, but different, so I can start to create my own sound. And the same thing can be true for these effects, because effects usually have a lot of presets to them. There's no shame in using these. These are great to learn. See how they all sound on different sounds in your mix. And again, like if you find something that sounds good, like let's say I like that sounds really cool. Well, let me open up a new flanger and see if I can like mess with it from a position that's not that, and try to recreate this sound. See what happens if I start to move things to get towards that, and see how that applies it. Oh, thank you, cool shirt. I'm glad you like my my Banjo-Kazooie shirt. But I would say that is almost everything that you need to know for starting your first song. But before we do that, and thank you SJ1 Jackson for that follow, thank you so much. I want to do a little bit of Music Theory 101. Because all the stuff I'm going to get into for writing your first song is going to be somewhat predicated on these ideas that you don't need to know intricately, you don't need to know all the terms, but I'm going to throw them all at you anyways, and you can learn them at your own pace. I'm going to start off by introducing you to a few websites. The first one I'm going to introduce you to is called musictheory.net. They have music theory lessons, which teach you about a lot of the stuff that I'm going to talk about today. And they're presented in kind of like these neat little back and forth kind of slideshow things that you can kind of move back and forth between, see how it changes. Some of them have notes. And all these different notes, things like ledger lines. And you can use this while you're producing to sort of brush up on terminology and see how what you already know how to do, because I guarantee you already know all of this stuff from listening to music. It's just finding out how to connect these concepts with what you know. The other good thing about musictheory.net is they have these calculators, which can be useful, but these exercises are really super useful. Note identification is amazing because being able to read on sheet music is going to help you immensely. But you don't need to do this if you're going to do electronic stuff, or if you're only going to work in the DAW. But I definitely recommend this for everyone, just for communicating with other artists, especially ones who know music. Because like this is F sharp, this is this is D flat, this is B sharp, this is F. And being able to know which notes these are as you play around is going to be really, really helpful, as are like key signatures, intervals, scales, and chord. This staff construction is also helpful. This keyboard identification is helpful if you are trying to learn piano. Fretboard is also helpful if you're trying to learn guitar playing. But what I would say the best things for you to do would be to go into this thing called interval ear training, this thing called scale ear training, and this thing called chord ear training. I'm going to get into what intervals, scales, and chords are in just a little bit, but learning how to do these, learning how to no, do, so, do, fa. This is a perfect fourth. Bum, bum. This is a tritone. Bum, bum, bum. Major third. So this is something that I've clearly practiced quite a bit. I can kind of find most of these with pretty decent accuracy. And that comes with something that, again, I'm going to teach later, this thing called solfege and movable do. But this is like essential. When I talked earlier about training your ear, this is another aspect of it. Same with doing scales, learning how to hear major scales and minor scales, learning what the difference is between a major or a minor chord is. How's it going, Kaino? What's going on? These are all really, really useful exercises. Note ear training is not as useful, but it can be in certain circumstances. Same with keyboard ear training. But I would say focus on these three the most, especially interval ear training. This is like the number one thing for like almost all musicians. If you can master your intervallic ear training, you have become able to write any melody you can think of, ever. You will now know how to do it. Just like that. It's really crazy how it starts to develop. But let's do this other website, which is by this dude called Toby Rush. He made these PDFs, Music Theory for Musicians and Normal People. This will tell you every single thing I'm about to talk to you about today. So I'm not going to go too deep into the details of what these are. But I would recommend checking out Toby Rush, Music Theory for Musicians and Normal People, and check out these PDFs in detail. Print them out, study them, try and mess with what they're talking about. This will go into, again, everything that I'm about to talk about in excruciating detail, but presented in a really nice and convenient way. So let's take a brief break to kind of check in on chat, and then I'm going to go into sort of this music theory 101. Had to go before work. No problem. I'm doing good. Just doing a music production education stream as always. We're doing a 0 to 100 stream today, kind of talking about how to get started with music. If you've never written music before. So let's start off by talking about pitch and rhythm. Pitch is how low or how high a note is. It is where it falls in terms of frequency. So if I go here, I have this, which is called a sine wave. This oscillator, this synthesizer is putting out a sound called a sine wave. You can see it right down here with S-I-N, and it has this nice smooth in and out shape. And if I play a note on my keyboard, I'm going up and down in pitch. I go down in pitch or up in pitch. And we have a lot of different ways of describing that. One of which is using English letters to describe the notes. If I actually switch this with a piano, I'm going to switch it with this EDM piano that I made a while back. Grab that, close that. I'm going to grab this thing called Float Key, which is a teaching tool that I use right here. So now we have our notes. If I go down to this note is the letter A. If you are in another country, you might know it as La, but I'm going to first teach us English letter names for notes. So we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then we go back to A. So we go A to G, and then we reset back to A. And if you notice, I'm only using these white keys. We'll get to these keys in a little bit. If we move up to the third letter, we go C, so we go C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. We get something that sounds very familiar. This is called a major scale, but we'll get into scales in just a second. I just wanted to introduce you to that concept. So again, we have, because we usually start on C when we're thinking about music. So C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. From there, let's talk about these ideas called rhythm. Rhythm is divided into a few different ideas. The first one being tempo. Tempo is how fast or how slow the song is being played. So you can see up here where my mouse is, you see the numbers 120.00, 120. That is the beats per minute. That is how many times the metronome will strike per minute. So it should strike 120 times. So it should strike essentially 2 times a second. If we do 60 beats per minute, this means that every second there is a beat. Like if I time this to match with this, notice how at the top right of the screen, the beeps are happening exactly in time with the second hand or the second counter on this digital clock. If I set this to 120, which is double 160, and I do the same thing, there should be 2 beeps for every tick of the second hand. And if I set it to 240, there should be 4 for each second. We can do the same thing by using smaller counts, but we'll get to that in just a second. Next, I want to talk about this thing called meter, which is right next to this tempo. So if I set this back to 120, which is 2 beats per minute, or 2 beats per second, that beat is based on these 2 numbers. This is our time signature. This is our time signature numerator, which is the number of beats there are. And then the denominator is the length of that beat. So 4/4 means there are 4 quarter notes in every bar, in every measure. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you hear there's a higher pitched one on every one. If I change this to 3/4, we get 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And this feels potentially like a waltz to you because waltzes are in the tempo of 3/4, where there are 3 quarter notes for every measure. If I change this to 6, and then I change this bottom number to 8, that means there are 6 eighth notes per measure. This refers to a subdivision. So you can look at meter as a descending scale of sort of Russian nesting dolls for both kind of an individual note or your time signature. So let's listen to how this sounds. It sounds like the pulses are actually faster. It sounds like they're almost twice as fast. So if I set this to 4/8, and then I set this to 4/4, 4/8 sounds like it's going twice as fast. Because an eighth note is a half of a quarter note. And we'll get into those subdivisions in just a second. I just wanted to kind of show off these concepts. I'll set this back to 4/4. And so a 6/8 meter means that you're counting 6/8 notes, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if you notice, I'm clapping my hands on 1 and 3. These are the downbeats. These are the foundational pulses. Like if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is again a more fundamental kind of like downbeat pulse. It's where our heads are sort of nodding, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, depending upon how we're feeling what's called the subdivision of the pulse. So if we look at a measure, this is a single measure of 4/4. This is, if we play this, a whole note. A whole note lasts 4 quarter notes. If we divide this into 4, we get the same amount of time. A whole note can be divided evenly into 2 half notes. That can be further divided into 4 quarter notes, into 8 eighth notes, and then into 16/16 notes. Then you can go even further into 32nd notes. And then at this tempo, it's starting to get unrecognizable. You can go even further to 64ths, into 128ths. And as you can see, we're starting to get a different phenomenon happening, but that's for a much later lecture. And then again, this is 128th, this is 256. So you can go ever farther. The other way you can do this is if we go back to quarter notes, and then we set this tempo to 60, and we set this back to 120, or we set this to half notes at 120. Doesn't that sound exactly the same as this? So every time you double BPM or halve BPM, it's the same as if you are increasing the number of notes from this for the subdivision or decreasing the notes to the subdivision. So if you are doing quarter notes at tempo, this is considered standard time. This is considered a standard perception of how the time is felt. If we only emphasize the first and the third beat in a 4-beat pattern, we're going to be doing half the time. And even though we have this longer perception of time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have what's called half time, so we can play with our perception of it. And inversely, if we do double the number of notes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we have hit double time. We are now doubling the rate at which the notes are happening. So certain genres might feel at sort of this double tempo thing because you might have a genre like dubstep, which has a beat on the halftime like this, but you might have a pattern that goes kind of like this. This is influencing a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of rhythm, whereas this 1, 2, 3, 4 is giving us a much slower rhythm. So you can kind of play back and forth with rhythms using things such as half time and double time. So there's your primer on rhythms. There's other things that we're going to talk about a little bit later, things such as syncopation, but that'll come as we build on top of this. So if we go back to our piano keyboard and we play that C major scale, we have something called a scale. A scale is a consistent order of notes. If I play this right here, it's gonna be the same as if I play it here. And it'll be the same if I play it here using what's called the same order of half steps and whole steps, or the same intervals, which we'll get to in a little bit. Notice how this and sound different but similar. They have the same tonality. They have the same scalar mode. They have the same feeling of sort of jollity or of lift that we are coming to expect. And that is because of the relationship of steps. We have two different kinds of steps. We have a half step, where you go from one note to the note directly above or the note directly below it. These are half steps. This is a half step. And then you have whole steps, which is where you go two notes. So from like here to here, or from here to here. Here to here. Here to here. These are both whole steps. These and these are half steps. So our whole step, and thank you JB6500 for that follow, thank you so much. The difference in the placement of half steps and whole steps dictates what scale we are in. So if I am in C major, I have a whole step, a whole step, a half step, a whole step, a whole step, a whole step, and another half step. So again, that's whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. That is how we get our major scale. If I move to this key and I do the same thing, whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half, I get the major scale starting on D. Same thing with E, whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. So no matter where you are on the keyboard, if you remember this relationship of whole and half, which is based off of the distance between C and C on the keyboard, with only the white notes, you'll be good to go. You'll always be hitting major. If we start from A, let me go to A. That probably sounds familiar to you as well. This is called our minor scale. And the distance of whole and half steps is a little bit different. We have whole half rather than whole whole, whole half whole, whole half, whole whole. So again, that's whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, whole step. And again, if I start on a different key and I go whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step. Half step, whole step, whole step. I get the same minor scale no matter where I am on the keyboard. But for now, if you're not sure of what to do, just stick with the white keys only. Start with just C major, or A minor. And you can do something called transposition later, which we'll get to, about how you can move to other keys if you don't want to always be in these two keys. Now, the other way to think about this is in terms of these things called intervals. And the interval is the distance, or an interval is the distance between two notes. So the distance between this note and this note. The distance between this note and this note. These two notes, 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 and then these notes. All of these notes, the distance between all of these notes, even if we go higher, these all are intervals, which is the distance between them. We have minor seconds or half steps. So E to F or B to C is a half step or a minor second. And then the distance from C to D or D to E is called a major second. So we tend to have two primary qualities of intervals. We have minor or major. after the minor and major seconds, we have minor and major thirds. We have minor and major sixths. And then we have minor and major sevenths. And we get those numbers from counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that's how we count these distances. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 4, or 1, 5, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 7, and 1, 8, or the octave, the same note. The major scale will have mostly major intervals. So we have a major second, a major third, what's called a perfect fourth, and a perfect fifth, which we'll get to in a little bit. The devil's tritone rest time, and we'll get into that later. And then we have the major sixth, the major seventh, and the octave. In minor, we have the minor second, the minor third, the perfect fourth, the perfect fifth, the minor sixth, the minor seventh, and then the octave. If you notice, I left out this interval right here. This interval is what Guru Bashi just mentioned. This is the devil's interval, quote unquote, the tritone. It's not really the devil's interval. Anyone who tells you that is either lying to you or uninformed, but that's okay because it's a common joke, a common thing. Because this interval has what's called tension. It feels really kind of unpleasant. And that's because what it wants to do is resolve. And we'll get to this idea of resolution or resolving once we start talking about chords and harmony. But just know that for most music, you're not going to have a tritone interval in your major or minor scale connected with your root note. There's going to be a tritone in your major and minor scale, but it's going to be based on other notes. It'll be, for example, in C major and A minor, there is a naturally occurring tritone between F and B. So this interval exists in our natural scale, but it's not based on our how do I put this? It's not based on the key of our song, and key being the note that we call home, the note that we feel at most at rest, or we feel the most at rest with. Little Tooth, let's do that tomorrow or tonight. I'm going to be doing this 0 to 100 stream where we're talking about how to make music from the ground up today, but I'm definitely gonna do feedback later. Again, we have in the major scale, we have these 7 intervals. We have the minor second, the major third, the perfect fourth and perfect fifth, major sixth, major seventh octave. Now, why are these called perfect? Because there technically is no major and minor version of them. There's a minor second and a major second, a minor third and a major third. But then we have this. We have the perfect fifth. Well, couldn't this be the minor fourth and this could be the major fourth? But then what's this? We have this, which is the perfect fifth. Does that make this a major fifth and this a minor fifth? It doesn't quite work because then the major fourth and the minor fifth are the same note. There's also not a major and minor octave or unison, which is unison is the same note. Octave is the same note displaced up and down. We can't have a major or minor octave because these are already intervals we have. This is our major second, this is our minor second. So what we have instead is we have these perfect intervals. And they kind of feel very stable. They don't feel like they have a lot of character to them. They just feel very neutral. But this has a lot of character. 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 This has a fair bit of character. These don't really. They feel like closer to being almost like one note. And that'll get into something we're going to talk about in a little bit in terms of melody writing. But again, it's going to be a lot of like referencing stuff that we're going to talk about later and then focusing back in on these concepts. So now that we have these intervals in our head and this idea of scales, we can connect these with scale degrees. So if we look at the keyboard, we have, if we're in C major, we have our first scale degree, our second scale degree, our third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth scale degrees. Technically, we only have 7 because 8 resets back to 1. But we can count it for the purposes of this explanation. And that's again where we get this idea of seconds and thirds and fourths, because this is the 4th scale degree. This is the 5th scale degree, so this is a 5th, 6th scale degree, 7th scale degree octave. And there's another way to think about your scale degrees. And if you're from Europe, if you're from Asia or a country that does not use English letters for note names, you're probably going to be a little confused at first because I'm going to talk about this thing called solfege, which uses these syllable words, kind of these short words that represent the characters. So in C major, I'm going to start with that because this is the same way that they label notes in like Europe and Asia, where you have do, re, mi, fa, so, la, sol, la, ti, and do. So again, we have do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, do. And sol sometimes is called so because it's a bit hard to sol. It has a weird kind of closing syllable, so it's a bit closing phenome, I would call it. So if we think about that in terms of sort of the scale degrees and not in terms of C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, we can start to abstract it out into this thing called movable do, where instead of having this be do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, we can have do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Because it's the same distance, it's the same interval structure, but we're moving where do is from here to here. And movable do is really good for ear training. That thing I talked about earlier on musictheory.net. Part of how I trained is I used interval ear training. Bum, bum, bum. So this is probably a minor 6th. Maybe a major 6th, minor 7th, major 7th. Well, where are we? Boom, bum. Oh. Boom, bum. This is definitely a tritone. Do, do. This is unison. Do, do. Up an octave. Boom, bum. Major 7th. Do, ti. So what I'm doing there, you might have seen a song where the person only uses double intervals. It's totally fine. There's a reason why the devil's interval thing is a joke, because no one actually did it. And one of the most powerful chords in our musical language is built on a tritone. But I'm going to hop back here. I've shown this before. But this is an idea that I was taught in music school for ear training purposes. Uses movable do to get our hands and our whole bodies involved with the major scale. So using C as our root, do, 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 re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. I'm not a good singer, obviously, but I can hold a tune. which is the important part. So again, I have hand signs here. C, or our starting note, no matter what note that is, we have do, which your hands are going to be balled into a fist. Then you have re, do, re. That's C, D, do, re, where you have kind of these little triangles that you're making, or like a little elevated platform that you're making with your hands. Do, re, mi, do, mi. This is C, E. And this is your hands flat open, kind of like you're a table, like that, or like that. Do, re, mi, fa, do, fa. And fa, excuse me, is C, F, do, fa. And fa is kind of like thumbs down, palms out, one-handed or two-handed. I'm doing two-handed so you can see exactly where it is, but you can do it also one-handed depending upon how you feel comfortable. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, or so, do, so, C, G. And this is palms open, thumbs up, palms facing inwards, like this, like this, like this. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, la, si, a. And this is kind of like palms down, arms open and spread, kind of like you got claws, like you're kind of like grabbing something, because you're going so do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. You're kind of clutching at that so. La, ti. This feels really tense for a reason. I'm going to stay on this for a little bit because you're going to feel like I want to go to do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, ti. This is pointing up because we're pointing up to ti, do, ti, do. So this is si, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, ti, do, ti. That's a major seventh. That's C, B, do, C, 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 C. Octaves. So one last time, going up the list, we have do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Going back down, do, ti, la, so, fa, mi, re, do. And this is a way that you can start to find it for like do, mi, so, do. Do, mi, so, ti. That's a major seventh chord. Do. Do, fa, la. I'm not good at some of my arpeggios, but like do, so, la, do, so, la. It feels kind of similar to like that, but it feels kind of same but different. And kind of jumping back and forth between those intervals, going to that interval ear training site that I just showed you, and thinking about this in terms of like do, re, do, mi, do, fa, do, so, do, la, do, ti, do, do. And then these other intervals will come up from the other relationships. Like minor second is do, re, mi, fa, mi, fa, mi, fa. Or ti, do, ti, do. Those are minor seconds. And then a tritone is fa to ti or ti to fa. Because the tritone is symmetrical. It's the same number of notes in distance. And then the rest of these will start to come up. Like a minor sixth is the distance between, believe, A and F. The distance between La and Fa is the distance of a minor sixth. So you can find most of these in your major and minor scales. And if we start from La, let me go. La, la, ti, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, la, ti, la, so, fa, mi, re, do, ti, la. And that sounded just like our minor scale. And this gets to this concept of modality, where modality is using the same notes and starting and ending on a different note. So A minor uses the same notes as C major, but starts on A, starts on La, starts on the sixth scale degree, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So starting on different notes gives us different modes, which is a different color of our major and minor scales. But we can go more into that later. I'm going to touch again briefly on modes when it comes to what I would call, where do I have this? Where do I bring this back? As you can see, there's a lot of information here. When we talk about chord progressions and cadences. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But for now, let's move forward on to sort of one last thing in intervals, which is the difference between a step and a leap. If you are moving to a note that is a step away, it is the note that is directly next to yours, either a minor second or a major second away from whatever note you're currently at. So if I do this, I am walking stepwise to whatever the next note is. The second I move beyond that, we get a leap. And most melodies are written by some combination of steps and leaps, such as that or something like that. These sound very melodic because there's a combination of stepwise motion and leaps. And this gets back to what I was talking about with half and whole steps. Because remember, a minor second is a half step, and a major second is a whole step. So anything beyond that is a leap. But from there, we can actually start to move on to chords, this idea of harmony. And, you know, if you're thinking about chords, you're probably thinking about something like this. That sounds like a chord, right? Those all sound like chords. But what if I told you that this can also be a chord? That was just two notes. Those were intervals. We're going to touch more on this later, but you can have 2-voice or 3-voice chords, and not in the same sense of like a chord, but in terms of a harmony. you can have a 2-voice or 3-voice or even 4-voice harmony. And we'll get more into that later. I just want to introduce that concept. A chord is built up of generally 2 or more intervals. So again, we can have interval harmony. And then we can have what's called triads, where we have 2 intervals stacked on top of each other. These are all called triads. And if we stick within our scale and we just build things off of thirds, which thirds is just skipping every other note, because remember, the next note in your scale is a second. The note after that is a third. But that's also here. This is a second, this is a third. This is a second, this is a third. So it's basically just skipping a note in your scale gets you a third. So if we take our root note, skip a note, then we skip a note, play a note, we get a triad of thirds. We have the distance of a major third, then we have the distance of a minor third. So a minor third, or a major third and a minor third stacked together to give us a perfect fifth with a major third in the middle. We can also do the same thing if we're starting from A, skipping every other note if we're in our minor scale. This is a minor third and a major third, because remember, C to E is a major third. Minor second, minor third, major third. A to C is a minor third, minor second, minor third. So minor third, major third is a minor chord. Major third, minor third is again, minor second, minor third is a major chord. And pretty much every single chord we know of is either major or minor. There are a couple of exceptions and a couple of modifiers, but I'd say probably 90% of the chords you come across are going to be either major or minor. And we can find that by going through what are called the diatonic triads within our scale. Diatonic means of the tonic, of our root key. Thank you, the McScooty. I'm glad it's helpful. Thank you so much. So again, diatonic means of the tonic, of our key. Tonic being, again, our key, our root note, what we feel as home. So if we stack triads and we just go up the scale in C major, we get a major chord, a minor chord, because we get minor third, major third, another minor third, major third, so another minor chord, major, minor, so we get a major chord, minor chord. Ooh, this is interesting. This chord is not major or minor because we have a minor third, minor second, minor third, and then we have a minor second, minor third. And it even gives us that tritone we were talking about, because a tritone is 2 minor thirds stacked on top of each other, or a minor third plus a minor third. And if we add that middle note, we get what's called a diminished triad. Because if we actually followed that minor third, major third rule to get a minor chord, we would get this, which same feeling, but we get this note, which isn't in our key, which isn't in A minor or C major. So when you have a minor chord where the fifth is lowered to a minor third above our third scale degree, or a minor third and a minor third stacked on top of each other, we get what's called a diminished chord. There is a similar thing in the major chord if we take the major chord and we raise the 5th scale degree, so we have major third, we get what's called an augmented chord. And this one does not really occur naturally in our scales, so it's not as common, but it is a viable thing. But again, 90% of the time, you're going to have major or minor. That's the kind of chord that you're going to see. And we can label these chords based on the scale degree they're built on. This is our 1 chord, this is our 2 chord, this is our 3 chord, our 4 chord, our 5, our 6, our 7 diminished, and our 8 chord. Or our 1 chord, because technically, again, there's no such thing as an 8 chord. There's no such thing as an 8th scale degree, because once we get to that 8th note, we've reset back to 1. If we think about this, again, or in our major scale, yeah. But if we start on this 6th scale degree, it sounds equally accessible. But we're using the same chords, we're using the same triads, we're using the same scale, but we're all of a sudden in a different key. This comes back to what I was talking about with modality, where you start and end on a different note. Our natural major scale and our natural minor scale are called relative scales. A minor is the relative minor of C major, and it's built off the 6th scale degree. This works for every song, every key as well. If we are in F major and we go down to our 6th scale degree, or up to our 6, or root 7, 6, D minor is the relative minor of F major. And conversely, the 3rd scale degree of our minor key is our major, our relative major scale. So A minor's relative major is C major. And again, D minor's relative major is F major. And you can see there's really a small amount of difference between these notes, or between these chords. So C major and A minor. Do you notice that there's one note different? There's this G. So that sort of relative relationship helps inform how we can think about the relative scales that they have. And from there, we can now start to look at functional harmony. This is an idea where you take the chords and you assign them a purpose based on where they want to move. Chords can have 3 qualities. They can be tonic, or feeling like we're at home. They can be subdominant or predominant, which means they want to move to our 3rd category, which is called dominant. And these are things that dominate the scale and feel like they want to return home to our tonic. Most music, or most Western music, I should clarify, most Western music is done in this functional way where you have this cycle of tonic, predominant, dominant, tonic. You have this relationship where you're starting at home, you're going somewhere, you're emerging to the thing that brings you back home, and then you land back home. This can be conceptualized in the main chords of these progressions, which are going to be if we're in C major, our 1 chord, our 4 chord, which is subdominant, our 5 chord, which is dominant, then going back to 1, our tonic. So the 1, 4, 5, 1 progression is the heart and soul of this functional harmony relationship. I would say like 99% of music written in Europe before like the 1900s exclusively was built around this idea of 1-4-5-1. Almost all pop music is built on this idea of a 1-4-5-1. Jazz uses a subversion of this built on another predominant chord. The 2 chord, or D in C major, goes very naturally into our 5 chord. So instead of going 1-4-5-1, we go 1-2-5-1. Very subtle difference, but this idea of a 2-5-1 relationship is at the heart and soul of almost like every jazz tune ever written. So if we go through the chords, we can find these relationships. You have our tonic, our 1 chord, our 2 chord, which is predominant, our 3 chord, which is, we'll get back to that in a second, our 4 chord, which is predominant, our 5 chord, which is dominant, our 6 chord, which, that actually feels like it sounds pretty nice. That's interesting. So we'll kind of hold back on this one as well. We'll hold back on this one as well. I'll try that sentence one more time. And then we have our 7 diminished chord, which is dominant because it really wants to go back to our tonic. Now, I paused a little bit on the 3 chord and the 6 chord because the 3 chord is incredibly special. The 3 chord, or if we're in minor, our 3 chord, functions as tonic, predominant, and dominant depending upon the chord that came before it and depending upon the chord that it is traveling to. So the 3 chord, or in C major, our E chord, could go to our 5 chord. Like we could go like C, E, G. We could go, we could use it to go to our 1 chord. We could go like 1, 2, 3, 1. Or we could use it as a tonic. It doesn't quite always work as a tonic, but it can. It can work as what's called tonic elongation, where we're extending this idea of our tonic chord. For example, if we go 1, 3, we can then go 1, 2, 5, 1. Sorry, I'm trying to like turn and talk into the microphone while playing at the same time. So sometimes I'll hit the wrong note. But because of that versatility, the 3 chord can kind of serve multiple roles. Again, depending upon where it is. It can either make us feel like we're still here. These feel very related. And then the 6 chord. The 6 chord can't really feel dominant the same way the 3 chord can. But the 6 chord can be both predominant or tonic. So we can go like 1, 6, 4, 1, 6, 5, 1, rather than 2 or 4. Or we can go 1, 5, 6. And it feels almost like we've came somewhere. Like we could go like 1, 4, 5, 6. There we go. So it doesn't quite feel like we are at rest, but it feels like we're at a place of stability. So the 6 chord can sort of serve these dual roles, again, based on where we're coming from and where we're going. That is the progression of a chord progression. The other thing to consider, or the last thing to consider when it comes to this like introduction to functional harmony, is something called cadences, which are really like the punctuation marks of a chord progression or punctuation marks of harmony. So there are 4 types of cadences. You have the full cadence or the authentic cadence, where you have your chord progression and then the chord progression ends where it technically started. So like a 1, a 5, and a 1. A 5 chord moving to a 1 chord is called a full cadence because it completes that full loop of tonic, predominant, dominant, tonic. And sometimes you can even skip the predominant and just go tonic, dominant, tonic. It sounds totally fine. And that's why the full cadence feels so full or authentic. It feels real. Then you have the half cadence, where we have like, and then we just stop on that dominant chord, or we just stand there. This feels very tense. It feels like we really want to go somewhere, because where we want to go is back to home. We want to feel that full cadence, but by denying that full cadence, we get a half cadence. We get a feeling of suspense. If a full cadence is like a period or an exclamation mark, a half cadence is like a question mark. It's begging to be answered. So if you're ending a chord progression on a 5 chord and then loop back to the 1, the chord progression will naturally feel like it loops. Like it feels like it can go on forever because I can consistently reset back to the beginning with the ending at the half cadence. Then you have something called the plagal cadence, which is kind of like an ellipsis. It's kind of like the final period at the sentence, or it's kind of like a softer period. Like if a full cadence is a period where it's like, we're done. That's a full cadence. A plagal cadence is something more like, we're done. It's very soft. It's very gentle. It feels a little bit churchy. It often happens where you have like, it sort of ends a piece. It's sort of like a book note. And it's the same sort of feeling. It kind of subverts this dominant, subdominant thing because we're going from our subdominant to our dominant. So it's kind of like a mysterious full cadence. A plagal cadence is kind of like a serene answer. I can't give any less kind of like religious connotations to it because the plagal cadence is also known as the church cadence because it's also the amen cadence. Because if I'm doing like a chord progression, I'm ending the song, I'm gonna go, amen. Like, so you get to stay on the note that the audience will be singing while you go. And it has that same sense of finality. And then the last cadence is the one that I started us kind of hinting towards, which is called the deceptive cadence, where we're going from our 5 chord or our 7 chord to our dominant chord to our 6 chord, or potentially to our 3 chord. The 3 chord can sometimes work as a deceptive cadence. Even the 4 chord can, but most commonly the deceptive cadence is the 5 chord going to the 6 chord, because we're expecting this 5 chord to go to our 1 chord, but instead we go to this chord. And as we remember before, the 6th chord is just 1 note away from being our 1 chord. So our ears accept that relationship. But it's sort of like eyebrow raising. So we've sort of moved somewhere that we weren't expecting to. My harmony teacher referred to the deceptive cadence as the eyebrow cadence, or the eyebrow raising cadence, for that reason. And if you want to think about it in terms of punctuation marks, again, the full cadence is like a period. The half cadence is like a question mark. The plagal cadence is kind of like an ellipsis or a ... And a deceptive cadence is kind of like a semicolon. You finish the thought, but there's more to say, because you're not going to end there necessarily. You can, and you can leave people thinking that you had more to say, but by working with this deceptive cadence, you subvert the audience's expectation and allows the song to continue propelling forwards. With that, let's look at 3 common chord progressions that you can use without having to worry about any of the stuff I just talked about. If you don't want to worry about this tonic, predominant, dominant stuff, you don't want to worry about all the cadences and all this bullshit, like, that's helpful for writing your own chord progressions and analyzing other people's chord progressions. But most chord progressions are going to be like either a 1, 4, 5, 1, or a 1, 2, 5, 1. Always, not always, but they're either going to be those sorts of fundamental chord progressions, something simpler than that, or one of these chord progressions. You might know this one. You know this one? That's the pop progression, or the pop punk progression. It's a 1, 5, 6, 4 progression. So it's sort of like a deceptive cadence going to a plagal cadence for the reset. This allows us to avoid this really strong 5-1 relationship while still adding in a bit of character with it. So we're going here, and we expect to go back here, but instead we go up to our 6th chord, we get that deceptive cadence, and this moves forwards with our 4 chord, which resets back to our dominant, or to our tonic. Jazz goes 4, 5, 1. All right, yeah, that 4, 5, 1, or that 2, 5, 1. Hell yeah. That's always a way to do it. If you don't want to do the pop progression because it's too song, like that 4 chord song, it is the 4 chord song, like 90% of music written in the 90s used as that progression. Let me try teaching you the Andalusian cadence. It's not really a cadence. It's more of a chord progression. And that's a 1, 7, 6, 5. But it sounds often much better in minor, because then you change from a 1 major, 7 diminished, 6 minor, 5 major. Sounds really cool. But if we do it in minor, we get minor 1, major 7, major 6, minor 5. And it just keeps descending down. And this has been used so much, so much in music. And you can also do, again, the pop progression in minor. We have. So it's not like you can do both of these progressions in both major and minor. And then lastly, we have a progression that is actually designed specifically for minor. You can do it in major, but it's a little bit different. If I do it in major, it's going to sound kind of like this. But if I do it in minor, oh, it sounds almost familiar, but there's something missing. So why don't I try bringing back this concept of modality? You know how if we start on a different note than the one in our scale for our major minor, we can get a new mode? Like if we start on A instead of C, using only the white keys, we get A minor. If we start on D, we get a mode called Dorian. Dorian is the same as our minor mode or minor scale. But notice that the sixth note in D, it's raised by one note, by one half step. So what that does to our chord progression, if we go in Dorian with the same motion of 1, 3, 5, 4, we have bum 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 ba-dum 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 dum dum. That's the Get Lucky chord progression from Daft Punk. We bum 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 bum. So, you know, you can use modes to turn these chord progressions into different flavors. So that was the Get Lucky cadence. To put those back in order, you have the pop progression, which is 1, 5, 6, 4. You have the Andalusian cadence, which in minor would be 1, 7, 6, 5. And then you have the Get Lucky progression, which in minor or in Dorian would be 1, 3, 5, 4. So if you don't want to try and write your own chord progressions, start with one of those. No one's going to blame you. It'll sound great. Trust me. So now let's move on to writing melodies. So we'll start by picking a chord progression. And I'm going to do this right in the DAW's MIDI piano roll. That's what this is right here. You can see kind of like a piano. And even as I press notes, it starts to light up on here. So we can find like our chord progression. Maybe that's going to be our chord progression. Maybe we're just going to do the pop progression for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into that chord progression really quickly. So I'm just going to do it with triads. So we have C, E, G. Then we have G, B, D, A, C, E, F, A, C. And this is going to go down to C. So now we have... Nice chord progression. What we're going to do now is we're going to write a melody that goes on top of it. So the first thing I want to talk to you about in this way is 3 terms that can be broken down into 3 acronyms. One is CT, the other is PT, and the last thing is NT. CT stands for chord tone. That is a note that is found in the chord underneath your melody. So if I want to make a melody only using chord progressions, I'm just going to use quarter notes for now. How's it going, Miyoki? How you doing? We're doing a 0 to 100 stream on how to get started with chord progressions, how to get started with melodies, how to get started writing music, even if you've never written music before. So that's where we're at right now. We're currently learning how to write a melody. So again, I'm just using chord tones. So these are just notes from the chord underneath. And we are going to see how that sounds. Then we're going to go A, C, E, E, and then this is going to go back down to A. It's going to go to C, it's going to C, and then F. Let's see how this melody sounds on top of our bass using just chord tones. Sounds all right, but some of these same notes are kind of boring. So let's try doing something like this, where we're moving stuff around and trying to make it more interesting. Again, just using the chord tones. Doesn't sound quite as good, so let's go back down here. Nice, nice. Now let's introduce something called passing tones, which would be notes in our scale between our chord tones. So let's just start adding in stepwise motion between our chord tones. Let's go like this, and then maybe go this, and then maybe go this. E. Let's go down to C, B, go up to D, then maybe step up A, B, C, B, A, C, D, F, or maybe A, C, F, E to have a neighbor tone at the end, or a passing tone, a note in between at the end. Oop, that's not within our key, so we can fix that. That is all of a sudden starting to sound like a real melody. Now we can start introducing something else. Let's introduce a concept known as a neighbor tone, no longer a passing tone. So instead of going down, 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 up, maybe we'll use a note that is close. So we'll go A, B, C, B. So now we're leaping from chord tone to chord tone. We're stepping up to another note, our neighbor, a note that is right next to where we're at. We could also go down to A, but we're gonna go up to C, and then we step back to our original note. Then maybe we'll go A, B, and then we'll go A, and then we'll leap up to E. Even more engaging. So looking at your chord progression as a way to use chord tones with passing tones and neighbor tones to create a interesting balance between leaps and steps will lead to melodies that sound very natural, that sound very, very nice. There is a few ways to kind of approach this. I like thinking about it in terms of leap, step, step, or step, step, leap. For every leap, I tend to do 2 or more steps, just because it feels more natural. It feels more like a human singing. And this is going to be like probably step 1 with getting your stuff sounding cool, where you have like leap, step, step, leap, leap, step, step. Maybe not. So maybe we'll try making this step. And something to think about is if you leap, try to see if you can step in the opposite direction. So I'm going to try and move these down and try to get a good difference between leaps and steps, where I have sometimes where I'm leaping and then stepping in the same direction. Sometimes I'm leaping and then stepping in the opposite direction. Then maybe we'll do something like this, where C, E, C, B, A, like something like this. Let's see how this sounds. Sounds really cool. Sounds really nice. So now we can start thinking about counterpoint, which is the idea of having things move in opposite directions melodically, and to have the individual lines move in a way that feels natural. So I'm going to give you a brief list of good and bad intervals when it comes to writing melodies. Minor and major seconds, totally good when you're writing intervals, because that's stepwise motion. All stepwise motion sounds good. Just sounds good. It just sounds natural because there's not a lot of distance between them. Minor and major thirds sound great because that's like our chords. Sound really, really nice and full. Leaping in fourths, totally okay, but you have to be careful because now you're starting to get really far out in your distance, and it might be good to look at how you can step back down. Because if you start leaping up, it doesn't quite feel as natural unless you're doing it in stuff like a fourth, then a third. But that felt kind of weird, felt kind of disjointed. So stepwise motion becomes more important. But something like this, not as bad. Then you have fifths, which again, like good to try and introduce stepwise motion, or try to maybe form a chord, like try and use only chord tones when you're leaping. But again, stepwise motion tends to feel more natural. And then once you start getting into minor and major sixth, this is, I would say, the limit where you would want to leap. And a minor sixth is generally a better leap than a major sixth. A major sixth is possible, but it is really tough unless you have some stepwise motion in the opposite direction. But like, listen to how this feels. It feels really weird that A really jumps out. And then sevenths are really, 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 really hard to leap to. So the further you get away from where you're starting from, the harder the leap, and the more important it is that you step back down. And notice how this feels. Or maybe even this. It feels really disjointed. So keeping things tight is really, really helpful. And also, again, thinking about it in terms of when you leap in a direction, step in the opposite direction. Think about it in terms of momentum. If you're leaping, like you can think about leaps in thirds like this, as if you're getting a running start and you're leap. But if you're doing like a big leap, when you see people do long jumps at the Olympics, they usually leap forwards and then they fall back a little bit because they have to counteract that forward momentum. Otherwise, they're going to go flat on their face and it's going to fucking hurt when you go on your face. So keeping in mind the contour of your melody will really help. So again, let's try and keep all this in mind where we have like leap, step, step. Then we're going to go step. And then we're going to go to leap. This is a minor sixth. Or I think this is a major sixth. I think this is a minor sixth. So I think this is really tight. So we're going to do leap, step, 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 leap, step. And then we're going to go step. Actually, we're going to go leap because we're going to leap to this F. And then we're going to step down and then leap up and then step down and then step back down. And then we're going to do what's called oblique motion, which is where the note stays the same. And then we're going to step right back down and then end like this. And by using this scale degree of T, this major seventh scale degree, we create a sensation of melodic tension. And remember, T wants to go to Do, like I showed you earlier, so it helps reset the loop of the melody. And what you can see here is I actually kind of had a little bit of what's called a motif going on, which is a small rhythmic idea or musical interval idea that is repeated in certain ways to create a sense of familiarity, where we had bum 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 boom bum bum, like this leap followed by step back down, leap followed by step back down will create a sense of consistency. And then you can create like a counter theme, like bum 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 bum, and then bum 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 bum. Like this is kind of like the call. Like if we mute the chords and just listen to the notes, that's our call, and then this is our answer. Question, answer. And in almost every genre that I know of, there's going to be some form of call and response done. If you're doing like dubstep basses, you're going to have some sort of call and response between the downbeat bass and the basses on the snare. There's going to be a new call and response on the next two bars, and you're going to have that sort of phrasing in your ideas. So even if you're not making melody-driven music, you want to keep this idea of call and response, of steps and leaps in your head, so that you can always find a nice lyrical or a vocal type of communication to use for your melodies. And then there's one last thing I want to talk about on the subject of melodies, and that's this idea of a monothematic song versus something that has more melodies. Something that is monothematic will have one idea. So if we got rid of all of these and we get this, so this is our theme. We can only use those intervals. So maybe I want to do this, but I want to do this on D, set this right here, make sure this is diatonic. And then maybe we would do stuff like reverse it, like, we would have something that steps up, steps up, steps up, and then leaps down. And then maybe we have something that just uses this. So maybe we just have something that steps up, steps up, steps up, steps up. So we're sort of taking this smaller idea and presenting it in a new way. And that sounds very musical. So this is, again, like a monothematic idea. We take the first motif, and maybe this is like, so this is C to G, so we want to go E to B, and then maybe we would want to go F to C, so we're inverting it. So let's see how this sounds. So now this is based on this motif, and this is based on this motif reversed, and we'll see how it sounds. This doesn't sound too good because it's very leapy, but it shows kind of how this can work. So maybe we can do stuff like syncopation, which is where, or adding gaps, where like notes aren't just hitting so consistently. Syncopation is a little bit more complicated, and I'm going to go into it more later. But let's first see how this works. So we're just going to try and mute certain notes and see how it feels. And that silence creates a really nice sensation for us. And if we pull the chords back in, so it's a matter of finding the balance between the notes you do play and the notes you don't play. And how you can use these gaps in certain points. Like maybe it would sound better like this. It's a different sound, and they're all going to be possible. But there's nothing wrong with playing with it and jumping back and forth and seeing how these ideas can develop. I'm going to go for something a little bit more kind of like bum, 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 ba-dum. Kind of play a little bit with syncopation here. Dun, dun. Dun. Dun, dun. Dun. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe have this be a bit more. Bam, 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 bam. Let's add a little bit of legato just so that we don't have these notes kind of waiting for another note to play. And again, adding more of that syncopation, maybe putting this a bit lower down. This might be a bit too jumpy, so let's try this. And again, using oblique motion, a lot of the same notes for like nice rhythmic stuff, having, you know, step or leap, step, 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 leap, step, leap, step, leap, step. Focusing more on chord tones, notes that are in the chord. But not being afraid to use neighbor tones and passing tones. Sounds really nice. It sounds like a really engaging melody. I think I'm actually going to stick with that. So what we can do now is we can start writing a bass line. And the easiest way to start writing your bass line is to just duplicate your root. Put it down an octave. But we could have a more melodic bass. Maybe we have something that goes on quarter notes, like bum, 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 bum. And then A, B, C, A. And F, A, C, A. Something like this. And again, I'm using the same sort of ideas here, where a lot of stepwise motion, leaps in arpeggios, and this is okay. Like doing like 1, 3, 5, 1 as a leap is totally fine because this feels like the same thing that we're doing here. So this doesn't actually create too much variation. And again, more stepwise motion, leap, and then this is sort of like, this is again arpeggiating through the chord, so it becomes more acceptable. And from there, we can actually do something really kind of cool. Like, what happens if we mute these chords? We can still feel the harmony because we get this information. This goes back to what I was saying before about having chords as intervals. Like that sensation carries through the harmonic context because usually there's notes that we don't need. Like this 5th note right here, we don't actually need it for our chord progression. So if we made sure that like this was hitting the note in our that we need every single time, like this we need to hit a B somewhere, this we need to hit a C somewhere, this we need to hit an A somewhere, and this way we get all of our tonality. We get a really nice balance of information. And then we can start looking at other ways of doing this. Like maybe we don't want our bass to be so melodic. Maybe there's a lot going on and we want to have these chords as well. What we can do is we can do stuff like have the bass function as a rhythmic component. Like maybe the bass is gonna be like bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. And then we can start playing with this idea of weight versus lift. Like watch what happens when I mute the first 2 notes or the second and third note in every single group. Ooh, oh shit. Johnny Lemons with a huge ass raid. How's it going? 10 people showing up for essentially Babby's first music production tutorial. We're doing a huge stream today where I'm going over everything you need to know to learn how to make music from the ground up. We've gone over how to choose your DAW. We've gone over how to learn your DAW. We've gone over how intervals work, over scales, over chords. We just finished how to write a melody. We're currently showing how to use a bass line, how to make a bass line from a chord progression, and how to use that bass line and that chord and that melody that you wrote to create a 2-voice texture that conveys the same amount of information. So I'm going to go even further with this, and I'm only going to have the first and the last quarter note hit with a bass note, and listen to how it feels. And if I pull in all those notes again, there's this weight to the track. Again, no weight, a little bit of weight. Maybe we add in like a new rhythm. Again, we can create rhythms with our bass line without necessarily needing to use drums. This is like a very classical kind of way of doing it. Like this. Nope, there. You know, so you can do a lot with that, and you can also do stuff involving this additional thing we can mention involving harmony called inversions. So if we pull these chords back in, and then we make these whole notes again. 2010 house music called They're Suing. Fair enough. But if we hold all these out, and then we start changing these notes. I'm going to change this note to go on E. I'm going to change this to go on B. This is going to go on C. And this is going to go on A. So if you notice, I changed this to the third note of these triads. So we're doubling the third rather than the root. And I'm actually going to mute these right here. And let's see how this sounds. Notice how it sounds essentially identical to when we had this in this progression. So inversions means picking a different note from your triad and putting it in the bass. So you can actually extend your chord progressions simply by using these inversions of notes. Inverting as in changing which note is on the bottom. So if we duplicate this again, we can actually extend this chord progression by picking only the thirds for the second half. And this is going to go to C. And this is going to go to A. So let's see how this 8-bar progression sounds. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's something to mess with and to try and wrap your head around, just in terms of like making your chord progressions and trying to make your bass line more interesting. So I want to go back again to what I talked about with intervals and how even if we don't have these chords, we still get all the harmonic information. And this is the idea of a 3-voice or a 2-voice texture. This is very contrapuntal. So what we can do now is, what if we try and find a place to fit in this missing third note? This gets to an idea of something that I learned about in school, where I hate to break it to you, all those chords we learned about before with triads and stuff like that, they're not real. Chords don't exist. They're a myth. They're an illusion. There are only voices moving in harmony. So if we take again these 3-part chords we had, we already got rid of the bottom note. We already got rid of the middle note. So we already have all of the harmonic context we need. So this is going to go, let's put this down to B. So maybe C, E, D, and then this is going to go A. So we want to make sure we hit a C somewhere here. So I'm going to go this down to C. And then we go to F. Got to make sure I hit an A somewhere. So I'm going to hit A, G, E. So this is our new melody. melody, but I want to go a little bit further than just having two voices working together. I'm going to create what's called a 3-voice texture. So I'm going to unmute this, and I'm going to look for places where I can start to insert this note. Where would this sound better? Let's try having it up here near the top. So let's do like a half note rhythm to counteract against this whole note. So we have like a half, a whole, and a quarter going on. So we have a lot of rhythmic interest going on. So I'm going to go G down to E, down to D, down to C, then to B, then to A, then to, or let's go E, then to A, then we're going to go to C, then we're going to end up on B. Right there. So let's see how this sounds. Nice. Now we have all these ideas sort of swirling over top of one another. Maybe this could even go in an opposite motion where this goes half note, quarter note, quarter note. Maybe this goes quarter note, half note, half note. Every time this is short, this is long. So we could do something like this. Have this step up. And again, you can go even more complex, add a lot more rhythmic interest throughout it. But I just wanted to kind of briefly introduce you to this idea of sort of a melody, a counter melody, and a bass line really makes up what we know as a chord. And that is going to be a fun way to sort of conceptualize these things once you move past a chord progression. So the last thing I want to do on this music theory 101 kind of all-encompassing rhythm, melody, harmony, bass bonanza, we're going to talk about this thing called accidentals. So if I take all these notes and I move this up here, and then I fold, all of a sudden we have notes that are not white keys. We have these notes that are black keys. So we have the notes F sharp and C sharp now in our chord progression. But if it sounds the same as we just had before, pretty much sounds the same. Now we have to account for what these notes mean, because when you are transposing to a new key, or when you're writing in a key with these black keys in them, you're going to have to deal with accidentals. And they're accidentals in the sense that they modify the note rather than they are themselves accidents. So when you have a note in your scale that is being raised, so if we take this, again, we have C where it's only white notes. We're moving it up to D. So E, what we used to have as our third, is moving up 2 notes to this F note, which is called F sharp, because E, F, F sharp, we're going up by notes. If we were going down, and this isn't always the case, but if we move down to F, and we look at this last note right here, our 4th note, and this note right here is an A sharp, but it can't be called A because we already have A sharp, and then we're missing a note. We're missing the note B. We have to be able to go C, D, E, F, A, B, C, G, or no, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. We have to be able to continue that cycle. So if we're starting on F, we have to be able to go F, G, A, B, C, D, E. circling back to F. This A sharp cannot be A sharp. We already have F because the major triad in F is FAC. So the note above A is not A sharp. It is called B flat. It is B but lowered. So when you have sharps and flats, let's just look at that real quick. So this right here is an unmodified A. This is a C sharp because it is C raised. This is going to be a G natural or G. This is a G sharp. It's a G raised. G again. Let's try and get to a flat at some point. Let's just turn off. Maybe not. Can we not turn off? I guess we can't turn off this yet, but that's okay. Let's get F sharp. Let's try to get to a flat note. There we go. Remember, we had G before, and then we had G sharp. Now we have G flat, where we're taking G and lowering it by 1. This is D sharp. This is C. C again. C again. D as opposed to D sharp. This is B flat, which is also known as A sharp. These two notes are the same from how we hear them. They're called enharmonics, E-N-H-A-R-M-O-N-I-C-S, enharmonics, like that. And these are ways that we can move from C major or A minor to a new key or write in a new key while still conceptualizing the notes in this sort of one note per letter idea that we have going on. So I think that's it for this Music Theory 101 thing. We're going to move on to how to songwrite and how to arrange our music in just a second, but I'm going to check in on this chat. Lenny here, Lonnie here, Johnny Lemons. How's it going? Johnny, thank you again for that host. 2010 House Music Hall, they're suing for sure. Chords are a limit created by the patriarchy. That's a mood, nothing more than a construct. It's math. I'm going to hold off on that. I disagree, but I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I don't know if it's asked you this before. I've been trying to figure it out for the last 3 hours, pissing me off. How to get Ableton audio through OBS without doing a bunch of latency. You have asked me this before. Can you please save this for the Q&A session at the end? This is really this has nothing to do with what I'm teaching right now. So it's like a completely different topic. So we can talk about that at the end of the stream. But it's also going to matter on what operating system you're using, because I'm using Mac. If you're using Windows, completely different situation. Anyways, let's move on to how to write a song. We've already started to do that, where we pick a chord progression, and then we're writing melodies to it. Right now, I have actually 3 different melodies that would go in this chord progressions. This one back down here again. And let's hear our 3 chord progressions, or hear our 3 melodies over this chord progression that we currently have. Or we have, so we got this. Delete all these. Let me find our other note. We got this one up here. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to remove this bottom one. We're going to go down here. Where is this? We're going to move this top one. So now we have 3 melodies and a chord progression. We have melody 1. And we have this. And then we have this counter melody. Wait, no, what? Oh, no, this is the counter melody, excuse me. Are these the same? Did I not do this right? Did I mess this up? No, there's my... Did I like delete my chord progression? I think I deleted my chord progression by accident. This is the counter melody. So we have these two melodies. And then we have, or this needs to be transposed back to C first. Maybe these are the same. I hope I didn't just do the same melody twice. No, I didn't. It starts a little bit different. Then we have this counter melody. Oh, this is also an F, so we need to change this back to C. So F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B, C. So those are our three melodies. We're gonna do one more melody real quick, just so we can have a nice diversity of ideas. So this is gonna be melody 1. This is gonna be melody 2. This is gonna be melody, there's gonna be counter melody. And this is gonna be melody 4. So let's get our chord progression back in C major. So we got C, G, A, F. I'm gonna set these up for triads. Okay. Set this back down like so. So now we got our chord progression. And then we're gonna set one more melody. I'm gonna set something simple and repetitive, something ostinato. And I'm gonna be sticking to like 1 or 2 notes for each chord. So I'm gonna try and stick to the notes C and E because G and E, because G and E are in almost all of these chords, but this last one. So we'll have consonants, we'll have consonants, we'll have consonants, and then we'll have dissonance, and it'll give us this nice sensation to bring us back around. So this is gonna be very rhythmic. Dun 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 dun. C G E. Dun. And then we're gonna repeat this idea again. So we have the same idea happening over and over again. Then this is going to be a bit syncopated. Bum, bum, bum. And this is going to be an E, 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 F, G, 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 G. So like something like this. Like this. Nice, so I like that. So that's our melody. I'm gonna copy this down, delete all this so we can have our chords back. I'm going to delete this so we can have our melody back. Now I can place this as chords. Sorry, I keep doing the pound sign. If you see me doing that little pound sign there, that's because up here, if I type audio, it doesn't do anything, but if I do pound audio, it gives me a number. That's one of the things you can do in Ableton. That's really nice. So now we have 4 melodies. We have 3 melodies and a counter melody. I would call this our bridge melody because I think this sounds good as this is gonna be our chorus melody. This is gonna be our bridge melody because it's a variation on our original idea, and this is our verse melody. I'm gonna get more into that later, and then we have our counter melody and our chords. Then we're gonna look at let's see, pop music format. So earlier I showed these projects, these template projects I had, and these analysis projects I had, where I opened up a project and it actually gave us a whole bunch of information. I'm just gonna save this real quickly as project file. We're gonna go over here, go to stream challenges. I'm gonna call this 0 to 100 music production. So if I pull back on this, open up this Diplodocus and Kill the Noise template, it'll open up. Boop. You can see all this stuff in the bottom, which we could use, but what I'm focusing on here up at the top is this right here. See how it says in, repeat empty, last 4 bars, B, drop, repeat, etc., etc. This is the structure of the song. And pretty much every song follows the same basic structure. So I go back here, we're actually gonna mark this off. I'm gonna use very generic names. I'm gonna use things called letter names for this, which is gonna get confusing for things like C, D, E, for the notes for letters, or for the letters for notes. But you'll hear a lot of things like a verse, a hook, a chorus, a breakdown, a bridge, a drop, a pre-chorus. These are all very arbitrary terms that really don't mean much of anything on their own. They're just conventions under which the song is put into place. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to talk about them in sort of broader concepts, where you have an A section that goes and leads into a B section, leads into a C section, which then moves back into an A section or a B section. Then maybe you'll have a D section. You'll go back to the C section. You might go back to the B section. But what you might also do is just go back to the A section and finish the song. So this is kind of the ultra condensed version of a song. So you can see, like, another way to look at this is like you have an intro that goes to a verse, that then goes to a chorus, that goes into another verse, that goes into a bridge, then into a chorus again, and then an outro. Songs often do much more than this, but if you wanted to condense your song down to its barest essentials, the things that you can identify in almost every song and the kind of underlying structure that most songs tend to adhere to, it'll follow this basic pattern. And it'll generally be in 4-bar, 8-bar, 12-bar, or 16-bar delineations. That's how the things will be grouped. If you're looking at pop music, it's almost always going to be 8-bar sections. Every 8 bars is going to be a new section, even if it's something like a chorus and then the repeat or the second half of a chorus, like that. It'll still sort of follow this 8-bar delineation. And same for like drops and stuff. If you're looking at, like, for pop and stuff, if you're looking at hip hop, you'll have bars of 8, you'll have bars of 16, but you'll also sometimes have bars of 12, where you have 4 bars, another 4 bars, and then a final 4 bars, and then the break. A lot of times you'll see, like, hip hop will have sort of 12-bar verses, and then 8-bar choruses or hooks. So you might see something more like this, where you have like a 8-bar intro, 12-bar verse, 8-bar chorus, a 12-bar verse. This could be 3, so then you'll have a chorus again. Then you'll have your 3rd verse. Then maybe instead of a bridge, you'll just go right back into the chorus. Maybe you will repeat the chorus again, or your hook. and then you'll have your outro. So I would say this is how that A, B, C, D structure would work for hip hop, kind of in a very blank slate way. So let's go ahead and delete all these and then get back to the beginning so that we can do one last one to show off how kind of EDM would do it. Like if you're doing like dubstep or house music or future bass or what have you, instead of having verses and choruses and stuff, you'll have like an intro that goes for like 16 bars. Then you'll have a breakdown and a build that both last for maybe like 8 bars or so. Then at 32 bars, you'll have your drop. So let's call this like break build. Then your drop will go for 16 bars. And then you'll have, you know, break that goes for itself 16 and then maybe a 16 bar build. Then you have a 16 bar drop 2. Then you have your outro. And this is how most songs in dance music tend to go. So if I wanted to write a dance music tune, I would do that. But you'd still have like transitionary moments at the 8 bar. Between all of these, there would be some sort of delineation between the first half and the second half, because 16 bars is a long time to wait for a transition. 12 bars works because it's off kilter. It sort of deviates from our expectations in a nice way. But if you have a 16 bar transition, then you just sort of sound like you have a much slower track transitioning, and it feels kind of strange. So let's look at, again, the pop song structure. We'll probably be sticking to that for this. So I'm going to mark this down as intro. After 8 bars, we'll get a verse. Then after 8 bars, we'll get a chorus. Then we'll get a verse. Then we'll get another chorus. We'll get a bridge. Then we'll get a chorus again. And then we'll get an outro. I'm going to add in 3 choruses in this tune rather than 2. So it's going to be a bit of a modification of the skeletal structure I showed before. Then we have an outro. It's going to be our bridge. So this is how our song's going to be structured. Before we've even started writing anything in, this is how our song is structured. We know our song's going to be just over 2 minutes long. It's a good length for a song. And we can start to turn this into a full band's worth of songs material. What we're going to do is we're going to take these 4 ideas, and we're going to pull these over into this section. So now we have a verse, bridge, a chorus, and a counter melody. I'm actually going to pull this counter melody over here past the end. And then we're actually just going to start to skeletally structure these different sounds. We're going to have the chorus go here. Wherever there's a chorus, we're putting this chorus melody. Where there's a bridge, we're putting the bridge melody. And whenever there's a verse, we're putting the verse melody. So now our track is structured. Maybe we'll have a chorus, bridge, verse, chorus structure. So we'll make this a little bit more developed. So we'll have one more verse. So we have a bridge, then we have our verse. And this is much more consistent in sort of pop format stuff. So this is our structure of all of our melodies. If we listen to this, feels all right. Okay, this adds a lot of lift. This is our chorus. We go back into our verse, our chorus. After our chorus, we'll go into our bridge, which the way we're delineating this is we have now a similar melody, but higher up in pitch. Similar to this, but higher up. And so now we have our melody structured out in a way that each section is delineated apart from each other. And now we can start taking more ideas and giving the notes to different instruments. So now we'll have another piano, maybe. So this is gonna be our chord progression. So now we can just go and like loop our chord progression throughout the whole song. And this will sound okay, but I think we can do better. What I'm gonna actually do here is I'm gonna add in a new MIDI track right here already. And we're gonna put in our counter melody somewhere. The counter melody is gonna come back in our final chorus. And then going to pop up here in the second half of our bridge and the second half of our final verse. This is going to be where the counter melody starts to emerge. We might even put it here in the second part of the chorus. So on the second half of the song, this counter melody starts coming in. So this is how our song's starting to be structured. We can then move on to the bass. So now we have melody. We have counter melody. We have harmony. We have our bass, and then we can put in a rhythm section, maybe a drum set. So this is conceptualizing the song as a full band, where you have your top line melody, which is probably like your vocalist or your lead guitarist or whatever your lead synth is. You might have another vocalist or like your guitarist is singing extra lines. And we're going to do stuff to fill this in with this, because this counter melody is actually going to start playing like harmonies and stuff, like especially in this chorus, like in the second half, this right here will start being lifted up to C. So now we have something like this. Like if I go ahead and move this over. Sounds pretty cool. We want to change this A to a B though, because that's not in our key. And now, again, this is going to start to create extra motion. We can even do stuff like pull this here, and then we can even pull this here into our chorus, and then pull this into our verse to create things, make things even more full. You can start to do this where we pick certain notes. And this is again, without even necessarily creating the whole song, I'm just sort of moving ideas around. I'm just going to create this. I'm going to mute this. I'm going to take this E. I'm going to pull it up to G. So we have some sort of harmony here. I'm going to mute this note. I'm going to take these two notes, D and E. I'm going to move them up to A and G. We're going to take these notes, all three of these notes. I'm going to pull them up an octave. And then we're going to take this note and we're going to pull this up to G to A at the very end. So now we have this. Sounds kind of interesting, maybe not the best, but we're just trying to get these ideas structured. We're just trying to get things down, and we can go in and focus on the details later. So now I'm going to add another one, and now this whole thing's going to be harmonized. So maybe this all goes up to a third. And we're going to find all the points where we're not in key, and we're going to change like these G sharps to Gs. We're going to change these F sharps to F, and this D sharp down to D. Sounds interesting. And then we can start looking at how we can separate these sections apart. So first, you can think about the harmony and the bass line, which we'll add in a little bit, as completely tied to the rhythm. The rhythm is going to dictate how our song flows. And the rhythm is going to be a very big part of our tune. I'm going to write the rhythm before the bass, but after the chords. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to find these sections, and I'm going to actually start to separate these into our verse, chorus, and bridge and outro chord progressions. So this is going to be IO for our intro, outro chords. This is going to be V for verse, Whoops, this is going to be C for chorus. And this is going to be B for bridge. I'm not going to change the chord progression except for this bridge, and I'm only going to modify it in a certain way. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change how these chords are moving. These chords, I'm actually going to do something like this, where we have bum, 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 where if we put chord, a piano on here, solo this, like where we have kind of like this repeating pattern, dun 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 dun, kind of thing going on. So this is going to go down to a quarter note, move over here. We're going to select this, do this again, select these all down, move this over by one. Oops. Like this, and then this goes all the way over, same sort of thing. This moves over, and then this moves like so. So now we have this. We have a new rhythm to play with. And we can start doing stuff like inverting these to make these feel a bit nicer. Like I'm going to invert these bottom ones to make this feel a bit nicer. I actually kind of like them sounding all up. Maybe not. So let's go down. Maybe we'll invert these chords so this goes up an octave and this goes down an octave. Maybe pull these back down. I kind of like that. So now we're going to go here and we're going to set a new rhythm. This is just going to be like stabbed eighth notes. Like dut 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 kind of stuff. So dut dut. But like really short, so like this. Kind of like this. Try to get this nice and even. So these are now 3 different rhythms for our chord progression. This is sort of using the harmony not as a way to convey chords, but a way to create rhythmic interest in the tune. And then we can go back, verse here, chorus here, bridge. Again, what I said I was going to do is I was going to change these chord progressions a little bit. I'm going to shift these up an octave. I'm going to shift these back 3. And then I'm going to shift these forwards 2. Or I guess back 2, then forwards 2. I'm basically reversing this order of chords. So now the chord progression going like this. And it'll actually work because this has, the only problem will be this right here, the difference between the 4 and the 5. We used to go 1, 5, 6, 4. Now we're going 6, 4, 1, 5. So these notes might clash a little bit, but chances are it'll all sound really good and engaging and interesting because we're generally using a lot of the same notes that we had from the previous chords, a lot of these E's and G's and stuff. So we got that. Then we're going to go back to our verse and then our final chorus. And then let's go in and add in our rhythm. So what we're going to do is I'm going to look for a drum set. Just scrolling through this library to try and find like a good. Okay, for sure. I might use this. We'll try that. Make sure there's like good like cymbals and stuff. No. Well, I want something with like a ride cymbal, so I might get just like a 909 drum set or 909 kit. So this will be our drum set. These are all the sounds we got. Okay. So what we're gonna do now is, again, we're gonna just construct a few rhythms for these different sections. We're gonna get our intro rhythm, which is gonna be really gentle. It's not gonna have a lot of stuff. We'll just have like a kick on the downbeat of every bar. And in the second half, we'll add in an offbeat hi-hat that sort of sits there. So, which sort of anticipates what's going to happen in our groove when we get in. So we have this. Nice. And then we're going to go, so this is our intro. And then we're going to actually reverse this for our outro right here. So we're just going to do the exact opposite. So I'm going to combine this together and call this outro. I keep adding in a hashtag because of the way Ableton handles numbers, but I can't do that. So there we go. So now we're going to have our verse idea. So this is going to be just a simple kind of disco beat, like a boom-ch, boom-ch. This. And then we're going to have like a nice, simple rolling hi-hat pattern. Something like this. Nice. And now we're going to go in and we're going to add in, this is going to be our verse, not that verse. I'm going to copy this wherever we have a verse. Now we're going to go in and we're going to add in our chorus. So this is going to have more syncopation in the kick drum. So we're going to have like a boom, ch, boom, boom, ch. Because we have this consistent rhythm in our chords. So we can play with rhythm in our rhythm section. How's it going, Aoki Kano? Welcome, welcome. We're just learning how to make music from the ground up. So again, we have a boom, ch, boom, boom, ch. So if we pull this on one beat, so boom, ch, boom, boom, ch, like this. And then we're gonna have an offbeat hi-hat, just an offbeat hi-hat, like this. Where's my open hi-hat? This is gonna be our rhythm for the chorus. Just started making music, love watching Ableton producers. That's awesome, because today's stream is just for you. We've gone over, like, we're at hour 4, and I am 3 pages in to this 6-page study guide that I did for how to make music in your DAW. We've gone over like literally everything from the ground up, from zero knowledge. So if you're interested, when we're done, why don't you come back and like watch the VOD again and see if you can find some cool stuff for there. So that's awesome, Miyoki. That's awesome. And so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna create this chorus here. We're gonna use this chorus idea in these sections. And then finally, we're gonna create a bridge idea, which is actually just going to be our verse idea, only instead of a rolling hi-hat pattern, we're gonna have a ride pattern, like a like a 1 and a 2 and a... So now we have everything we need for the very basic structure of a song, excluding our bass line. And the bass line is going to be really interesting because we get to decide when and when not to have bass. So I'm going to go here to sounds. I'm going to go to bass. I'm going to go find a nice good bass sound. Trying to find something that's not too synthy. Let's find a good one. Yeah, let's do that. So what we're gonna do here is now we're gonna start following our progression. We're gonna just pull this down, and we're gonna decide if we want to have bass in each of these sections. And we're gonna go ahead, like I showed before, we're just gonna start with the root notes. But what I'm gonna do for this first section is it's only gonna hit when the kick is hitting. So it's only gonna be for like this first hit, like right here. And then for, this is gonna be again for the intro and outro. Only on the outro, we're gonna keep it nice and legato because this is gonna be how it ends. I'm glad you think I'm a good teacher. I'm glad I was educational for you, Miyoki. I'm really happy to hear that. Quick question. I wanted to start streaming. How do you have your mic set up? Hard to explain, but how is it that your audio isn't bleeding into your mic? So, if it's all right, Io, could we save that for the end? I don't know how long you're going to hang out. But I'm trying to keep questions that aren't based on this, like stuff like streaming and stuff towards the end. I know someone else had a question about how to get audio into audio from Ableton, this DAW, into no worries, Ayo, no worries at all. I'm just for my own process and for editing purposes, because I'm gonna have to edit this or pay someone to edit this, and they have to cut out all these different moments where I'm kind of responding to chat about stuff that's not the thing. But I definitely want to answer you that question. I definitely want to answer that question for you. I'll give you a hint. It's called low speaker volume and a high noise gate with a shit ton of compression. But anyways, let's move forwards a little bit, because again, we're just trying to get these rhythms going. So here, I'm gonna find this nice thing where you can actually start to play with rhythms, because the bass can actually exist as a few different things. This is what I would call a kick bass. This is where the bass is just following the rhythm of the kick. We're gonna do the same thing in the chorus, but for the verse and for the bridge, we're gonna have what's called syncopation. And syncopation is if we have a note play and then it doesn't play again until after the next downbeat. So if we do this, that is not syncopation. But if we do this, by having a note play and then not play again until after the downbeat is hit, we get this nice sense of rhythmic balance. And if we play this, I'm actually gonna do this exact pattern. Bam, bam, ba-dum, bam, ba-dum, bam, ba-dum, bam. And this is gonna be our pattern. If we play this against the kick, sounds really, really, really cool. Now we're gonna take this same rhythm and we're actually going to combine it with the kick. So this is going to happen every time there's a kick drum, which is this one right here. So I'm gonna go bam, bam, bam. And this, bam, 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 bow, bow. Then go down to bow, bow, bow. And there's our chorus. So now we have IO, we have verse, we have chorus, we have another verse. Whoops, we have another verse and chorus, and then we have a bridge. So what are we gonna do with the bridge? The bridge will show us one of the last ways we can do good bass lines, or an easy way to write bass lines without having to think too much about it. And I'm just gonna give a little bit of gap so that the notes don't overlap. And then we're just gonna do rolling eighth notes. And we're going to actually have the last beat have the bass start moving down to wherever the next note is. So let's see how far it takes to climb down from C to G. That's gonna be 4, so it's gonna be bam, 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 or 3. So let's go bam, bam. And so now, if we solo just this, and this is gonna have the same sort of thing, where we're just gonna go ahead and duplicate all these notes, move this down to G. And then since we're moving in stepwise motion here, I'm actually going to do down 2, and then down 1, and then back to the note. And then we're going to actually duplicate all of this and just move it down here, but move this up 1. So it's gonna end up sounding kind of like this, but I have to change the notes because I think we have a D sharp here, so move this up to E. And this needs to move down as well. This is actually gonna go down underneath. And then we're gonna have to actually do something, because I just remembered on our bridge, we didn't start this way. We actually started by flipping the order. So this goes all the way back here. This goes all the way forwards and then back down an octave. So we have this. And since this now has a different motion, we can now start to go like this, go up here. Again, since this G is really close to this A, we're gonna go down and then up to it. And there's our bridge. Now we have our verse, again, a chorus again, and then we have our outro. And believe it or not, the song's done. I'm gonna make slight changes just to add what's called legatonist. I'm gonna make sure that these notes aren't missing anything. They're all dragged all the way out. So we're gonna copy this verse one more time over here. And then on these verses, I'm actually going to go in, I'm gonna add in legato to these muted notes. Then legato. Let's see, make sure there's more legato here. Cool, okay, so we got everything. So technically, our song is completely arranged. Let's take a listen. I'm actually really curious. I'm actually gonna turn this down a little bit on my speakers. I'm gonna focus on my headphones because I'm curious to see how this sounds just on its own. Because right now we just have 3 pianos, we have a drum kit, and then we have a bass line. And I'm going to upload this to YouTube. We're definitely getting this uploaded to YouTube. Don't worry. I just want to, ideally, I'd like to cut it down a little bit and remove some of my ums and some of the gaps and some of the conversations with chat. But let's see how this sounds. dissonance here. So what I'm actually gonna do now that I've already heard this, I'm gonna move these up an octave because I think these need to be up higher. I don't think they sound as good as they could because they're kind of taking up space that the piano would want, and we can fix this also later. But I'm just doing this now just because I'm here. Let's go back here. I really like that bridge. Meet somebody, get married the same day, and have 3 kids type beat. Pretty much. And that's our song. Like, we could do stuff in this outro, like maybe we could have the bass just kind of suspend on the last note for a little bit, just to give us a little bit of an outro. Like maybe have the melody come back or something, but like, there we go. So it's funny, like just like that, you have a song that is, if not really good, it is at least organized, it's arranged, and if you weren't kind of making it in a rush like I was to try and get through all of this fucking information before it gets dark outside, you'll start to find that a lot of these ideas will sound really good. And what we can do now is we can start to change. So instead of having all of these things play the same sound, let's try and think about it in terms of a full band. We're going to turn this melody into, let's say, a guitar. Let's look for a guitar, see what we can find. Go, guitar unplucked. For just showing up harmony, different elements complementing. Exactly, like this is not meant to be like a full thing. Like this is meant to show you the ideas. And then you can take these ideas and run with them. So I'm gonna take this one. I'm actually gonna use a keyboard for this next one. Let's get synth keys. Let's find a good key. Yeah, let's just use, no, that's kind of a chordy one. That works. So now, this is gonna make a lot of stuff pop out now, but this was fun. This was cool. Alrighty. It sounds silly, but now we can look at what to do once we're done, because this is how we would arrange these loops out. There's another idea where like you could get like everything kind of compressed to one. Like let's say I only had the chorus. Let's say I spent a lot of time writing my chorus. What I could do is I could actually duplicate this out a whole bunch and do this same structuring process and be like, well, I don't need my melody in my intro. I don't need my bass line in my intro. I can get rid of my drums here. I can get rid of this here. Maybe I'm gonna have a big breakdown where I only have my chords for a little bit, turn on all my melodies. And this is called subtractive arrangement. This is very common for house, for techno, for incredibly loop-based genres, things where you just have very small ideas kind of coming in and out. This is a very viable strategy as opposed to constructing this sort of structure and building it out that way. So don't feel like you have to do this. You can also sort of like get a loop going and kind of blend it out this way. No worries, Zen. No worries with that question. Let's see. Is this concept of teaching going to go through stuff in some sort of chronological order? Not quite sure what you mean by that, but basically what we're going to do is we're going to go through the whole process, because now that we've finished up the song arrangement, we can start going into production. We can start going into taking these sounds, taking these different instruments, and making them work together. So this is now where I am taking off my songwriter hat. My songwriter hat is done. I am no longer writing music. Now I am producing the track. I'm taking this idea and deciding how the track should flow, how the track should change, how the track should evolve. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce you to a concept that I've brought up before on stream, and people who are regulars to the stream will probably recognize this. This is called track breath. Track breath is a synthesizer that just puts out noise. It just puts out a sound of like shh. Most synthesizers can do this. Just look for something that says white noise or noise in any sort of oscillator. And then you want to put what's called a low pass filter on it. You see this, I have this thing called Operator. This is a synthesizer called Operator inside of Ableton. I only have one oscillator, this bottom one down here labeled as A, turned on. It's set to output white noise with no change to how the sound goes. Whoops, I messed that up. Like just a normal sound. And then I click this button to enable what's called a low pass filter. It looks like this. We're gonna go into filters later when we get into the mixing session. And what this is doing is this is removing higher frequencies from the sound. So before we do anything, I'm just gonna actually move this down to -20, just because we don't need it to be very loud. This is just gonna be a production tool. As soon as I answer Zen's question, we'll go back into this. Will a stream after this maybe cater towards more sound design, sample manipulation, mixing vocals, etc.? Is that further down the line since less beginner friendly? I would love to do more streams like that. I would love to do like in-depth streams on how to design sounds from scratch, how to mess with samples, how to mix vocals in a project, how to effectively do surgical EQing. A lot of things that I show towards the beginning of my stream. I do want to do kind of formalized lectures on that. But for now, I really want to start from the ground up. I want to really create something that people who are not familiar with music production can get started with it. And then I'm going to kind of gradually work my way up. And then I'll kind of jump back and forth between beginner level tutorials and pro level tutorials. I just want to start off these much longer lectures. Again, I really feel weird using that term, but I want to focus more on getting things off the ground and then building towards more advanced concepts. So back to this. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to insert a MIDI clip and a MIDI note that goes the whole length of my song, now that I've structured it out. I'm going to go into this. I'm going to move this knob called sweep, and then I'm going to press the A key, which enables something called automation. And we're going to go much more into automation towards the end of this part of the lecture, where we're talking about automating sounds. But for now, just know that automating is making a parameter change over time by adjusting these curves and these lines. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to construct a what's called a interest curve or an energy curve for my song. And you'll see kind of what I'm doing here in this. And it sort of just shows how the song is sort of flowing between sections. So we might do something like this. So, and then this is going to come back up like this. And it's going to come back down. Come back up like so. Right back down like this. This sort of go up like so. Back down, right back up, right back down, right back up, and then nice long slow thing down. And then let's listen to what this sounds like underneath our track. Do some other stuff too. What I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust these curves, so like these things are going to start happening faster or slower. And we don't need to listen to the rest of this because I think you get the basic idea. But notice how this starts to create sort of these sensations of movement in the track, even though we can't really hear it over underneath everything that's all loud and fighting for attention, which we'll fix later in the mix down. But now we can use this as a guideline. So now here we want to have things start to fall. We have something here that starts to build. We have something that falls slowly here and builds more here. Something that quickly drops down, but then builds back up, does the same sort of thing as our first chorus. Something that really slowly falls, something that really slowly builds. And the same sort of thing as our choruses. And then a similar sort of thing where, as our verse, where it starts slow, builds back up, and then a nice slow outro. Awesome. Sounds good, Miyoki. I'm so glad that it was helpful for you. Have a great night. Sleep well. So now I'm going to start adding salt and pepper to this track. I'm going to add what I call spice. And there's a few ways you can do that. Spice tends to be these things that help the transitionary moments feel more transition-y. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add crash cymbals to our different sections. And these are going to sort of add impact to the first moments of these sections. So I'm going to have a crash here. And then I'm going to have a crash here and here. I'm not going to have a crash here, but I'm going to have a crash here. I'm going to layer it with both. Then we're going to have this one here and then this one here. Both again. And then here, we're going to have a crash on our 8. Then on the chorus, we're going to have crash 1 here, crash 2 here. And then we're going to duplicate these because these are just the same for now. So verse, chorus, verse, chorus. Move this to the verse, move this to the chorus. And this is technically our bridge. So we can add something new here. So let's add a different crash here. And then we're going to add the first crash here on the 3. And then we're going to do that again, but have another crash here on the 8. So now we're creating more interest in this section. And then we have a thing on the chorus. We're going to have a similar sort of thing on the outro. So we're going to kind of copy this. Whoops, we're going to copy this here. Whoops, come on. Don't do this to me. We're going to copy this here. We're going to copy this here. And then we're going to combine these, call this the outro. And then we're going to make one more MIDI clip here. Call this the end. And then we're just going to put both crashes right here. So now if we just listen to the drums, sounds really cool. Sounds like there's a lot of interest moving on. It sounds like it feels very natural. And then verse again, and let's see how it sounds in the bridge. Sounds all right. And then obviously we have like our outro and then our ending. So that's step 1 of adding these sweeteners in our track. So now we have... And you'll notice that I am putting these at certain points. I'm putting them at the start of a 4-bar section. I'm putting them at the second half of an 8-bar section. And I'm putting them on 4 and 8 for the most part. Sometimes I'm putting them more kind of frequently. But generally, it's like bar 1, bar 4, bar 5, and bar 8. This gets to a concept I'm going to talk a lot about in a little bit later in this section, where we're going to talk about fills and this idea of transitionary moments. Because generally, your track wants to have something happen here at the 4th bar, and then some big transition happen here at the 8th bar, because that's when these major transitions tend to happen. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start adding in what are called risers, downlifters, and sweeps, or effect sounds, transitionary effect sounds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start adding audio tracks. So first I'm going to look for a downlifter, which is kind of like a shh kind of sound. So we're going to get downlifter. It's going to be in the key of C. Let's look for a downlifter. These are a bunch that I have already. I like that one. So we're going to use that one. We're going to start with noise, and then we can actually call back to that by at the very end using that same noise. And I'm just going to do this basically like every time there's a 4, I'm going to have something that sort of like comes up and comes down. Every 1, I'm going to have something that comes down, and leading into 8, I'm going to have something that comes up. So I'm going to look for another downlifter. Kind of like that one, so I'm going to put that one here. And I'm going to put that at the 1st and the 3rd chorus. I'm gonna do it a different one for the second chorus. Yeah, that one works. We'll do that. Then we're going to get our chorus sounds. Let's get another downlifter. That works. So let's do this at the start of every chorus. Let's get another white noise downlifter for the outro. Something right here. And now we just need something for our bridge. Let's look for something for our bridge. Sure, that works cool. This kind of builds a little bit, but I think that'll work. So now we have our downlifters here. These are all our downlifters. Now we're going to get risers. Things that build into these transitionary moments. I like that, but we need to make sure to repitch this because it's in a different key. This is the D. We want it to be in C, so it's going to go down 2. I didn't change these, even though they're in the key of G, because G is the 5th of C. And going back to what I said before, when we're talking about intervals and scales, the perfect 5th, the 5th note of your scale, will always work in complement to whatever your key is. So you can totally work with that. And so we're going to have this riser just go through every single verse, just standard. And I'm going to get a different one for the chorus risers. That works. And again, this is D sharp, so I'm going to go D, C sharp, C, so down 3 semitones. I'm going to do this at every chorus. And then we're going to get one more for our bridge and one more for our outro. Let's look for riser. These are all very EDM-y. So I'm going to do stuff with that later. Let's do that one. And then like a simple one for our outro. What? Let's just do that one to end it out. And now we're just gonna get sounds that come in right here on the in-between. So I'm gonna look for what are called sweeps. And I will warn you, this is gonna get super loud, so before we do anything, I'm actually gonna put a limiter on my master, because this is gonna get fucking painful. Because this is going to sound, I will warn you, this is gonna sound like garbage until we get into the mix down. So be warned. These are just creating the energy. So now I'm going to get what's called sweeps. So let's look for sweeps. Let's look for a wave so that we get some audio files. That's kind of cool. So we'll put this right here. So where this, I'm going to adjust this. So this is where it's starting to end. Now we have this little transitionary moment right here. I'm going to do this in the intro, the bridge, and the outro. I'm going to get another one for the verse and the, one for the verse and one for the choruses. Get a short sweep for, or medium sweep for the verses and a short sweep for the choruses. So we're going to have 2. This is kind of like a riser. So now we want to have something that falls. So more something like that. We're going to do that instead. This is going to be our verse transitionary sound. And again, this is going to sound like garbage, so please don't get mad at me for this not sounding nice once it's all in. So let's get something short. we're just gonna put this one right here on the middle, this section right here, so that this happens right there. And then we're going to listen to what it sounds like with a bunch of transitionary sounds. Mod, how you doing? Let me turn this down. This is a big loud mess with a bunch of stuff going on. It kind of works though. That's enough of that. Sounds like shit, frankly. But as you can see, just by adding in all of these sounds, which aren't actually changing our song, we've gone from 5 tracks to 18 tracks. No feedback stuff today. Probably not today, LFO Mod. We're doing what I'm calling like a 0 to 100 for music production. This is basically how you can go from not knowing anything about music to making a full song. And this is kind of why I don't mind that this sounds like shit, because let's face it, this is what your song is probably going to sound like. If you are completely new to making music, no, LFO Mod, you're kind of being rude right now, because I already said I'm doing an educational thing. Thank you so much for understanding, but no. Anyways, it's okay. It's all good, LFO Mod. Nothing personal, but this is for people who are not like you. These are people who don't know how to make music, so they matter too. Anyways, getting back into this, now we can see that like just from producing, we take something that starts off very simple and we layer in a bunch of things that make it more complex. So what we're going to do now is start extending these loops, getting these ideas to feel more engaging, to feel more interesting. The first way is to think about like every time you have something repeat, have a different sound in each section. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to start looking for a beep that I can put here and a different beep that I can put here. So let's look for beep C. So maybe let's just have that first beep here, right at this section. Now we have a phone beep. Maybe we'll place this so it fits right here. And then we're gonna get a different beep. And then that bomb is gonna be the first one's gonna be what we're doing here. Change every 8 bar or something. No, I do not mean change every 4 bars. I mean, if you have something that loops once, you need to have something that only happens on the first loop and something different that only happens on the second loop of that 4-bar loop. If you loop it 4 times, you need to have 4 different sounds. So this is going to go right about the same spot. So I'm just going to duplicate this here. And now we're going to place this. So this is happening right here. This is going to be moving right there. This is folding down like so. A little bit more. So now let's listen to this first section. So because the things that we have looping are the intro kick, the bass line, and the chords. So all of these things being looped means we want to have something different underneath them. And now we can get 2 more sounds that happen here, and this will be sort of throughout the thing. So we can do stuff like maybe let's have this come back at the bridge again, and then at the outro. And now we're gonna look for new little beeps and blips and stuff that happen in here in the verse. I'm gonna have something that happens just on the second bar now. I'm gonna look for tone C. So yeah, this is only gonna happen here on the verse. Boop. Pull this down. I'm gonna do this every time we have a verse. Maybe reverse a second. We'll do that later, Elephoma. Please, I appreciate it. Please don't backseat right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then we're gonna go in and add another one on the second bar of the second half of this loop. I like that. So let's add this one, this tone 6. Put this here, fade this out like so. And this goes everywhere here, where we have a verse. And then we can go in and we can start adding in beeps to the chorus. Let's get something like a bird chirping. So every time we start our chorus, we're gonna have a bird going like that. Actually, not right when we start. It's gonna be right on the offbeat. So it'll be like this. Not quite. It'll be back a little bit more. So it'll be right about here, if I count it right. So it'll be like right here. And then do that again on the second chorus and the third chorus. And find maybe some other birds for the second half. Yeah, that's a good one. So this bird whistle is gonna go again on the second one right here. So we have like just slightly in the background there. And again, these are sort of just placed a little randomly because I'm sure the first time any of you are trying this, it'll be kind of weird and it'll feel random. So don't worry, because if you don't like it, you can always change it later. Nothing in here is permanent yet. So now we have that. Now let's get our bridge sounds. So let's go synth C. Let's look for a nice. Maybe let's just have like random like stabs in there. Like, so like maybe let's put this here. Like here, right on this, the third bar. We're gonna turn this down to C. And then this is just going to fade in and fade out only on this second bar of the bridge. This is the only time this is gonna happen in the entire song because the bridge only happens once. And then we're gonna get another one. The same sort of thing. This is only gonna happen on the third bar. We're gonna fade it in and we're gonna fade it out. So now we have a nice dynamic kind of ever-changing idea that emerges under every single loop. And now we can start to cut things out to make room for them. So I'm gonna go ahead and hide my browser, hide my overview. So now all we get is this. And what we're doing is we're gonna start cutting sounds. So I'm going to cut this right here. I'm gonna cut these last 3 over here. And we're going to cut the chords right here at this moment on the last beat of bar 4. And I'm just gonna go through, I'm gonna look for places where I can now carve out space. So like maybe I'm going to cut out this, all of these right here. So all of this stuff is going to get cut out. And it doesn't matter because we're going to get this back here, but we're going to cut this all out. So now nothing is happening here. And then here, I'm actually going to cut out everything but the very first beat. Everything but this right here at the top, except for this melody. We're going to just keep the melody. We're going to keep all this stuff here. I'm going to see how this feels. In the chorus, we're actually going to just remove this last beat again, but only in the stuff that's not the chords, because we're going to get this nice stab right here. And maybe we'll cut this too. We'll just cut the last 2 beats. Let's do that instead. And then on this last bar of this chorus, we're going to go back. We're going to cut all of this. We're going to cut all of this. We're going to cut this. And we're actually going to cut the counter melody and the melody at all. We're going to cut all of this stuff. It's all going to go away, including the bass. So this is going to be silence. And then we're going to go in. I'm going to maybe cut out on this 4th bar. I'm going to cut out everything after this snare and before this last snare. So all of this stuff is going to get deleted. And again, I'm just cutting information out. I'm not actually changing this information fundamentally at all. And again, I might just cut out everything but this kick right here. Cut all this out, but maybe leave this stuff back in here on the counter melody and the verse, or the main melody. And here, I'm actually going to cut out, well, not here, because this is the second one. Yeah, I'm going to do that for the third one. So here, I'm going to cut out everything but the melody from this 8th bar here for this 4th bar. So I'm actually going to cut out all this stuff totally. Just leave this melody going. And then I'm actually going to cut out everything from the last 2 bars of here, with the exception of the counter melody and the bass line. And then this bridge, I'm not going to cut out anything from here, but I am going to cut out stuff from the last beat of the last bar. I'm going to, again, just sort of shave off the last note here. Maybe do that to give it a little bit more space. Cut out the last half bar here. And then, actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to keep the last kick. And then we're actually going to cut everything in the rhythm and the bass for the first 3 beats of the bar. So we're going to have this feeling. That sort of pumps out and like surprises us. And then we're going to cut these beats here. We're going to cut these beats here. We're going to cut maybe this stuff here. And then we're going to cut all of the drums from the last section, all of the chords from the last bar, and leave all this intact. And then we don't need to do anything to the outro, because I'm going to leave the outro as it is. So now we have this big dynamic thing where things are going to start to change. I'm going to do myself a little bit of a favor. I'm actually going to just turn these all down by about 10 dB, just because they should be background. But hopefully you can just kind of carry on through. Yeah, that's much better. Probably would want to cut this here. See how literally just by removing information, we're creating interest. 30 minutes. It's been more than 30 minutes, Little Tooth. We've been going for a while. We've been going for a long while today. And then now that we've added all these gaps, we can start going back in and adding what are called fills. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to reconsolidate all of these gaps. I'm going to look for places where I can add in little sounds that I haven't used already for little transitionary moments. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add in a little snare roll here where I just have like a bop, 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 bop. And these are just going to help transition us between sections. We're going to have big fills here on the 4 bar and a bigger one here on the 8 bar. But even here on the 2nd bar, you could do stuff like have like a little clap here. And then maybe we could repeat that, but have it like change a little bit because maybe it's like a bop bop. So, and then here we can remove this and we can have 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 in. So maybe like kick tom. Tom, 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 like that. And notice how I didn't have a tom right here, so we had a little syncopation, and there's our fill. Now we can go back here. We can add in, maybe we can add like a fill sound here. Like maybe we could add in, well, no, I actually think no fill here is good because this actually kind of acts as a fill. But here, you can go in and add in maybe a little rhythmic fill here. So let's add in something here at the end. So maybe we'll add in a little snare roll to announce the transitions. So bop, 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 bop. And then right at the very end, open hi-hat. And now we have this. Maybe not this. Maybe you want to have this up at the closed hat or something. And then we would go here and maybe on this last beat, we could have something like this, do something kind of crazy, like maybe like a da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, really fast. And maybe have this last one go up an octave. Then maybe we have this as like a little ascending idea for a melodic fill, because you don't have to necessarily do fills with drums. You could have something like F, G, A, B, C, D, E, C, like this. Dun, dun, like that. That's a fill. Get more fills with that. And then let's try maybe a bass fill here. Like maybe have like some nice syncopation. Dun, 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 dun. Done like this. And then maybe we'll go back and we'll, for the sake of convenience and time, I wouldn't necessarily recommend this for everyone. Go in and just start creating kind of new choruses. We're just going to repeat these ideas here. Repeat this verse idea here. Like so, just so that we can make it easier. And then we can start looking at the way to make these sounds now each more interesting. Because we have all this stuff underneath. We have all this stuff that's carrying the track's energy. But now we just have kind of like these one sound Andes over here. Everything's just one. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start layering sounds. I'm going to take this rhythm section, and we're actually going to start combining some of these sounds together. I'm going to start layering in other sounds. I might start layering stuff in audio. I might start layering stuff in MIDI. But we'll see. For now, we're just going to start by taking all these instruments, and we're going to group them together. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this a bit more old school, where all I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this melody. I'm going to call this melody layer. I'm going to delete this instrument, and then I'm going to find myself a new instrument to go underneath this. I'm going to find a synth lead here. I hope this doesn't have an arpeggiator on it, or we can turn off that arpeggiator, because I like the sound, but I don't want that thing. Looks like this has an arpeggiator on it. Can't get rid of, right? Yeah, so I don't want to do that. So let's do poly lead. There we go. See how this sounds with the melody? Interesting. Nice. So that works. Now we can go take this counter melody. We're going to duplicate that. We're going to go find a new sound. We're going to go find a mallet sound. I like that. So we're going to pull that in here. We're going to see how this sounds. Nice. We're going to see how it sounds with this. Nice. Really cool. So now we're gonna go do these chords, duplicate the chord, MIDI. We're gonna go grab a new instrument. We're gonna grab new keys, or maybe we'll grab a pad. Sounds really cool. So let's see how this sounds. Nope. No, because this probably has fifths or something in it. That sounds really bad. Let's do that. That sounds just rapid. Let's turn off down the bite. Now let's find something less distorted. Yeah, there we go. Probably has fifths as well. Let's try that one. Yeah. That works. Let's see how this sounds with the keys. Okay, for sure. Nice. Now we're gonna layer up the rhythm section. Yeah, like all of a sudden this stuff is gonna sound really much more engaging all of a sudden, because we're making sounds composites. We're making sounds layered out of other sounds. And the simplest way, what we can actually do here is I'm going to try and just get a new drum set here and see how this works. It probably will not. We're going to see how it works though. It's probably going to sound like garbage though. It might actually work because if you hear that the bass doesn't feel like it's as strong as it might be otherwise. So this might just work. It's hard to kind of hear, I think, because this is quieter. Ooh. But it's definitely adding a difference. It's definitely adding a difference. So what I'm actually gonna do here is I'm gonna layer these drums one more time. I'm actually gonna put 3 drum sets in here. Hell yeah. Let's see how this sounds. Hell yeah. Yo. Nice. That actually sounds really cool. That sounds really cool. This changes the whole tonality of the track too. Like, and as you can see, it's starting to get really, really cacophonous. There's so much information here. It doesn't really work once we listen to it in context, but since every individual thing sounds really cool, what we can do is we can actually make these things work together in cohesion. I actually really have to use the restroom. So I'm gonna take like a 2-3 minute break just to use the water closet. And then I'll be back and we're gonna move on to how we can now, well, first what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move on to layering the bass, and then we're going to move on to processing the individual sounds and making them sound interesting. So I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. So now we're gonna layer up this bass, and I know what you're thinking. Wait, how can we layer up bass? How does that work? Maybe you're not thinking that, to be honest. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you first this concept of a separate sub. Where if we look at the frequency ranges of stuff, that low and high thing, there is, you know, bass, mid-range, treble, but underneath bass, there's something called a sub-bass. Things that are lower than bass frequencies, things that are really heavy and body-based. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate this bass, and we're gonna actually change this to this thing called hip-hop sub, which is essentially just a sine wave. And it's just putting out a low tone to give us some nice extra low end. And if we listen to this, it's a bit too high. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in. I'm actually gonna do this with a MIDI device, because sometimes since you have things in MIDI, which is different from like these audio samples, like these will always sound like this. This is being calculated live. This is sort of rendered. This is live calculation of information. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this bass and we're gonna use a -12 pitch thing to make it go from this to this. All these lower notes. And if we play that with the bass, all it does is it adds weight. Feels very natural, doesn't it? So this is one of the benefits of having a separate sub bass to just carry the weight in the body, because then you can start doing stuff like layering in this with something that might not even be a bass sound. Let's find something that's not a bass and layer this in. Let's get maybe like a mallet of some sort. And something very soft and faint, basically. Like that. Let's see how this sounds with our sub bass. This is very low. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the opposite. We're pushing this up an octave. Now it's just adding a little layer. So now we have just a much bigger low end in our track. So now we have this big cacophonous mess where we originally started with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tracks, just from taking the information, adding in all these transitionary effects, adding in gaps, and trying to make everything sound full. Again, we went from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 33 tracks. That's a lot. Like, and you can go as far as you want, especially when it comes down to what I'm going to show you at the end here with mixing and mastering. But before we get into that, what I want to do is I want to start processing these sounds so that each sound feels a bit more alive and a bit more engaging. So we're going to open this, or actually we're not going to open this up. We're going to keep this here, and we're just going to go through solo these sounds during sections that feel the most active. I'm going to go with the chorus, because I feel like the chorus is the time when most things are active. So I'm going to go for, I think I'll go for a bridge, because I feel like the bridge is actually here, and this bridge is the most active. So I'm just going to loop this. I'm going to start looking for effects that I can throw on top of this. I'm gonna go into my audio effects, and I'm just gonna try random shit. I'm not on the right thing, hold on. Oof. I don't really like that, but maybe it sounds cool. Let's try one of these presets. No, let's try enhance. Very faint. I don't quite like that because it's too faint for me. Let's try mids distort. Like that. Let's try mids overdrive. I really like that. Let's try overdrive just to test it. I actually think I like overdrive more than mids overdrive. I'm glad I tested. Yeah, I think I like overdrive more. Now this is already starting to sound much cooler. Let's see if we can do more. Let's try adding a phaser. Sounds cool. Let's try one of these presets. Nope. I like acoustic cascade. Let's try some of the other ones. Discord. No, that sounds weird. And phaser. I like that one. Let's try flicker. Nope. Glass. Nope. Buddha. Nope. Mess. Nope. I kind of like that one. So between the ones we have, I've liked acoustic cascade. I've liked, I believe, glass. Or maybe in phaser. I think it was in phaser. Yeah, I've liked acoustic cascade and phaser and phased and confused so far. So it might be one of those. That's cool too. Very soft. Nope. Talkie. Nope. Wide. Nope. That's interesting. I actually think I like acoustic cascade the most. But I feel like it's happening a bit too obviously for me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn down this dry wet to 0. I'm gonna slowly increase it until it blends in the way that I like it. I like it here. You can feel that slight motion, but it's not happening the whole time. Maybe we can do one more sound here. Let's try... let's try doing some rain delay. Let's try one of these. Let's see what these do. Let's see what whirness does. It's kind of cool. Let's try rubber band. No. Let's try bubbles. That's cool, but it's a bit too much. Try minor third up. No. Maybe minor third down. Nah, I think whirness might be good. Nope. That's rush. Audio effects. Let's go to rumble. Nah, I think I like rush the most. Wait, what? Hold on. This isn't the one we wanted. Where is the one that we used? Try ascend. Let's find the one we used. Maybe it was whirness. No, it was whirness. I like that, but again, I want to do the same thing I did with this phaser, where I pull this all the way down, and then I pull it back up. I like it just below 30%. Like probably around like there. You can just barely hear it underneath the track. Hear it again. That's clearly the dominant part of the sound. So now let's go and make this interesting. Let's go in and add, maybe we'll add an amp. So let's do like metallic. That sounds really cool. Let's try switching it from monophonic to duophonic. Make it sound more stereo. Maybe since we're putting it through an amplifier, let's try putting it through a cabinet as well. To give it a bit more of like a guitar tone to it. Let's try Sit in the Mix. That just muffles it a little bit. Let's try 4x12 cab. I like this because it mellows it out quite a bit. Let's try tuning down the dry wet from 100 just to kind of reintroduce some of those upper frequencies. Yeah, that's good. But let's put the output to dual. Okay. But now let's try and do a little bit of creative equalizing. And this is going to be our first introduction to an equalizer and using an equalizer in our track. Because there's a lot of different ways you can use an EQ or an equalizer, EQ for short. What we're going to show off now is creative EQing, where there really are no rules. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just push up and pull down on this until it starts to sound cool and not cool and see what happens. I like that. Let's try adding another one. I actually really like these. I mean, usually you wouldn't want to do such extreme motions here. Like this is pushing up quite a bit. This is pulling down a ton. It wouldn't be advisable if we were trying to do engineering mixing. We're trying to get this sound to sound good in relationship to everything else. But I actually like the way that this feels. I actually like that, and I think it blends well with this. So I'm going to keep that. Next, we're going to move on to our counter melody. Let's see what we can do. Let's try a pedal. I really like that hot fuzz. I'm going to stick with that for now. Let's go find flanger preset. Let's try hearing voices. I like that because it's very subtle, even though it's very heavy in its processing. And now I'm gonna add more distortion. Because like distortion is great for sounds that are very digital. Distortion makes sounds feel very live and very real. It adds warmth in a way that makes the sound feel kind of incomplete or imperfect. And we like that. We want something to sound imperfect. Let's try mid-range fattener. You feel that right there in the middle range, right there? From here, we're now going to do, I'm going to add, what else am I going to add? Let's add an echo. So we'll add a clean delay at 8 dot ball. Let's see what this sounds like. This is cool, but it's taking up too much information. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna increase this. This is a high pass filter. I'm gonna talk about this more in terms of like the mixing when we get to kind of this deep dive on EQs and filter curves and stuff like that. But for now, I'm just going to try and remove low end from this delay so that it's only sort of adding high end to it. See? It gets very cloudy. And we can even pull down on this to really isolate the frequency range of the sound. I'm going to go in. I'm also going to turn on this ducking thing. We'll get into ducking when we talk about compression and sidechain compression. But we're just going to pull this down a little bit. So all this is doing is every time a new note enters this plugin, it's going to pull down on the volume of everything that is coming out of this plugin for that moment. Nice, I like that. Let's hear it within context. That's cool. Now let's make this more interesting. Let's try Redux. Ooh, I like that. This makes the bells sound more chiptune-y, more video gamey. Let's try Erosion. More distortion, more fucking with the sound, basically. Let's try a dynamic tube distortion of some sort. Let's try hot driven tape. Very subtle. I'm just adjusting these parameters, increasing the drive and the envelope to try and increase how much it affects the sound. And then I think what we'll do is we'll add one last thing. We're gonna add in an EQ to push up the high frequencies again. Now this is called a shelf EQ because if you notice it looks kind of like a shelf. But again, we'll talk more about that later. And again, this is just pushing up on the sound. I'm going to turn off these so they're not being used. Yeah, I like that. Maybe not as much in context. Nice. Now let's move on to the harmony with these piano chords. See how we can do something with this. Let's try filter delay. Nice. I really like that. I like how that feels. Let's try in a different section. I really like this, but I think it sounds a bit too overwhelming in this section. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna turn down the dry all the way so that we're only getting the wet signal. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to turn this into a send. You can't do this in every single DAW, but most DAWs you can. The other way you would do this is you would turn the dry up and turn down the volume. But the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to just have the wet signal here, as in the processed signal. We generally call a signal with processing on it like this wet. I'm going to compare that to the dry signal, which I'm going to call this. And dry just means unprocessed. So now I'm going to turn this down all the way. Now we just have our chords. I'm going to slowly start increasing this until we get a nice balance between the two. little bit higher. Ooh, did you hear that when that happened right there? Ooh, that was really cool. So that's really nice. I like that. I think we're gonna add just one more sound to this, or one more piece of processing to this, just to make it sound a bit more interesting. I think we're gonna do chromatic right here. I really like how that sounds, so I'm gonna turn this all the way down to here. That's really cool, actually. We're just gonna keep that in there, and we're gonna move on to this layer. Let's see. How's it going, Tattoo Beats Production? How you doing? Let's see, let's try bass guitar synthesizer. Nope. Red little drive. Yeah. Very soft, high frequency distortion there. I'm gonna grab now an auto panner for this, and this is gonna auto pan. I'm gonna do 1 to 4 note contenders. Move it around. How's it going, Tattoo Beats? What's going on? We're doing a little bit of a teaching how to make music from scratch. A lot of basically from the ground up. We started from people who know nothing about music production, and now we're moving on to layering and processing sounds. And I actually really like this sound. I like how much it's moving. But this might be something to consider when it comes later on to this thing called mono compatibility, because this is the difference between like something that is automated, like I showed before, where we automated these parameters on here, and this is automation. This is an automated sound. This is automation. This is automated. So this is something that we'll have to keep an eye on later on in the mix. Now we're gonna process these rhythm sections. Know my hip hop Russia. Well, thank you. We're technically teaching people right now, so if you could ease up, like if you could please ease up, Tattooed Beats, I would really appreciate it. Because I'm trying to teach people right now, so I really appreciate it if you just ease up a little bit. But let's keep messing with these sounds. Let's see, what does this sound like? Like this. Try adding some saturation. Adding some nice warmth. I'm gonna put on EQ and do some creative mixing EQ here. Ooh. Yeah. I want to really reinforce this kick for now. Give us a big boost of the kick. Let's see if we can layer this sound up. Try drum bus. Let's try drum pumper. I really like how that sounds. Now let's try a beat repeat on this. Let's try fill in the gaps. You hear that? Kind of nice. Bad filter Q3. We'll get there, friend. We'll get there, friend. I promise we'll get there. Just hang on. Just be patient, friend. And then maybe we'll add a little bit of chorus on here. Let's try laundry. Ooh, that's a bit much. But I kind of like it. So let's pull this all the way down and bleed it in slowly. That's really fucking nice. That feels fucking heavy. Now let's mess with these drums. Let's try like one of these. Let's see what happens if we do Space Birds. This sounds pretty cool, but I feel like now there's too much stuff going on here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna emphasize the high frequencies here. I'm gonna go to Enhance. Really emphasize those high frequency sounds. And I'm gonna use a phaser on Talkie. Nope, maybe not Talkie. Let's try Discord. Nah, maybe not a phaser at all. But this is something that we're gonna have to start cutting frequencies out of. This is something to keep in mind for the mix, because now this is starting to get overwhelming. But I still like this. I just think it takes up too much space. So when we get down to mixing, we're gonna have to start to adjust these volume balances in the mix. But I'm gonna keep this as it is for now, and just keep that in mind for later. Now we're gonna start processing the bass. We got the slap bass. I'm gonna make this just so nice and heavy. I'm gonna grab an amp. I'm gonna find a bass roundup. I'm gonna get a cabinet. I'm gonna get a bass cabinet. Just make this sound nice and real. Find a nice bass cab. Kind of mess with these dry wet balances to see which sounds good. I like it around there. And then we're just gonna add a little bit more distortion with saturation. We're gonna use warm up lows. Yeah. We turn these off and compare it again. I'm gonna do this by grouping these sounds together into an audio effect rack so that we can control them all at once. And I'm just gonna turn this on and off. This is increasing volume as well. If we pull this down, or we go over here to this bass, or at this bass, we look at this volume, we turn this off. This is at minus 7.8 dB. I turn this on. Goes up to -1. This is something to keep in mind when you're adding distortion to your track, is that distortion adds volume, and you want to make sure to do what's called gain staging. Gain staging is where you make sure that the plugins before and after your chain of effects have the same volume. The sound should be at the same level as we go forwards. I probably am not doing that too closely in these sounds. You can see by these clipping indicators right here. But we're gonna get closer to that later. How's it going, Rudd? We are about, I would say, 3/4 of the way through this lecture. We have about this much and this much information left to go. So we're doing. I'll just put it that way, Rudd. We are doing. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually turn this down 6 dB. See how it gets to. This gets us close. Let's keep turning this down because we want to get to -7. So let's try -8 dB. Yeah. So this sounds about the same in volume, but it still has a lot more character that I really, really like. So let's move on to this next bass. See if we can process this. All right, this is not even really a bass. This is just a layer to our bass. I'm gonna start with EQ, and I'm just gonna crank everything above where this is. I'm gonna pull this down. I'm just gonna pull this all up. I'm actually gonna grab another one. I'm just gonna pull stuff up really high in that range. Maybe not, because we're getting too much crazy stuff there. But this will start sounding really cool once we start adding like a redux. Let's try adding old sampler. Maybe put this before the EQ. And we can pull this down a little bit and get some of this right back in. Oof. Hey there. As you can see, this is starting to get really loud. But again, these sounds sound cool together. So they'll sound cool when they're mixed in properly. This is a sub bass, so I'm not actually going to add any processes to this because this is supposed to be the bottom of our mix. This is going to be the low end of our mix, so I'm not actually going to process that. And I'm also not going to process these effects because these are just effects. We're going to do other stuff with that. So once you've gone through and started to like affect all your sounds and make them feel cool, what we can do is we can now use this as a guide for starting to automate parameters on the track. So like for this, I can see we have something moving up here. So I want to have some parameter on here I can move up. Looks like these are not quite what I want. So let's see if we can automate something on here. Let's see if we can automate the time. Well, no, let's automate the random pitch value here. So what we're going to do is in this section, I'm going to actually start to bring this up. Thank you, VicedVic2, for that follow. Thank you so much. I'm going to pull this up to about 35, 40. Let's see how this sounds. And it sounded interesting. Maybe we can pull this up. Maybe we can also, and we can do this by opening a new automation lane, opening this, we can actually increase the dry wet in this section too. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to start automating parameters on every single sound to make sure that it starts to move and evolve over time. To help transition these sounds together. And we might not do this for every sound. Like this, I might actually go in and instead of increasing the random pitch, I might just increase this. Increase it even further. And now we have this on the second verse. Maybe on the third verse, we have it kind of like this. We're climbing up the whole time. And maybe the random pitch starts increasing as well. And then we can move on to this sound. We can start looking for things to automate. Like we don't have anything. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually save the automation on here for something else. And we'll get to that once we get through with all these other things. We're just going to look to see which has automatable parameters. And we're going to automate that. Like this, I think we could automate this dry wet knob throughout this section. So we're going to solo this, and we're going to start automating this dry wet up and down based on this. So we're going to have this sort of come up. We're going to have this drop down and then come back up. We're going to maybe have this drop down and then come back up for here. Then slow come back down. Stay down because this is down, but slowly build back up here. And then pull this down a little bit and then have this go all the way up to 100% here. Go to this counter melody, look for something we can automate. Let's see, nothing on here. I really feel like we can automate. Well, there's one thing we could automate, but I think, actually, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to automate the down sampling on this in this last section only to pull this up like so and make this sort of start to degrade and become kind of distorted and fucked up. And as you can see, like we're gonna start to get a lot of automation here because this is gonna make everything start to grow and shift. So there's nothing on the piano we can mess with. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually mess with the dry wet volume on this. Again, according to this, we're actually going to copy this wholesale just at the level it's at. I'm going to have this come down, have this come up, I'm going to have this come down. I'm going to have this come down and then come back up. I'm going to have this come back down and then come back up. I'm going to have this come down and then come up. I'm going to have this come down and then come up. I'm going to have this start down and then come up. And then I'm actually going to make this go all the way up to here. Maybe not to 100, to maximum volume, but to about 0 decibels. So now this is pulling up to the total volume. And now we can even go in here and we can start to automate this parameter that I thought was really cool. If we listen to this, I really like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a similar sort of thing where this is going to go all the way down and this is going to go all the way up. I'm going to do the same sort of thing. I'm just going to copy this curve. I'm going to see if I can actually just copy this curve and just paste it. I'm going to see how that sounds. I really want to see how that sounds. That's cool, but we're actually losing this delay. So I'm going to move this before the delay. So now this is what's going to get delayed. We're going to move down to the second harmony thing, and now we have a lot of parameters we can automate. I'm going to show an automation in new lane for this filter cutoff, for this cavern space, and for this filter res. So I'm just going to actually just have this go kind of up and down over the course of the track. Like this is going to go up here. This is going to go down here. And this is just creating slow evolution of the sound throughout the course of it. I'm going to have this come up in sections where we're getting close to the chorus. I'm going to have this come up again like so. I'm just going to have it keep sort of like rising up every time we get close to a chorus and then sink right back down. And then I'm going to have this come right back up. And then I have one more thing, and this filter cutoff, I'm going to bring it up during choruses, then bring it right back down, then bring it up during chorus, bring it right back down, bring it up during chorus, right back down, and this is going to stay down like that. So now this whole sound is evolving in many different ways throughout the track. I'm going to go down to the rhythm, see if there's anything we can automate. Let's see, let's automate the low gain on this sound right here. So we can start to kind of like cut low end. So I'm going to cut the low end completely from this section. Cut the low end completely from this section. I'm actually going to start fading out the low end here. And I'm going to do that as well here on this second verse. And I think I'm going to keep that for now just like that. That's the only automation I'm going to do on this track. I'm going to go down to this track. I'm going to look to see if there's anything I automate here. No. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to automate the level of the laundry in gentle sort of shapes. I'm going to sort of just slowly lift this up like here. Slowly pull this down a smidge. Pull this back up, and we're just going to keep going up and down in little tiny gaps, never going above like 40, never really going below like 20, maybe a little bit above, a little bit below, just nice, gentle changes over time. And for this one, we're going to see what we can mess with. We're going to mess with this filter cutoff. And I'm actually going to see what this is adjusting. What is this cut? What is this cutting off? Here? Probably here. Where is the filter? Auto filter. So this is our filter cutoff right here. You can see it go all the way down here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to reverse this. I'm going to make this a high pass filter. So this is going to cut off low frequencies. If you watch, I pull this up a little bit, I go back here, all this stuff is cut out. Dropping automation for LFO everywhere now? Absolutely. I mean, that's a way to do it. Everyone has their own way of doing it. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to now automate this up and down, because with this all the way down, this is now not affecting. And then this is going to give us a nice, interesting sort of like sweepy motion stuff. This is going to start coming up here. This is going to stay up. This is going to, and this is going to be sort of like a simple up and down sort of thing, where it just sort of pulls up and then it comes back down. So this is how this sound's going to go. And this is going to hopefully help us get rid of a lot of the problems we have with the low end in this sound. We're going to go to the bass, see if there's anything we can automate. Looks like no. So we'll save that for now. We'll go to here. Anything we can automate? Yes. Let's start automating a bunch of parameters on this bass. Let's start automating this FM tone. I'm going to have this FM tone sort of like slowly be building over the course of the track, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger. And then we're going to also just kind of like have this sort of come up and down. Every time we get to a chorus, it's going to slide back down. So I want to set this right here to the end of the chorus, have this go up here, have this come back down, have this come back up to the chorus, and then have this come back down a little bit slowly as this rises. And then we're going to adjust this filter cutoff. And then we're going to do this again, sort of like I did for some other sounds. We're just going to have this follow the same basic curve of our track breath. Because my goal is I don't want to have the track breath in the tune at the end. I want to have the track breath be the thing that we use to inspire a lot of these things, but not influence how these sounds go. Like, this should be a much more natural process. It shouldn't be like a whole bunch of noise everywhere. Pull this down, go like so, and then pull this right back down. And so that's done. And we have our sub bass, which I'm not going to touch. I'm actually not going to touch our sub bass. Our sub bass is going to be the only thing we don't automate. Now that we've done all this automation, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete the track breath. It's no longer in our project. We're not using that. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to add some automation in a much simpler way to every track. We're going to add two filters. We're going to add a low pass filter and a high pass filter. The low pass filter is going to go all the way to the top. The high pass filter is going to go all the way down. And then we're just going to go ahead and set automation lanes for these two filters. Just one up, one down. And then this is going to act as a way, whoops, sorry, very cacophonous like I said right now. This is going to act as a way to sort of like transition us between sections. Like this is going to come down and then come back up. I'm going to have this start to fade out here. I'm going to have this come up right towards the end of the bridge and then fade back down before here. I'm going to do that again here, leading into the second chorus, make this kind of filtering up. I have this chord filtered down. So now we sort of have this nice sort of evolution of the sound over time. So and this is going to start coming down. Right here. This will start to come down. There we go. Don't you group anything? I do, but more Nate. So what we're doing today is this is a 0 to 100 on making music. I'm trying to keep it as DAW neutral as possible. So I'm trying not to do group tracks. I'm trying to do something that anyone can do in any DAW. But yes, I would normally group these sounds together. And what more Nate is talking about is where I would go in and I would press Command G or Control G on PC. And now the melody is now one group. Now I can do this, and now the rhythm is one group. And this is a good way to do mixing and stuff. But I want to keep this simplified for now. And by simplified, I mean not adding on extra concepts. Not simplified as in not a lot of bullshit. But again, we're just going to start adding in all these processing. I'm actually going to duplicate this for the melody layer. And then I'm going to do a different one for this. This is actually going to be filtered in over time. Like this. So this is going to come up like so here. And then in our outro, this is also going to filter back down. We're going to have this like so. I'm going to have a high pass filter that band passes out this sound at the very end and then sort of gives us a little bit more lift here in the bridge. And then again, I'm going to duplicate these and paste these on the counter melody. Do something special for the harmony, where the harmony is going to start high passed like here, and we're going to sort of like carry this down, and then we're going to carry this up into the second chorus like so. Pull this back down and then have this back up into the final chorus, back down, and then have this fade back up. And we're not going to low pass this, because what we're going to do instead is we're going to low pass this. And we're going to do basically the same sort of effect, but upside down. Where, actually I can do this like so, I believe. Where I can just kind of invert these cutoffs. So now, as this opens up, this closes down. So we have a nice blending of sounds back and forth. Throughout this section, we can start to like open this up in here and in here to create nice variations and interest. I'm going to go to rhythm, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add in, again, like low pass, high pass. I'm going to open this up, and we're going to start high passing this out towards the end here. We're going to actually have this start down and open up over time. And then I'm going to do this. Where's the section where this doesn't change? I'm going to do this. I'm going to have this fade out here. And then we're going to have this sort of like come up and down in the verse here towards the end, so we can get a nice lift here between these drop and whatnot. Do the same thing here. We have a nice lift down. Then I'm going to copy this to the second one, because we want these to have the same animation, the same automation, I should say. But this third one, because this is such a heavily processed sound, I'm going to use a band pass filter. And I'm going to sort of move this up and down. I'm actually not even going to do that. I'm going to do LFO automation. I'm going to set this to like 22%. I'm going to set the rate to like 5%. So this is just sort of like slowly but heavily moving up and moving down, moving up and moving down. So this is going to achieve a similar sort of effect. Go to this bass, see if there's anything I can automate. No. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to just do filter automation. And I'm going to make this very gentle. We're going to have the bass start about here. Bass is going to slowly filter down here. Bass is going to filter back up to here, and then drop. And then we're going to have it go right back up. We're going to have it drop. Oops. Have it go right back up, and that's going to drop really quickly. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to make this now a low pass. So this is just going to just pop in every once in a while. And if I scroll over here, see it's taking up too much information from the high end. So I'm actually going to make this move up even more. Have this kind of start high and come low. Have this come all the way back up. We're going to have this come all the way back up. We're going to have this come all the way back up. And then we're going to have this stay open. And then we're not going to automate the sub bass, because the sub bass is just going to carry tone. And I'm going to cut it from the intro, but not the outro. And then we can do the same thing for these, but again, we're going to keep these how they are, and then we're going to just mix them in. The last thing I want to do is now using reverb and send automation. We're going to, you see down here, we have reverb and delay on these two tracks. What we have are, I'm going to do this on dotted quarter notes, or dotted eighth notes. What we have is what are called return tracks. If I go and right click here, you can see insert return track. This is also known as an auxiliary track or an aux track. It's also known as a send track. And the way this works is you put something on this track, and then you have the ability to send a certain amount of volume from that tune or from that sound into whatever is on these lanes. And you can put anything on these tracks. All of these effects can totally go on these tracks. What is traditional, excuse me, is to have a reverb, something that creates space, and a delay, something that creates sort of echo. And that's going to create space across the mix. You can have certain things that will stay delayed and certain things that will become delayed. And same with reverb. I'm going to give this reverb at a good level. I'm going to kind of hear this out. Let's find a place with a lot of volume. Hear it full. Here's it quiet. I'm going to make this a little bit longer. I'm going to make this about 3 seconds. So I'm going to put this right about like -15 or so. You can hear it kind of just give a little tail there. And then I'm just going to go in, I'm going to automate it up at certain points. Like I'm going to automate it up right here. And then I'm going to start to automate it up here to max volume almost. And I'm going to do the same for delay. Delay, this is going to kind of come up just here at the end. It's not going to come anywhere else. Maybe not to full volume though. Then we're going to go to this melody, and I'm going to have this delay just sort of like come up at like random spurts, like one right there, one at the end of this, have this delay out like so. And I'm going to have something kind of like flow up and down like this. And then I'm going to have this again kind of go up towards the outro. And then I'm just going to set this and forget it. I'm not going to automate the reverb here. I'm going to give it a lot of reverb. Then we're going to do the counter melody. Let's listen to this. I'm going to give this a lot of both. I'm not actually going to automate this, I feel like. Nice. So I like that how it is. Now I'm going to basically have this second counter melody slowly grow to like the biggest point. So this is going to start small and then grow huge. The chords on the piano are going to stay basically the same, but I'm going to delay out this outro right here. And I might do like a delay out right here. And then a delay out right here. And a delay out right here. Basically, wherever there's a chorus, I'm going to be delaying out the very ending of it. And then on this, we're not going to have any delay automation, and we're just going to have reverb that swells up at the end of every section. Every section, we're going to have this swell up. I'm going to pull this down, duplicate it a bunch. Only I'm not going to pull it down here. Let this stay. And then I'm only going to do delay on certain rhythms. I'm going to do a reverb on this. I'm going to have this have reverb in the verses, but not anywhere else. So it's going to get really big during verses. and then it'll start to fade out here. These are the rhythm sounds. So that's how this is gonna work. And I'm not gonna do any automation here either. I am gonna have this delay out towards the outro though. And then bass, again, no reverb automation here except for on this second one, which is more of a bell. And this is going to do the same thing for the verse, but instead of, or as this rhythm on this verse, but this is gonna be for the chorus. This is gonna get really, really reverbed out during the choruses. Nowhere else. So I'm gonna go to the chorus, and then this bass is going to have little things that come up towards the end of the choruses. I'm gonna copy this everywhere. We got chorus, and then that's it for that. And then that's it actually for all the automation. That's all the automation we need to do for this tune. I think that should be everything. So what we can move on to now is the in-process mix versus the new mix session. Because what we did here is we just sort of we didn't even do any mixing here. What some people would suggest to do is mix this as you go. Do all the stuff that I'm about to tell you as you mix the project. But I'm not going to suggest we do that. What we're going to do is we're actually going to do separate mixing sessions. So what we're going to do is we're going to save this. This is our finished production. It's probably going to sound like garbage, but it sounds all right. What we're going to do now is we're going to save a new version of this project as mix session. And then I'm actually going to rearrange these tracks so that they fit a certain way. Before I do that, I should say that I tend to mix as I go, but I also do this where I have a mix session afterwards. I find that it leads to more options at the end because I can have my in-production mix and I can have my post-production mix, and I can compare the two together and be like, well, I like the way that the bass sounds in this one, but I like the way the hi-hats sound in this one. So I can try and balance them so that I get a nice combination. So what we're going to do is we are going to, I believe you can split these into separate tracks now, can't you? No, you can't. You used to be able to split these into different tracks, I feel like. But that's okay. What we're going to do is we're going to do something special here, where we're going to actually start sorting these tracks by frequency. Show up on my sample pack. They just show half the pack in folder. Yeah, sure thing. So what I found, if you're having trouble with that, and this is a bit of a tangent, I would really appreciate if you save these questions for the end, because I've been doing this for 6 hours now and I'm not done yet. And every time I have to stop to answer a question in chat or deal with a thing in chat, which I'm happy to answer questions that are related to what I'm doing right now. But if it's just, hey, can you fix this other problem I have? I'd really appreciate if you let me answer it later, because then we have to edit this stuff out. Like everything I just said has to be edited out of the video, and that's more work. But what you should try is add the folder and then go into your Explorer or your Finder, find the folder, and then drag all of the samples into an audio track in your project. That'll instantly load them into your browser. But again, please, please, please save these questions for the end, please, because this distracts from what's going on and it doesn't help the people who are trying to learn everything, which is what we're doing right now. We're trying to teach everything. Anyways, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move all these rhythm tracks to the very top because they contain all the low frequency information. Then I'm going to move the basses next to that. And I'm actually going to move it so that the sub bass is up here. And I'm going to make it so that this is how it should be, but this is my sub bass. So I'm going to name this bass rhythm. I'm going to call this mid rhythm. I'm going to call this high rhythm. I'm going to call this sub bass, bass. I'm going to call this pluck bass. I'm going to call this bass layer. This counter melody, counter layer. And I'm just sort of organizing these so that it is going from low to high in frequency range. So the melody is the highest pitch sound, the counter melody is below that, the harmony is below that, the bass is below that, and the rhythm's below that, and sort of above that. These, it's going to be very difficult to sort them in that way, so I'm just going to do these one at a time. No problem, Tokyo Lift. Yeah. Now that I've sorted these, ideally you can have it so like your kick, if you're doing it individual tracks rather than kits like this, like maybe this was my kick, maybe this was my snare, maybe this was my hi-hat. The hi-hat would go all the way down here. And then the snare would go between the bass and the harmony. And the way you're doing this is you're trying to sort your track by frequency. So the lowest frequency sound is in the far left, and the highest frequency sound is in the far right. Everything is going from low to high in that order. So what you're going to do once you have that is you're actually going to take every single sound, and you're going to take the volume knob right here on the volume fader on these mixer tracks, and you're going to pull them all the way down. You might have to, depending upon your DAW, assign mixer inserts and effects tracks to your sounds. But this way, again, you can just sort of rearrange them and then pull them all down so that what you're going to do is you're going to have silence at the very, very end of your project. I'm just resetting all of these volume faders, but they're all at minus infinite, so that they can show what I'm talking about. Because in digital audio, you have this concept known as digital zero. Digital zero is the loudest point your music can be played before it starts to distort when it's sent to your speakers or your headphones. And distortion is pleasant but unpleasant depending upon what it is. But generally we don't want digital clipping distortion, the sound of something going out of our master channel, this last track, into our DAW. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn off this limiter because we don't want that while we're mixing. I'm going to turn this back up to 0 because you don't want to have this outside of 0 for your mixing project. How's it going, Mipso? How you doing? So now all of these faders are down at negative infinity. You can see that there's no volume coming out. If I play the project, you don't hear anything. Because everything is down at negative infinity. Everything is down at silence. You don't hear anything in this project. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a brief break from playing this song, from working on this, to discuss a concept known as headroom. So if I pop over here to my webcam, you can see that here's my head. This is my head. What's above my head right here is the top of the camera. So everything that goes past that gets lost. The information that's lost. This is no longer going to appear. My hands have been lost from the digital recording. The distance between my head and the point where things start getting lost is the head room. This is literally the space my head has. So that if I stand up and I adjust myself a little bit, I can make sure that I'm not going over it. Like if I stand up a little bit here, I stand up straighter, I kind of move back, I move forwards, I kind of lean in. There's space where my head is not going to get chopped off. Digital audio is the same way, where things down here are at silence. We can't see them. Then they start to creep up, then they start to creep up, then they start to creep up, then they start to creep up. They get loud, they get present, they get present, they get present, they get really, really loud, and then they're lost. So mixing and mastering is about prioritizing your headroom in your track. And the more volume you have in your song, the closer you get to that headroom limit of digital zero. And when we're thinking about mixing and we're thinking about headroom and all this stuff, we can start to talk about these ideas of sample rate and bit depth. So sample rate is how many times the computer reads a portion of the audio signal and sends that to the computer speaker. The way that it works is for every second or for every sample of sound, for every hertz of frequency we need to capture, to hear, we need to actually record twice that amount. The human hearing range is from 20 hertz up to about 20,000 hertz. That is the limits of human hearing. Anything above 20,000, we can't hear. Anything below 20, we can't hear it either. When we look at sample rate, then, we have a standard sample rate of 44,100 hertz, or 44.1 kilohertz, kilo being 1,000. So 1,000 hertz is 1 kilohertz. At 44.1, that is double 22.05 kilohertz, or 22,050 hertz. So by capturing double that, by capturing double 22.05, we are able to accurately replicate the frequency range of the human hearing plus some extra. And we'll get to that later. But suffice it to say, if you are working in a digital audio workstation, most commercial music, most music that you're going to be writing for like the radio or for Spotify or for your friends is going to be at 44.1 kilohertz. If I hop back here and I go open the preferences in Ableton, you can see up here in audio that you can actually change the sample rate to a few different ones. You have 44.1, 48, 88.2, 96, 176.4, and 192. And these are all in kilohertz, so you need to add 1,000 to it. So you need to add a bunch of zeros to the end. The further you go up, the more room you have at the top of your mix in frequency for information to be processed. A lot of people who get really, really hard up about the quality of their music, they tend to use 96 to 192 because then when you're rendering down to 44.1, you're just cutting off information that isn't necessary. And it allows you to create a cleaner sounding mix, but it eats up a lot of computer hardware space, and you need to make sure that you're planning for that in all of the steps of your process. Because with this sort of law, anything that goes over 22,000 hertz and is recorded at 44.1, that's going to start to have what's called aliasing, where the frequencies that go over this limit of 22.05 will start to reflect, and you'll start to get frequencies that don't actually exist but sound lower than they're supposed to. So something that goes 5 frequency over what's called the Nyquist limit, which if I pull up I look up Nyquist limit, this thing, the Nyquist frequency, anything that goes over. So if you go 5 hertz over the Nyquist limit, you go 5 hertz down, which can lead to some interesting effects, but generally you do not want this. Generally this is bad. So people will often go higher than that. But just know that to start, if you're working on regular music, you do 44.1. And as Mipso mentioned, 48 is another common one. 48 is the standard for film and television. If you're working on radio and Spotify and whatnot, 44.1 is the final one. If you're working in films and stuff, 48 is where you go. But again, just stick with 44.1 for now. And then we can talk about the other aspect of this sort of thing, which is bit depth. And these are this is what your file, when you export the song, is going to have as its settings. It's going to have this sample rate, and it's going to have what's called a bit depth of 32, 24, or 16. 16-bit is considered like the standard for releasing music to a distribution platform. It's the standard for MP3 files. MP3 files can only be 16-bit. And the bits are, you can think of them as gradients of volume. Think about it like pixelation. If you have a low bit depth audio file, it will start to look compressed and JPEG'd, where you get these big blocks of color as you start to increase the size of the picture, because it has compressed information. Bit depth refers to the distance between absolute silence, what we just turned all our faders down to, and digital zero, which is the point at which it clips. There's a certain number of steps of loudness, of volume, that the different bit depths can handle. 16-bit can handle, I believe, a tenth as much as 24-bit. So 24-bit has so many more gradients of volume difference. The way that you would test this is like if I go back here and I just get some, I'm just gonna get some white noise. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go grab operator, I'm gonna go set this to white noise, I'm gonna give us some notes. And then we're gonna loop this real quick. I'm gonna turn this down because it's gonna be loud and painful. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a, we're gonna turn this decay down, or this sustain down, this decay up, so we get, I'm just trying to get this to go. So this is gonna have a slow decrease in volume, and maybe I'll make it 30 seconds. Wait, how long is this? This is 16, so let's make this 16 seconds. Start loud, slowly get lower. I'm gonna add a Redux program, which is going to add bit reduction. So let's see, because what we just had it was at 32 bits. Let's try 16. Now it's kind of hard to hear at this moment, but if you listen very carefully, if I turn this off, or maybe make this slope a little bit more intense, let's see, maybe make this go like so. You can hear a nice general decrease here. Mostly sounds the same. If I start reducing this to like 12, like, notice how it's a bit more steppy. If we go down to 4, it sounds very steppy. It will sound even more if we do something like this, like increase this envelope, increase the decay. You hear that? If I turn this up. You hear all that weird stuff happening? And then if I pull it down here. All that stuff that is supposed to be just volume coming down. What you're doing is you're making it more steppy. I think another way I can show this is if I use the synthesizer Serum. It has a quantization feature. And so if I put this on a sine wave, I set this to quantize. As I play a note, turn this down a little bit, and I turn this up, notice how there's all these steps that get introduced into this square wave until basically it's just like a pulse wave, which you might not know what that is, but notice how it gets lower in quality. When you are reducing the bit depth of something, you are making this is maximum volume, this is maximum negative volume, this is silence. This is saying instead of having a nice smooth transition like this, where it's just seamlessly moving up and down, we're starting to increase, or we're starting to remove the gradients and adding in more steps, more steppiness to the sound. Let me make this even bigger. I can show this off. Come on, Serum. Give me big Serum. Oh, big Serum. There we go. There we go. That's some big Serum. So do you see all these steps here? I'm gonna make this more reasonable. That's too big. But do you see how as we get closer, there's all these little steps. So as we increase this smooth line becomes steppier and steppier and steppier, and we get less steps and less steps and less steps until all of a sudden we no longer have steps. Again, these are the steps in loudness, in volume from silence to maximum volume. So as we decrease our bit depth, we make these jumps more jumpy. And you might not want that. So again, when we're recording, internally we use 32-bit. 16 and 24 are pretty quantized. 24 is almost imperceptible. 16 is generally imperceptible. 32 goes into what's called floating point audio, where they actually stop worrying about digital zero. At 16-bit and 24-bit audio, once you get to 0 dB, once you get to digital zero, anything that goes over is lost. It's clipped. It's gone forever. You're never getting it back. At 32-bit, you can record something that's really, really loud. I'm going to push this up to like 6. I'm going to go in. I'm going to push in a note. Go like this. Boop. I'm going to go in. I'm going to freeze this. I'm going to flatten this. And this is just rendering the MIDI into an audio file. Whoops, that didn't work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this up to 6. Push that up. I'm going to push this up even louder. And then we're going to actually mute this, and we're going to record this output. We're going to go resampling, we go record, we're going to solo this, and we're going to record this. Whoops, not resampling. We're going to render it straight from Serum. I'm stupid because I actually muted this. So what resampling does in here is it actually renders what's out of this. So I actually muted everything, so that doesn't work. Now notice how this is clipping to shit. Like, this is really seriously clipping. This is really loud. If I turn this off, if I turn this back on, I turn this down, I go to this sound. That's really, really loud. But if I turn this down, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. But if I leave it up, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to render this as an audio file and put this on my desktop as clipped. And then we're going to mute this. I'm going to pull this back in. I'm going to go to my desktop. I'm going to go to my desktop. I'm going to put clipped right here in my session. Pull this up, pull this down. So this is the file we just printed. This file is clipped. Maybe not. What? Oh, because did I render at 32? I did render at 32. I'm going to turn this up. I'm actually going to blow our eardrums out one more time. I'm going to render this as 16. And then we're gonna export this. Flipped, we're gonna try this again. Here. Desktop, clipped. Back in, grab this. There we go. So, we zoom in real close. It looks somewhat similar. But watch when I turn this back down. So, now we can see that this becomes solid lines. If I turn this back down, nice and loud, but sounds clean. If I turn this down a little bit so we don't blow our eardrums out. So that's what happens when you clip with digital audio. See how this became a square sound? Once had an issue recording 48 and downswing 48, threw the tune, so my vocals off. Yeah, that'll happen because of the way that it's detecting samples, Richie. Ultra Match Pro, not familiar with that. I'm sure it's good. But as you can see, with this, we want to make sure that we're not clipping with what we're doing. And that's what we're making sure will never happen when we pull all these faders down to negative infinity. We are maximizing our headroom because we're working from silence. So we're going to find a space that has the most information. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to loop that section, which is probably the bridge. Because for me, the bridge has everything in it. So the bridge is going to be the biggest, most dynamic section. It has the most stuff happening. So I'm actually going to delete here. And then, let's see. What we're going to do now is we're going to talk about kind of mixing from 0 versus faders down mixing. Faders down mixing is what we're doing, where we turn all the faders down to 0. But what a lot of people end up doing when they're working on a track is what I started with, where you have everything going, everything's playing, and then you're pulling stuff down to try and get things to fit into the mix and try to avoid clipping. But this, everything is fighting for space. This is fighting for room, and you're always like struggling with staying under that 0 dB mark. What we're gonna do instead is we're going to pick a reference volume point, and we're going to mix for equal loudness. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, I'm actually going to bring these back up because there's a different way we need to mix these because they are drum racks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fold these out. We're actually going to pull all of these ones down to negative infinity. Like so. And then the same with all of these. We're going to pull all of these sounds, individual sounds, down to silence. And then we're going to pull these back up individually. Because this is kind of like a group for sounds in your mix. So this is all going to get pulled down. Bam. All right, so that's all back up. So now what we're going to do is we're going to mix the song. 90% of the mix comes down to the balance of these volume faders and making sure these all sound really, really good together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on getting all of the low frequency sounds sounding correct, focusing on the kicks and then the basses. Then I'm going to move on to things that are higher in frequency than that, things that are higher in frequency than that. I'm just going to work my way up the frequency spectrum, pulling things up until they sound comfortable and loud. So we're going to start with a kick. And I'm going to get this to a reference point that I think sounds good. I like around here because I can notice that this is hitting right on this first divot below 0 on this volume fader. And this I know is about minus 6 dB of volume. So I know I'm getting about 6 dB of headroom. I'm actually gonna pull a little bit down because I feel like it sounded fine at like 9, like there. This sounds great. I like that. Now I'm gonna close this, go over to this. I'm gonna start adding in this kick. Oh, that's too much. Let's pull this down. And what I'm doing is I'm not even necessarily looking at this. I'm listening. I'm using my ears. I'm trying to make it so that this sounds as loud as the kick we just added in. Is it possible to set manually? Yeah, if I wanted to, I could just go here. I could, like I could go here. I could click like -6, and that would work. Or I could like, I believe, click this and do -6. No, it doesn't work. But you can set it here. Champ. Well, we got it. We're almost done, Grubashi. With the numpad, like, could I do it here? No, you can't do it during this view, but you can do it. You can do it in this view. You can set it here by doing -6 on the number pad, and you can set it that way. But I like to do it with faders because it lets me use my ears more. Alright, so I'm gonna keep this low. I'm gonna go to this third kick. Okay, so now all the kicks sound, to me, they sound good together. So now I'm gonna move on to my sub bass. And again, I'm trying to, if I expand it, you can type in the mixer. Oh, like if I make this bigger. Are you sure? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Richie. I don't know how you would type it in here. But you can also use the arrow keys. But I'd like to finish this personally. So I might ignore chat for a little bit. Beginner with live. No worries, no worries. I was responding to Richie. And again, I'm trying to get these. I'm not looking at these. I'm listening and trying to get the bass to sound as loud as the kick. This feels about as loud to me. Let's add this pluck bass. Nice. Bass layer. I can't hear this, so I'm going to move to a different section where I can hear it. Very quiet now because it's super filtered. This. Barely there. Like it's just coming in every once in a while. So this can actually be fairly high in volume. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start adding in more elements of the drum groove. So I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna look to see which instruments I have in each one. So I have kick, snare, crash 909, crash 909, and ride 909, as well as, I believe, hi-hats. Let me see if I have anything else in here. I have snare. Do I have toms anywhere? Yes. So I'm gonna start with this. We're gonna loop this section right here and get the toms sounding good. Are you at any point gonna cover mixing sample and MIDI production with live instrument recordings? Yes. We'll get there. We'll get there. I promise. We'll all get there. I promise. We'll all get there. I promise. So let's go here and start mixing the toms. So we're just focusing on these sounds here. Oops, come on. And you can see them lighting up here. A little bit lower. Ooh, so I'm noticing something here that reminds me of something that I had meant to do earlier. And that's actually, I'm going to put something on here, which is called utility. And this is just kind of a general purpose plugin that's good for stuff. And I'm putting this on my master channel so that I can turn on monophonic mode. So this is going to remove all this stuff right here, where this actually naturally panned a certain sound. And this goes back to what I was saying before about the auto pan on this. This is going to be now removed, so it might sound different. And then we're going to remove the mono plugin at the end and do panning. But this is going to remove this panning as well, so we can focus entirely on the volume mix. This sounds too loud now. Maybe it sounds a little bit too quiet. Let's pull it up like this. Yeah. Let's see what I'm missing. Nice. So let's move on to this section where we can now mix the kick, snare, and crash. Hi-hat. Nice. Crashes. And these can go way quieter now. Notice how much quieter the hi-hat and the crash is from the kick. Kick is all the way up here. Snare's up here. Hi-hat's all the way down here. They still feel clear. They still feel present. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. I think here I need to do this snare now. Then I want to bring up this clap too. So now now that I know approximately where everything is, I can go in and guess, but this is just because these are sounds that I don't think are necessarily played too much. So I'm just going to move these close to where things in frequency would be. And that way I can get this nice blended sound, and I can start to speed this up a little bit because I also need to get the ride in the chorus or in the bridge. So let's check out here. And then you can hear the ride, since the ride is lower in frequency, it needs a bit more. Nice. Now we can start moving on to these sounds. Start mixing these things in. I'm gonna go kind of by instinct here, just because I kind of want to fix this up in the interest of time. So I'm gonna kind of stop talking. I'm gonna ignore chat for like 2-3 minutes, just so I can start to like adjust all these sounds and get it feeling really nice in the mix. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna do this. All this. Kick would go up here probably. Flop. as you can see, like, as I get higher in frequency, I use less volume. And just sort of like, it starts to naturally sort of blend together. Effects. Something's hitting me a bit too sharp right now. Maybe something about that. Where is that? It's in here. What is that? It's this ride. This ride's too loud. There we go. Now this feels really nice and groovy. And now I can start adding in other elements, like these chords. Introducing these higher sounds. So this all starts to feel really nice together. I like how this feels. Nice. And now we can actually start going through and adjusting these sounds underneath, all these incidental effects. So I'm just gonna do this here. Thank you to Merrick Palis and Anella7 in chat for those follows. Thank you both so much. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna do this here. I would recommend doing it in this view because it's a bit easier to get everything. You can kind of close all these windows to make sure that you get a good view of everything. But because I want to make sure I'm actually getting these sounds in, and again, I want to really finish this up because I've been going for 6 hours and 45 minutes now. I'm gonna die. So I need to finish this up. So we're just gonna get these sounding right. Like that. We're gonna find the next sound, which would be this. And then we have this sound. Soft again, this one. And then maybe there's probably one more sound I need to mix. Nope. There's no riser on this one, which is interesting. Which DAW is this? This is Ableton Live. It sounds good, sounds good. Don't worry, this is meant for you. If you don't know what DAW this is, this video is for you. This stream is for you. So we're gonna get this in. Actually, I'm gonna pull this down a little bit more, and then I'm gonna pull this up because this is gonna start taking up space. And we need to have this sound come in. Have these sounds down here like this. since these things are incidental, they can actually be a bit louder than we might expect them to be. We are just about there, Eidolon. We're just about at 12 tone. Just about. We are currently doing the final mix. We're getting all these sounds flowing together. I'm trying to find this one right here. Try this one. Is it this? I think it's most everything by now. Oh, we got these. Now we have a lot going on here. Go these back down a little bit. All right, so now we got this last one right here. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually going to make all of these incidental effects less obvious by adding volume fades, which is really simple. I'm just gonna do this for every sound. If it's going down, I'm gonna do that. If it's going up and down, I'm gonna do that. If it's going up, I'm gonna do that. And we're just gonna shave up all the space just to give us even more room. Just a whole bunch of space in our mix, because we've definitely cluttered the mix up quite a bit. And I think this will be really good for helping that out. Got all this stuff. So let me go ahead and add this right here. Let me go ahead and add this right here. Ew. Bunch of fades without listening, so brave. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, I know how this is sounding. Like this is a very simple kind of fade. It's not like I'm trying to make sure there's no cracks and pops in the sound. I'm just kind of conserving on room in my mix. That's all I'm doing. I'm just conserving on room, because we don't need these to take up headroom in our track. Because remember, what we're doing right now is we're trying to maximize our headroom. That's what we're doing. We're trying to get as much volume out of our track as possible without having to turn stuff down. That's what all this is doing. This is just creating headroom. Like so. Just creating a whole bunch of space. This one, this last downlifter. So that should be everything. So everything should be mixed. So I should be able to play this back and it should sound a little bit better. So now I'm noticing that I'm losing some of my top end. So I'm actually gonna go back and delete some of this automation. I'm going to delete this low pass filter automation on these 2 tracks. I don't think it's good. And this feels really quiet, so I'm actually going to pull this up quite a bit. Delete the counter melody here. I don't think it works. I'm gonna start creating more space. Going to go in and I'm going to add in a bunch of random sends, these effects to make them sound a bit more cool. There's a good outro sound. So I'm just adding in a bunch of this just to kind of create some motion along these sounds in the background. Again, these are all just background things. And I agree, Richie. It's good to listen as you do this, but I'm doing this for the sake of time. This is for the sake of expedience. Again, I would not recommend people do this, excuse me, when they're doing this for your first track or for your 10th track or for your 100th track. But as I said, I have been doing this for 7 hours now. This is a 7-hour video that needs to get cut down. Oh my God. And we still have more to go. If you drag the fader fraction, it should show the fader value so you can type. Like this. I think I knew about that, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I get that. For sure. Nice. Anyways, so we have this track set in. It honestly, it doesn't sound that that great, but I like it. And what we're gonna do now is we're actually going to try and make sure everything sounds good in different spots. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn off this plugin, this mono plugin, and we're actually gonna start mixing things in terms of positioning. I'm gonna go back in here into this. I'm gonna start panning things that need to be panned. So we're going to be, I'm gonna go from chorus, bridge, verse, chorus. I'm gonna do this stuff right here. We're gonna loop this, and we're gonna start panning stuff around. Just giving things space. I'm doing this a little bit arbitrarily just to kind of move things around, just to give things some space. Because for this stuff, it's more about getting a balance of sounds than getting any specific things. And for like the kicks and the basses, these are generally going to be mono. This has some auto panning on it. No, it doesn't. So I'm actually going to add some gentle auto panning here. I'm not going to use a preset. I'm going to do this myself. What I'm going to do is for this layer, I'm actually going to increase the amount to get a nice swirly kind of motion on these left and right channels. I'm going to slow the rate right down. So it's just like this nice, long kind of back and forth thing that's just in the background. Let's see. So as we move up here, we can start panning things around. Like I'm going to actually pan the chords on the piano a little bit left, probably about like 10 left, and then this is going to go 10 right. I'm going to keep this even. And then this counter melody is going to be minus 25 probably, so 25 left. 20, and then this other one will be right 20. And then as we go up, we're just going to make things more pan. So this is going to be like 35, 40. This is going to be 35, 40. So now we get this nice wide sound. And then these are just going to be panned to make sure nothing's in the same space as one another. So this is going to be over here. This is going to be over here. And we're just kind of doing this arbitrarily. I'm going to make sure that nothing's actually overlapping with anything else. I want to try and make sure that no two things are hitting in the same spot and that I have a nice even left-right kind of balance of sounds so that nothing is too kind of overbearing in the frequency spectrum. I'm gonna have some things that are like hard panned. I know some things that are not so panned. I'm just sort of going around here and making things feel kind of nice, just kind of seeing how things go. Kind of moving left, moving right, kind of having some fun with this. Make this super panned, make this super panned, make this super panned, make this super panned, make this hard panned right, and then this hard panned left. And now everything is placed so that nothing's really interacting with each other. This is a bit too much panning, so I'm gonna pull this in. This sounds a lot nicer now. Exactly. You need to understand how panning works before you work automatic panning in there. But yeah. Let's see, I think that's it for panning mixing. There's a few things I can start to talk about now, which is like, what I'm doing with these pan pots is I'm also controlling the volume. Because sometimes the more you pan things, the more things will stick out. So like these things I can actually pull down a little bit. These things I can actually pull down a little bit because they are isolated more in the mix, so they will stick out more. So you can actually be more conservative with your volumes as you make things more and more panned. And then if you want to conceptualize panning, you can look at it in terms of two perspectives. You have left channel and right channel, and then you have mid content and side content. Mid content is anything that is shared equally between the left channel and the right channel. So these basses right here, These kick drums right here, these all are evenly spaced between the left channel and the right channel. That's what makes them sound centered. The side information is everything else, everything that is not just centered. So all this stuff I just panned, this is side content. This is all stuff that is in the sides of the signal, either left channel or right channel. And you can think about that in the terms of like, the more you turn something left, the more volume you have in the left channel. And the more you turn something right and pan it, the more you have volume in the right channel. So the volume faders and the pan pots are very closely linked. And you want to make sure that you have a nice amount of stereo balance. That's the same reason why you want to be careful with anything that has auto panning. Like if I find what has auto panning, I know I have a few things in here which are auto panned. I think 2 things. I believe it's this right here has auto pan. That's why it's not panned. And this should not be panned because it has auto pan already. So you want to be careful. I'm actually going to do this. I'm actually going to do something different. I'm going to teach you something about stereo widening. I'm going to use my first third-party plugin in this whole session. I'm going to use this plugin called Wider. Wider is mono-compatible stereo widening. It's free, which is the only reason why I'm showing it off, because you don't have to pay any money to use it, and it's available in all formats. But watch as I solo the chords and I turn this up. It gets really wide and it starts to only really exist in the sides. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to push this piano, instead of being left or right, it's going to go mono or sides, center or sides, and it's going to exist only on the sides. So if I play this in context, it's staying out of the way of everything else. It's just perfectly sitting in the mix. And I can even pull this down to like probably like minus 13 or minus 15. I'm going to do minus 15 for now. Because this doesn't need to be as loud, doesn't need to be as important. Then we can actually start focusing on the rest of the mix, the things that people consider the most important, but really are the least important parts of your mix down. And this would be your EQing. And ignoring this silly EQ I did right here and these filters, we're going to EQ every single track. Normally you would EQ every single thing, so I'd have an EQ on every single one of these, but fuck that. So what we're going to do is we're going to add an EQ to this track, and then we're just going to turn these off. We're going to turn this on, which is a low pass filter. We turn this on, which is a high pass filter. We're going to pull these both all the way down and up respectively. And then we're going to pull this onto every single track. Now, as you get better at working with music, you're not going to want to do this. You're going to want to do a much different approach. But this is the best way to get started. If you have never mixed anything before, this is definitely the best way to do this. Because it takes the least amount of thought and it requires the most amount of listening and trusting your ears over anything else. So we're going to, close all these, get this attached to every single channel. So it's going to take a minute. Hope everyone's had a good day. I am dying right now. Not literally, but it's been a long day. We've been doing a lot here, and I am more than ready to call it a day. But we're not even close to done. So this will take a hot minute, friends. Please bear with me. I appreciate that. I need to eat soon, honestly. So let's just get these all on. Should this be, shoulda, coulda, woulda. We're no longer at that point because after this, we just have compression, referencing, and mastering. So we might as well just slog through. We might as well just slog through and make this just one mega mondo video. Okay, so here we go. Done. Everything has an EQ, including the reverb, including the delay. Everything has an EQ on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back here, and now, well, why not use a flat EQ to start? So what we're doing right now, Richie, is I'm teaching band pass mixing. Band pass mixing is a way of mixing your tracks to maximize headroom, again, with the least amount of effort, the least amount of energy expended. So let's do a brief discussion on the different types of filters. I'm going to do this inside of auto filter. I'm going to close this down so you can see it here over on the left side of the screen. So auto filter starts out for me with a low pass filter. A low pass filter is called that because it only passes the low content through. Everything above the frequency cutoff, this knob, this number here, everything above that gets removed. You can also think of this as a high cut filter because it is cutting the high frequencies. This is the same as this one right here. This is a low pass filter or a high cut filter. Next, we have the high pass or low cut filter. This does the exact same thing, only in the opposite end of the low pass filter. This passes through high frequency and cuts low frequencies, hence high pass, low cut. And we have that same one here. These are the two filters that we're going to use for this EQ mix. There are other filter types. This is a band pass filter. You can see right here, it's essentially a combination low and high pass, where it's cutting everything below this, cutting everything above this, and only allowing this narrow band of information to pass through. That's why it's a band pass. You also have this right here, which is called a notch filter. We also have a notch filter here in the main EQ. And it's called a notch because, as you can see, it's literally notching out this one frequency. And it's sort of having a nice slope off for the stuff around it so it sounds more musical. But this is for removing specific frequencies that you can't seem to EQ out using what I'm going to show you next, which is called a bell curve EQ. And this is just full killing that frequency. This also works for sound design applications. A lot of people use notch filters to create movement in sounds that feel really weird and unnatural, but kind of cool. And then this is just called a morph filter, so it's a variable mode. It switches between low pass to band pass to high pass to notch and back to low pass. So it just goes through all the different types of filters. And then you have this, which is called, like I said before, a bell curve or a bell filter. And this is called, so because if you look at it, it looks kind of like a bell right here. This looks kind of like a bell, kind of sweeping up. And then it can look upside down like a bell. There's also what are called shelving EQs. This is a low shelf because as I push this up, you can see it looks kind of like a shelf on a counter. And then there is conversely a high shelf filter, which is the same thing, but for the other end. And there's a few other curves and stuff for filters, but those are the ones that you really need to know. Do I know much about the phase changes that can occur around the filter and how that changes with the slope of it? Yes, I do. But that is, I would say, a topic for the Q&A at the end of this session, or for the like a later stream, because that's a bit advanced of a topic, and I want to keep this as kind of like just descriptive as possible. I don't want to go too deep into all of the technical details. Because I've already gone hella deep as is, Richie. And, you know, it's a bit of a tough thing. But yes, I do know about them, and it definitely is something to keep in mind. This is why we talk about the difference between minimum phase and linear phase filters. But we don't need to worry about that right now. What we're worrying about is creating a band pass. Creating something that looks like this on every single sound. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to solo this. I'm going to pull this up until this starts to sound muffled, like I'm losing the low end. And then I'm going to pull it back down. And then I'm going to do the same for the high end. And then I'm going to listen to the song, and I'm going to listen to the sound in the context of everything else. And then I'm going to see if I need to adjust it, if I'm missing something that I need, or if I can actually cut more out of it. So again, we're going to start with this. I'm going to pull this up. That sounds thin. That sounds not thin. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to boost this a little bit. Give us a little bit more low end there. Nice. Now I'm going to pull the top end down. That's where it starts to sound muffled. Let's pull it back up. So it's around there, I'd say. And then we'll unsolo it. Yeah, so I was actually able to cut out even more from this top end because I really didn't need it. If you listened, we didn't really lose anything until I started to go down to about 9 kilohertz. So I'm going to do the same thing with all of these tracks. I'm going to go a little bit faster now. I'm just going to kind of not talk as much as I do it. And we're going to kind of see how these sounds develop. I'm going to focus on the bridge for now. And then the verse after. I don't think we need to boost this. That sounds muffled. This one I can go even lower down to 6. You don't need any of that low end. You can go super high with this, actually. Yeah, I don't miss any of that stuff. Let's add in the chorus just in case. Well, we could keep some of this in. I'd say about 9, probably. I'm gonna boost the high end on this one too. Sub bass, same thing. And yes, you are going to EQ your sub bass. You are going to EQ your bass and your kick. Because as you saw, when I pulled up this high cut, or this high pass, this low cut, I actually boosted the Q, and that actually beefs up that low end a little bit and gives us a bit more of it, which sounds pleasant sometimes. That sounds about right. Let's pull this down. Yeah, we can pretty much we don't even really need to cut off any of this because it's not even really there. But this can just sort of like protect us, especially when we're mixing it in with other stuff. I feel like my kick is kind of getting lost, but we're gonna fix that soon with something called sidechain compression. So now let's move on to this bass. Boofs a little bit down there. Let's see if we can pull down. We can go super low with this. We're almost cutting out that pick noise. We can even boost that part of the pick noise. Now let's go to this bass layer, just same thing. Look at all this unnecessary low end. They just cut out. I don't even know when this comes in anymore. This thing is lost in the mix, this bass layer. I think I'm gonna delete this cutoff automation. Yeah, like we don't need any of this. Let's try. How much of this we can pull out? All that atonal stuff. Oof. Now we can move on to our harmony, these chords. Look at all this low end we can get rid of. Get rid of some high end too. No. Sounds good. Ooh, look at all this mud. I can't even. Don't even need any of that. Listen, look at all that mud. Look at all that wasteful sound. Look at all that. This is just taking up room at the bottom of our mixdown. You don't really hear it. Look at, see, and this is how much information we're saving. All of this information is volume we're gaining in headroom. And that works out really well for us. I'm gonna go in here, counter melody. Look at all that. Same thing here. We can even save some of this low end or high end. That sounds fine to me. Sounds much nicer here. This, so let's go on to the main melody now. Cut out all this low frequency stuff. Cut out some of this high stuff. Little bumps here too. So this is getting too dynamic, this track. So what I'm gonna do next, after I get all this EQing done, is I'm going to make a note that I want to compress this track to get the dynamics to be more consistent throughout the track. Or throughout the song, I should say. Okay, so let's go on here. Oh, look at all this unnecessary low end. Look at that. Hella saved room. See, this sounds muffled, but this actually sounds pleasant. And we can even turn it up in volume now. So now we'll go to this. This doesn't need to be EQ'd, it looks like, because it looks like they already EQ'd this. I'm gonna take off that EQ, I'm gonna look at this one. This needs EQing, absolutely. Look at all that low end that we don't want to have. Yeah. Go to this sound. Ooh, a little bit of stuff down there, so I just want to clean that up just to make sure. The chord progression sounds really familiar. Well, that's because it's the 4-chord progression. It is the 4-chord progression. The fucking like, if you ever looked up Axis of Awesome 4-chord song and all the fucking songs that use dun 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 dun. Sitting in a smoky room, smell of wine and sweet perfume. Dun 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 dun. You know, it's that chord progression. I think we can get super high on this, go super low on this too. That works totally fine. I'll go on to this one. There we go. Let's look for some other sounds that we can EQ. Is this one EQ'd? No. This one EQ'd, right? Yeah. So now we get this one. Look at all that. Now that we cut this out, we can even bring it back up a little bit. Oh, so now these. This needs to go lower, and we need to cut out a lot of this low end actually. I want this to be thin. Like that. I just want that to be a tone. Now this one. I'm gonna turn this down way heavy, but I'm actually gonna pull this up. Give it a really sharp high point. Right there. Too much low end there for sure. Let's see what else we got. So this one. Like that. Go over here. And this boost actually makes this cut through, even though we're cutting out all this high end. And that's just things you can do. If you find that you don't want a lot of the high end of the sound, but you still want it to cut through in the top of the mix, having a little boost right around your cutoff can really emphasize that moment. But you want to be very careful with how sharp this is, because this is like a 6 decibel boost. If I wasn't cutting so much out of this part of the sound, I wouldn't boost it this hard. So let's go up to here. Ooh, look at all that room. Open that up a bit more. Let's see if there's anything I haven't EQ'd yet. Let's see where are these. Okay, so it's these bottom 3, and then something else up here. This thing, I think this is at the end. No, this is this thing. Oh yeah. I want this to be a bit louder, so I'm gonna set this to about -18. I'm gonna cut this like right here. Yeah. That should be most everything. Oh, I guess there's these sounds. Oops, I missed some up here. Get this sound. Ooh, yeah, don't want any of that. Cut it all out. Who needs it? Who needs that? Yeah. We only need that there. Now this one. Another, like, can't even hear any of that low end. Couldn't even hear that. Why do we need that? I'd rather emphasize this stuff, honestly. Yeah, that sounds really cool. I think that's everything up here. Oh, there's this last sound back here, which might not need it. Nope, it doesn't need it. So now we can just get these last 3 sounds, this bird whistle. That, and then these last 2 beeps. Go, now this last one right here. That because it's like a little random like acid 303 bass right there. So that I think is it, except for no, we have to EQ the reverb and stuff. I'm just gonna cut off the ultra high and low end here. Same with this delay, just cut off everything below 100 essentially. So I think now we can do is, I've only really heard one sound that to me needs compression. I might compress these together. So what I might do here is I might now create a drum submix. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these, we're gonna set this input to nothing. We're gonna set the output of these 3 tracks to this one audio track. And then we're gonna set the input to in on this. So this is now our drum submix. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna compress all of the kick or all the drum sounds together so that they feel like a single sound. I'm going to use the glue compressor for this as opposed to a normal compressor. This is kind of an arbitrary thing. The glue compressor sounds a little bit more quote unquote musical, but it's not as precise. I'm going to use the normal compressor on that other sound I added the compressor to already. But to show you a few different ways of doing it, I'm going to add this right here. And now we're going to try and get these sounds to feel the same. I'm going to just solo this. So now we're only hearing the drums. I'm going to try and get these. I'm going to set a low attack. I'm going to describe these features more in detail once we go into compressing. I think it's, where is it? I think it's the melody maybe. Yeah, once we get to the melody, I'll get into that. I'm going to have a fast attack, a slower release, and then some soft clipping. I'm going to look for about 10 decibels of gain reduction. I really want to push this. Maybe a little bit less, maybe like 8. So, you know, this adds a little bit more bounce, a little bit more groove. Now I can do dry wet to bleed it back in a little bit, get our main sounds in again. Because this is getting a little bit loud. Now this is starting to get too loud. So I'm gonna turn this should be louder. I'm gonna turn this down minus 8 dB. So these are much more in the background overall. That sounds nice. So now I'm going to do a similar sort of thing for my effects. I'm going to have this. I'm going to call this my effects submix. I'm going to take all of these sounds right here, and I'm going to send them to the effects submix. Again, I'm going to set this to none, set this to in, and now, again, I'm going to glue compress this. We're going to just sort of like play it by ear. I'm going to do super fast and automatic release, super fast attack, automatic release, heavy compression, because we're going to be doing parallel processing where you blend both the dry and the wet signal together. I'm going to show you how to do that both with this, and I'll show you how to do it with the way I did it before. Should have all these sounds. Here you go. So now this is super compressed. I'm gonna push this up a little bit because these sounds are generally really quiet. So now that I have this set, I'm even going to pull this down. I'll talk about this probably next time I do one of these streams. So what we get is now all these sounds are heavily compressed. What we're going to do now is we're going to turn this dry wet down to 0 and bleed it back in and get some of this process signal. So now this feels nice and balanced. And I think the only other thing I would say I need to do is compress this melody. So if we listen to just this melody right now, you can see how these notes are never really hitting at the same spot. So what we're gonna do is now we're gonna compress this so that the dynamic range of the melody is reduced. A compressor is sort of like a little tiny robot inside your DAW that has really big headphones. and is sitting there with a volume knob of his own, separate from the one in your track. And every time something gets too loud in his headphones, he turns the volume down really, really quickly. And since he doesn't want you to know that he did that, sometimes he pushes the volume back up afterwards. So he's sort of like, okay, I'm gonna do this, do this, do this. And then, oh, that's really quiet. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna push this all the way back up afterwards. Do this, but it's still louder overall. So these parameters that you see on this compressor right here are going to be all the parameters that are on every single compressor. You have a ratio control, you have an attack and release control, you have a threshold control, and you generally, I don't know if you always will, but you almost will always have some form of makeup gain, which is the putting it back up afterwards that the robot is doing. A very nice robot friend, exactly. So what we're going to do is we're going to listen to this sound, and we're going to look for the threshold. We're going to find the loudest part of the song. And now we're going to look for where the lowest peak, we're looking for where the lowest peak is at in these ideas. And then we're going to set the threshold to be just underneath them so that we are getting only the tops of all of the different things. And as things get louder over that, it gets compressed more, because the further something goes past the threshold, the more it gets compressed down. Once we have that, we can start setting the ratio. The ratio is how much the robot turns the volume down. This threshold is when the robot stops letting sound go through, when it gets too loud for the robot's headphones. Ratio is how much he turns it down. At 2-to-1 ratio, for every decibel over the threshold, it would need 2 decibels to reach that same volume, which is kind of confusing. So let me try and elaborate on this. So when I have a ratio of 2-to-1, and I have something that goes 2 decibels over the threshold, the output signal will be 1 decibel over the threshold. When I have 4 decibels over the threshold, the output signal is 2 decibels over the threshold. So whatever number it grows past the threshold in volume, half of that is what will get taken out at 2-to-1 ratio of compression. At 4-to-1, when 4 decibels go in, 1 decibel goes out. When 8 decibels go in, I believe 2 decibels go out. So these are the things that you want to keep in mind. Like, how hard do you want the compression to be? If I look at this, I want some pretty heavy compression. I'm going to keep it at 4-to-1. The reason why I have the attack all the way up and the release all the way down is because now this is not going to affect what's going on. If you notice, nothing is happening to this, even though these are going over the thresholds. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start reducing the attack, which is how quickly the robot pulls down on that volume fader. You can see the yellow line is starting to duck. I'm going to set it to about here because I like how quickly this is jumping down, but I don't like how quickly it's jumping back up because that looks unnatural. That's dependent upon the release settings of this compressor. I'm going to start increasing the release and seeing how much I can increase it while still having the volume smoothly go down and back up. So about here is where it's generally going back up to 0 when the notes go past. This is about what I would want. Maybe a little bit less for these sections. Maybe I want a little bit more compression. I'm gonna pull this down just a little bit more by threshold, because this will give me a bit more gain in terms of how quickly things start to get compressed. So now that all 4 of these parameters have been set, they now commingle, and as you adjust one, the others will then behave differently. So I'm gonna put this just down to about 12. And now notice how sometimes it no longer gets all the way back up before it needs to go back down. So what I'm going to do is turn down the release a little bit. And now I can see there's a bit of a weird thing here, so I'm actually gonna increase the attack as well. That looks generally much smoother than I had before. So now we can start looking at this section, which is gain reduction in knee. The tighter the knee, see how this goes in, and you can see down here, you can't quite see. So if you go over here, this parameter right here, this knee parameter, is how sharp the gain reduction is applied. At this, it's a very gradual gain reduction. At this, it's really quick. It's really immediate. This is probably going to be about where I want it because I want it to be nice and smooth. And now we can see even on here, which is just the threshold, the gain reduction, and the output volume. We can see what it's hitting at before, a little bit above 0, and where it's hitting at now. So this is how much gain is being lost. I wouldn't want that to necessarily happen because I liked the overall volume I had of this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slowly increase the makeup gain, the output gain, and I'm going to try and get it so that this is about the same as what it was before. Now it's much more consistent across the notes. It doesn't feel as it doesn't feel as jumpy. And we could do this to more parts in this song, but I just wanted to show this to start. The other way you would use a kick is, let's say I wanted to have the certain elements duck out of the way when the kick hits, so the kick actually takes all of the power. What I'm gonna do on this sub bass is I'm gonna put this compressor back on that we had before. I'm gonna click this button to enter side chaining mode. A side chain is an audio source from a different track that's being fed as the input to this effect, even though we're not hearing that effect or hearing that sound through this channel. So now I'm gonna get audio from bass rhythm, from the kick pre-effect. So now as I play this, you see this right here? This is not the bass line. If I solo this, and it's the same because it's following the kick, but if I do the verse, notice how the bass and the kick aren't playing at the same time. This is because this is accepting a side chain trigger. And a lot of times you'll hear people talk about side chaining when they're talking about this exact thing, which is having volume duck from your kick. But side chaining can be done to anything. Like I could use almost anything, I should say, not everything, but like I could take this thing called corpus, which sends the sound through, essentially this is like a tube, make it sound like the sound's blowing through a tube. But you can actually send MIDI information from this, from something else to this effect, and it will actually tune that tube to be whatever pitch we're inserting. You can use a vocoder, the carrier on a vocoder, which a vocoder combines two signals together to create that kind of daft, punky robot synth voice thing. But this is a sidechain signal that is carrying certain information for this sound to be modulated by. And yeah, side chain a sound. It just means you can send another piece of information into that to affect other sounds. What this is volume ducking, which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get a good duck of sound so that this is ducking like this. You can hear that now with this being too tight as I turn this up. There's a really weird kind of sound. That's the distortion from this release time. We're going to turn this release up a little bit. Make this much tighter now. So now, every time the kick comes in, we're going to have a little duck. This is classic sidechain pumping. This is a very classic effect in dance music, but you can also use it as a mixing tool to make sure if we play this against here. Oop, as I go red into the red zone. And now we're just trying to make sure that the bass and the kick have a good relationship so that every time the kick cuts in, the bass ducks out of the way and they have a good relationship. So this is what it sounds like with it, and this is what it sounds like without it. Notice how the kick gets kind of lost. I like that one. I like the way that sounds. So I'm actually going to copy this to the other bass layers, make sure these feel the same. I could actually, what I'll do is I'll do a bass submix. I'll turn this off. I'll actually grab that compressor. I'll move that over here. I'll delete it from these two tracks. And then we're going to route these three bass tracks to our bass submix. And now this is going to sidechain everything. We could even call this a sidechain submix and send everything through that, but I don't necessarily want to. I want to do different sidechaining for these two things. Turn this up a little bit, and then I'm going to actually bring this back down a little bit for this one. And then I think that's about it for compressors for now. Again, like with this, it's the same attack, release, ratio, threshold makeup that I was talking about before for the glue compressor. But you don't have as much control over the attack and release or the ratio. And it also has this thing called soft clipping, which sort of gently smooths off the top end of your sound when it gets too loud. This range is at what point the soft clipping is applied, and then dry wet is again the balance. So this is essentially our mixed track. And you know, that sounds all right. And then here we have a little bit of room here on our master. So what we can talk about now is mastering. For both your mix and your master, there's something you want to do that I have not done, and that's called referencing. That's where you take an audio track that you know sounds really good. Like I'm gonna go here into my sample library folder. I'm gonna go to iTunes Media, Music. I'm gonna go look down here for a track I like. Maybe I really like this tune right here. I actually do. I think it sounds good. So what I would do is I would pull this into my session. I would mute this, and then I would find what my mix reference volume is. we're at about -1, about -2. So I'm going to turn this down about 2 or 3 decibels. And now we're going to we're going to jump back and forth listening to our track and listening to this track. I'm actually going to turn it down more because this track is limited very heavily. Now they sound about right. I know it's a very sharp contrast. I know it feels weird here. But what I'm doing is I'm kind of listening to the frequency balance of sounds. I'm not trying to compare the track that they have to my track. I'm trying to listen to what are their kicks doing, what are their snares doing, what are their hi-hats doing, what are their bass lines doing, and how does that compare with what I have? I would say they have a little bit more bass, so I'm actually going to pull up my sub bass a little bit. Chronicle, I'll answer that question in just a second. I'm sorry you got timed out for that, but give me just a second. You can't hear the Ableton volume? Is this not playing back for y'all? It looks like it's playing for me, so I don't know if it's not playing for everyone else, but I hope it is, because that would be really, really upsetting. But yeah, like I would say at this point, this feels correctly in the balance for this, so I can move on to mastering. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to set this track to external out. So this is going to bypass anything I put here on my master. What you can do instead would be to create one more bus track. You would call this your pre-master. And then you would route this track to the pre-master track. You would route anything that's bust. Like I would route this submix bus to my pre-master, and then I would route all the other individual tracks into this pre-master. And I would put my master effects on here instead. But in Ableton, I can set it to external out, so I can use this as my master channel. It's been quiet for. Are you sure? Wait, is it really not playing? No, please. Why didn't anyone tell me? Come on, friends. You got to tell me this earlier. You got to tell me this way earlier. It's really not playing any sound right now. It's really not playing any sound. You're joking with me, right? Please tell me you're joking, right? Okay, I don't know why it would do that. Okay, so we fixed it. Okay. Yeah, I just had to reset the jack router. I'm not touching anything else. So let's get into mastering. Let's finish up. We've been going for 8 hours now. I'm exhausted. I need to eat. I need to do other things with my life. So we're just going to talk really quickly about all the things I have here for mastering. With mastering, as I said before, we're looking to get a compromise between loudness and translation. Loudness being the overall loudness of the track, how much time it spends at maximum volume, and translation is how good it sounds on different speakers. So how it sounds on your headphones, how it sounds on your computer speakers, how it sounds in your car, how it sounds on your phone, how it sounds on your earbuds, how it sounds in your friend's car, like all of these different environments. You want to make sure that it sounds good. Like if it goes to a club, you want to make sure it sounds good there. That's translation. Both of these things come into play when you're mastering your music. And when you're mastering, there's two things you want to consider. One, what it's being mastered for, whether it's being mastered for streaming platforms or whether it's being mastered for clubs. In one case, if it's mastered for streaming, you want to master it towards a certain loudness level. There's something called LUFS, L-U-F-S, which stands for Loudness Units Full Scale. Different streaming platforms will have different loudness levels that they limit it to, and you can find a resources online that will tell you what the different levels are. Like I believe Spotify is minus 16 LUFS. And there's different monitoring tools that you can use to get you there. But generally, don't worry about that. You're just trying to make it sound loud but not distorted. And if you are mixing it for a club, your goal is to just make it sound as loud as possible without any distortion. Beyond there, let's talk about commercial loudness. Commercial loudness refers to this idea of having it so that if your song is playing on a radio and someone is listening to it in the context of like 3 songs, that they never have to touch the radio from the moment the first song starts to when your song plays to when the song after that plays. The goal is to have something that has equal loudness there. And it depends on whether you're listening to your own tracks in an album or whether you're listening to it on the radio or whether you're listening to it on Spotify. But the idea is like no matter what, there's always going to be a consistent level there. And this is something you should do even when you're working on projects that are not done. And what I mean by that is if you're going to print a project for your listening or someone else's listening before the track is done, you should do the basic steps of this mastering process so that your song sounds commercially loud. Like I get a lot of tracks submitted to me by people who mix very, very quietly, going into their master, like here. It's probably going to be sounding like something around here. I'm going to push this down about 8. This is about as loud as I get tracks sometimes. If I compare this with this sounds like garbage. This sounds better. This sounds much better because we perceive louder as sounding better. It sounds much more up close to our face. It sounds much more detailed, and it sounds more engaging. So even if you're not releasing a track yet, if you're going to be listening to it outside of your DAW, giving it commercial loudness is helpful, even if you're not making it as loud as it can possibly be. So now that we've talked about all that stuff, let's go into mastering. When you're mastering, again, like I said before, you're trying to take advantage of all of the headroom that you have created in the mix. By EQing all this stuff, by creating all these different EQs and volume mixes and panning, we've created a lot of headroom in our mix. We have a lot of space. We have probably about, I'd say 2 to 3 decibels of headroom. I like about 6 or 7, but I think this is fine. If we want to do something about that, we can actually just turn this down about 3 dB. It's actually that easy when you're going into your master, because again, you're working in 32-bit depth. So what we're going to do now is we are going to do 2 different styles of limiting. We're going to do 2 limiter limiting, and we're going to do clipping limiting. There's something I actually noticed that I forgot, and this is the idea of headroom versus the noise floor, because headroom is going to be the distance from 0, and the noise floor is the distance between silence, like absolute infinite silence, and whatever the lowest point in our track is. So we want to have a maximum noise floor. We want to try and get as close to 0 as possible, with a decent level of headroom, so that when we pull stuff up, the noise floor doesn't raise to a position that we hear kind of underneath our track all this light, which happens a lot in recordings when you're bringing up stuff with headroom. So that's why you want to be very careful with your gain staging, making sure that you're going into your master kind of close to 0, maybe closer to like -6, and then maybe pull it down a little bit so that you have all this room to pull it back up without destroying your noise floor. And a good way to gain extra headroom is actually to do this thing right here, where I have a high cut or excuse me, I have a low cut or a high pass at 30 hertz on my track with this EQ. And this is going to cut out anything below 30 hertz, which I said before 20 hertz is the limit of human hearing, but really below 30, we just feel it and we don't really need it. So cutting this out saves all this room on our master. Anything below this. Like if I turn this off, which should be showing everything. I don't know why this isn't. Oh, because it's turned off. If I turn these off, sorry about that. You can see all this stuff down here. We don't hear any of this stuff. We don't even really feel any of this stuff. Get rid of it. We don't need it. We don't need any of that stuff. That's just taking up space. And you can see up here, we don't really have anything above like 1820K. So what we can actually do is we can actually pull down up here on this EQ, which is currently at 22K. We can pull this down to like 20. And this is again, just cutting off everything above where our ears can hear sounds. We can even go as low as like 18K. And it's generally not going to be a problem. So this is again maximizing headroom. This is giving us as much extra space as possible in our mix before we go into our final limiting. So I'm going to focus on the bridge because this is where the most stuff is happening. And I'm going to do basically the last 2 or 3 pieces of information I feel like we need today. So first we're going to do 2 limiter limiting. So I'm going to put 2 limiters on my master chain. First one's going to stay off. Second one's going to stay on. And for this first one, I'm going to set the look ahead to 6 milliseconds. Look ahead is basically how long the limiter or the compressor or whatever the parameter with look ahead is looking into the future and preempting any changes that happen so that it doesn't get surprised. Chronicle, can you please wait until the end? I get that you want me to talk about your song. Can you please be patient until I finish this lesson? I've been going for 8 hours. I really would like to finish this. And every time I have to stop and talk about something else, I need to have it edited out of the video. So please be patient. I really am begging at this point for everyone to just be patient long enough for me to finish this because we're so close to the end. And I'll answer all the questions that y'all have. Just please be patient, please. So again, look ahead is how far it's looking back into the track. Technically what it's doing is it's delaying the whole song, but since this is on the master, we won't know. And then I'm going to turn the release down pretty much as quickly as it can, and then release it back up a little bit because I don't want it to distort. I'm probably going to do about 10 to 20 milliseconds. You're going to have to adjust this based on your song. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to increase the volume into this limiter until the song starts to sound distorted. No, I understand, Chronicle. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I can get about 6 decibels out of this. So I'm going to pull this down to 5 instead. What we're going to do now is we're going to add a second limiter with shorter look ahead and with a longer release time. And this is actually going to bring up the overall loudness of the track so that the whole track feels nice and heavy and full and we don't get any distortion. And now this is cutting off all of the peaks. If you notice as I play this, it's not really staying consistently down. This is going to actually stay consistently down because it's going to just smoothly lift up all the different parts of the track. pretty good. This feels pretty good. So now we're getting about 8 to 10 decibels of loudness gain, where we would have before had only gotten 6 or 7. Like, it really started to sound bad about 7. And now this is technically about 10 decibels of gain increase. So we've made the track 10 decibels louder than we had before. If we turn this off, turn all these off, it's at about the same volume. But now if we turn these all back on, it feels more punchy, it feels more live, it feels more dynamic. Well, it feels less dynamic technically, but it feels more engaging, it feels more powerful. What we're gonna do now, whoops, not that, is we're gonna group these together, we're gonna turn these off, and we're gonna move on to a different kind of limiting, one where we're using the glue compressor to do the same sort of thing. We're just snapping down on these peaks, and we have soft clipping on. So what we're technically doing is we're actually just shaving off all of these peaks rather than limiting them. We're just cutting them off altogether. I'm turning this range down to a point where I can find it. I'm gonna set it to about 35, and then I'm just gonna start pushing up this makeup gain until we start to see this clip light start to light up pretty consistently. Notice how I can actually push it quite a bit further. I can get closer to like 8 or 9 dB before it really starts to distort, when before we could only really get it to 7 or 8. Now I'm gonna add a limiter, and we're gonna push this up. The Ableton text window, yes. And again, I'm do the same thing, but instead of setting this to slow, I'm just gonna set this to auto release and see how that sounds. The auto release was too quick, so setting it to a longer release, it sounds a lot nicer. And now we can get it even further. Now we're getting probably about 13, 12 decibels of gain increase rather than 10. So now we can A/B these and see which one we like better. So that is the 2 limiters. This is the compressor and the limiter. I find this sounds a little bit more consistent. This sounds a little bit too pumpy for me. I feel like the kick pumps a little bit too much with this. Whereas this, it gently clips off the top of the kick, so it's not pumping nearly as much. And again, same sort of thing. You want to reference this, and since I have this set to external out, I can just go here. Now, this track is obviously limited, pretty loud. It has a lot more high frequencies. It's a lot more brittle, and a lot more aggressive. But in terms of loudness, ours actually feels equally loud to this fucking banger of a track. Even though, again, this one's much more aggressive, much more punchy, our track actually doesn't sound that bad in terms of the loudness mixture. So I guess that is all I really have to say about this. I can't really think of anything else. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else here. Talked about translation, talks about mixed references, mastering references. Oh, another thing I could mention is maybe you're doing a tune where like you have drops instead of choruses. And the drops are generally way louder, way more aggressive than the non-drop sections. What you can do is kind of like what we had before, where you had two mastering chains and you turn them on and off. One could be for your non-drop sections where you're lifting up all this stuff without bass, without a lot of energy, just making it sound loud and consistent. And then you have another one that's really designed to contain and emphasize all of this low end. And then you can automate them like I showed you before, on and off. I think that's a much better way of approaching it. So what we're gonna do now that we have finished all of this, we are over 8 hours into this stream. I have not eaten since noon. I need to eat. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna listen to this tune. If anyone has questions that they wanted to ask, I'm so sorry if I was rude or if I was like dismissive of any questions, especially if they were things that were not connected to the stream today. I really appreciate everyone's patience and consideration in all of this. Again, if you have any questions either about this or about anything else, now's the time to ask them. I'll scroll through chat and see if there's any questions I've missed and try and answer them after this. But for now, let's just listen to the track. Let's see how it sounds, and then let's do a Q&A. Sounds, you know, passable. This is honestly about what I would expect from most people who are making music for the very first time. Yeah. So hopefully this is a good introduction to making a song from scratch. I think if I took this over the course of a couple of days, if I didn't spend a small amount of time on each thing and I spent a lot of time on each thing, I didn't kind of randomly grab sounds and made sure that everything fit together, made a lot more conscious decisions as I was producing, this would probably sound a lot nicer. But this was a good exercise for me. It was interesting to write a whole song in 8 hours. This was really interesting. So I guess that's it for this. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take a quick look at our chat, see if there's anything I missed. See if there's anything here. Let's see. I think I answered that question. Question of Ableton, show up my sample packs. If you're still here at Tokyo, like I said, if you want to get stuff to show up and you're having trouble in Ableton, one thing you can do for your new audio track, like add the folder. Like let's say I'm going to add my desktop and this isn't showing up, and maybe this clipped wasn't showing up. What I could do is I could go in grab all these samples and I could drag them into my session, and that'll actually immediately make them show up. So that'll automatically make the sounds pop up in your browser, in your Ableton session. So you can mess with it that way. Let's see what else we got for questions. If there's anything up here. See a stream, make sound design. We already answered that one. Sorry again, LFO mod. I really feel bad about that. Reverse the sample. Leave the piece. Got that. Don't know what any of this says. Let's see. Group stuff. Got that. Let's see. Recording 48. Yeah, when you are downsampling, depending upon how you do it, if you just load a 48K file into a 44.1 session, it'll sound weird. You generally have to re-render the file at a lower sample rate, because that way it'll do the proper conversion. Ultramatch Pro is probably pretty good. It's possible to set manually at 60 dB. We already went over that. Where if you want to set the volume, and Richie showed us this, if your mixer isn't showing it, what you can do is actually pull up your mixer in Ableton, and then this is where you would set the volume with your number pad. Dab on the Zionists. Here we go. Ableton Live is the DAW. 12-tone serialism. Let's see. A bunch of phase without listening to them. I get that. I get what you're saying, Richie. Like I said, this was me working fast just to kind of get it done. Because we've been going for a long time today. You can do auto pan like an LFO and dip the volume. Yeah, so what Richie is talking about here, where you can use auto pan to dip the volume right here. You can use the auto panner that I showed off earlier. And if you turn the amount up and then you set the phase to 360 or 0, the left and right channels are going to have their volume automation essentially synced. So this turns into a tremolo effect, kind of like the hover sound that you hear in Future Bass on the chords, which he was talking about there. Let's see. Glad that thing went well. I know I need to do other stuff. I'm tired. Ableton Autopan UI is good. Yeah, that should be a two-parter probably. Why not use a flat EQ? I mentioned that. More than 25 years. Jeez. Do you know about how the phase changes can occur around the filter and the change with the slope of it? Yes. So when you are adding an EQ to a sound, what you're technically doing is you are copying a version of that sound and messing with the phase cancellation. So when you increase the phase cancellation, or when you increase the EQ curve on something, like when you boost, you are phase inverting or this signal in a sympathetic way so that the phases are complementing and boosting in this region. And that'll cause a bit of weird phaseness around here and around here. When you're cutting, you are actually inverting the phase of these signals, and that can cause weird interference. And the steeper the slope, the more poles are being used, the more versions of the inverted signal are being used to cut off more and more of the signal until it starts to cut it all out. So if you're not careful and you're doing a lot of sharp EQ cuts on a signal, kind of like I did, you can get some weird phase correlation issues. And this will be why, you'll see as you get better, you might not want to actually cut on certain sounds. What you might want to do is do a shelf to kind of pull down on it. And then on that is where you would do the cuts, because when you're cutting out the phases on multiple sounds at once, it doesn't have as big of a phase correlation issue later on down the line. Same with high cuts. So that is, I think, what Richie was talking about with phase changes and EQs. Let's see, chord progression sounds really familiar. Yeah, that's the classic 4-chord song progression. Like if we're in C major, as I showed this before, C major, G major, A minor, F major. And there's plenty of other songs that do that. I think Stairway to Heaven might have that. I think a lot of pop songs have that. Again, if you just look on YouTube for Axis of Awesome, you'll find them there. Let's see. Can't hear the Ableton volume. Glad we got that. I'm sorry, Kroniki, that the message was muted. Let's see. Quiet, just joined. Try and click open, got that. Let's see. Did some edits to Tireless, made it entering. I would like to hear that tomorrow, Chronicle. Today is not clearly the day for that. Today was a whole bunch of other stuff. Tomorrow, I have a gig in the morning, but as soon as it's done, I'm going to start streaming Freebie Friday. We'll be doing track feedback. We'll be doing song analyses. We'll be doing everything. We'll be doing makeup stuff on this. Again, thank you all for showing up for this. Thank you all for hanging out as long as I was doing this. We've been going for 8.5 hours, and I'm exhausted. I'm red because all the red lights in my room are on because it's dark outside now and I don't want to get my eyes fucked up. I'm going to find someone to host. Thank you all again so much for hanging out with me today. This was a really wonderful experience, and I hope to do more of it again later in the future. So let's see who we can raid. Let's raid. Let's raid Jazz. Jazz Feezy, music producer. Pretty chill dude. Go give him some support. Raid them. Just let them know. You make hard bass now. Musar fish. So, go tell Jazz that they make hard bass now. Back tomorrow. Well, actually, I'll probably be back in like an hour because I have some politics I want to talk about on stream. There's a video that I want to watch. So check out Musar Plays in about an hour or so. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go fill my stomach. And maybe die. But then we'll be back tomorrow, and then Shabbat, and then we'll be doing our whole thing. So thank you all again so much. I love you all. Big ol' hearts, big ol' hearts. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Kisses to all of you. Thank you again. And tell Jazz to make a hard bass. See you later.